I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do with the gun for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do with the gun for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your mom? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand.
Hello everyone, this is Defense Politics Asia and welcome to the DPA Open Mic episode 44. And let me change this view. Yeah, episode 44. And gonna say hi to you guys, and also that so this open mic is 44 is streamed across multiple platforms. We have the DPA main channel on YouTube, open mic channel on YouTube, open mic channel on Rumble, DPA Twitch, and DPA Twitter. So 5 different places. And so unfortunately I'm not as pretty as the thumbnail. So so maybe someday we everybody will be pretty girls using AI, and then yeah. So let me prepare a bit. I'm a bit unprepared. Let me see. Let me prepare a bit. So what you guys think of this new format for the Ukraine war? There's a different way of reporting, as well as different thumbnails. Hopefully the thumbnails is basically just to make people click, but the video is still very important, because the content is shit. People click in, they don't watch, it doesn't work also. So okay, I'm gonna paste the link for those that are on the main channel to come over to the open mic channel if you want to join to join the chat. So let me drop the link. copy here, paste. Give me a while. I'm sorry. Today a bit unprepared. I was. Okay, so this is the main channel, and so for those that are on the main channel, if you want to join to chat on the open mic, you have to find the link over on the open mic channel. The link is now pinned on the main channel, so you may want to come over, and then I'm going to drop the link to the open mic channel for the link to join this open mic. So, and the link is in now. I have pinned the messages, and okay, so now I need to deal with Rumble. So, yeah, pop-up chat. Yeah, so the link is in for those that want to join the open mic and chit chat here. You can join. It's in the open mic channel's pin message. And yeah. And hi, Andrew.
Hello.
Yeah, I put in my earpiece.
Wyatt, I noticed you did you image for the open mic, the woman. It will surely attract a lot of new men. You know,
yeah, they will be so disappointed. It's just a sausage fest over here.
Yeah, they will say, "Oh my God, hot women."
Yeah, pretty girls. Finally, that's pretty girls. Hi, Nunya.
No.
Hey, morning.
Okay.
Nunya seems completely, like it's like 6 a.m. over there. What's the time?
So you guys can talk first because I need to entertain the new guys in the backstage first.
Okay. Yeah. So a lot of news this week. With Pregozhin. Just today there was the confirmation of his death apparently by the Russian authorities through genetic testing. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, I just read that when I woke up. I'm just waking up here now. But yeah, it was a headline when I woke up this morning. So not surprising, but at least it's confirmed now, so we can move on with our lives.
And, it will be hard. I miss him.
Yeah. But I don't think it really changes much, to be honest.
Welcome.
I think that Pregozhin was moved out of the Ukraine theater as it was, so I don't think it changes Ukraine much. Might have some implications for their operations in Africa to be determined. I have no doubt that there's a plan in place for whoever his successor is. So I guess we'll have to wait and see. Morning, new guys.
Morning.
Good morning.
Do you want to introduce yourselves?
Yes, I'm Roberto from Angola, Rwanda in Angola.
Mm-hmm. Welcome. Do you have any interest in geopolitics, military?
Yes, the president of Brazil is now in Angola this week, so there is a lot of people hearing about the BRICS story, that they're criticizing Angola for not joining the BRICS. I think there is a little bit of too much enthusiasm on that front. I think people are thinking the fundamentals have changed, but I don't see any change in fundamentals as of now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it seems that the BRICS operation.
No, continue. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Yes, sorry. From my point of view, the BRICS operation is more about Russia showing its local. Hello, Bin Laden. How are you? Sorry.
That's not Bin Laden. That's
showing its population.
That's Pregozhin himself. I heard you died.
Its local population that. Yeah.
My friend, I'm nothing.
Yes.
I'm nothing more than a simple Libyan police official trying to find out what happened to my friend Pregozhin, a good man who's helped Libya many times. So I figure I'll try to help out with that investigation. So I've disguised myself as a common Libyan police official, so I can infiltrate the investigation and find out what really happened.
Well, tell us what you find out. Make sure that, okay? My favorite Libyan.
There was a big battle between the Libyan National Army and some rebels from Chad. How did that went out? I think it happened a few days ago, no?
Well, obviously he's not dead.
But it's funny, you know, some people say that you are Gaddafi, then some other people say you are Pregozhin. They are confused. Then some are saying you are Ali G.
Well, you know, there's probably a lot of racists out there. Do you see a beard and think, you know, Allah Akbar, jihad?
Yeah,
not understand it.
But not you though,
Well,
right?
maybe
Santa Claus, right?
Maybe I'm just
obviously.
Maybe I'm just a helpful police officer from a small desert country that was bombed illegally, by the way. And then my friend Pregozhin came and helped us. So the least I can do is investigate what happened and see where things are going. And this disguise will ensure that I can easily get into the investigation. I mean, I'm sure it's all hands on deck.
No, I don't think he died either. He probably, he's definitely alive. By the way, unironically, did you hear that today? They apparently the Russian authorities have found out that Pregozhin officially died. The DNA testing to genetic testing, they found out analyzing the corpses. Yeah.
Isn't he missing a finger?
Oh no, I don't know.
Well, he can miss another one. He's got 10, so now he'll have 8, and he'll
like
chill wherever he's chilling.
Yeah, he's like a cat. Once he ends all his fingers, he's dead. But until then, he continues to live until he loses all of his fingers. Is that right?
You know, I had to drive around downtown Louisville dressed like this yesterday for a minute.
Did anyone tell you anything?
No, and then we have a Ukrainian flag in town, so I stopped by and took a picture.
I saw that. You sent me that.
James, so in the backstage, James, please give me your email before I can put you in.
But no, I mean, when I guess we could go ahead and talk about Pregozhin. I mean, honestly, more than likely, I believe he's probably dead, just because you can't get away that many times. I don't think he did anything to Putin to have Putin kill him. I still stand by the fact I don't think it was a coup. Maybe a small beef, but I don't think anything was going to come of it. And if he was killed, it was probably by either someone who didn't like him in the Russian government, or maybe the SBU or the West got lucky and got somebody in there. I mean, everyone knows he's got shitloads of enemies. People hate him. They love him. But I don't think he got away this time. It'd be nice to think he did, but in all honesty, considering what happened and the people that were probably arrayed against him, depending on what you want to believe, he's Pregozhin. He's wily, but he's not wilier than Putin and the Kremlin, if they had anything to do with it, or the Ministry of Defense. I mean, they got payback on him for the 12, supposedly. So
yeah, but British media came up with about 7 possibilities. I don't know if you have followed it, and 3 are that probably Russia did it. 3 possibilities that it was done by the Ukrainians, and 1 possibility is that he's still alive, and they gave a reason that he once died earlier also for 9 months, I think, and then reappeared. So if you look at the coup, which I still believe wasn't a coup.
So you Hey, Wakar, so you're saying maybe a retirement?
Yeah,
Like he
maybe
fakes his
the
death?
grand plan. Yeah, because in
Yeah.
post-truth you can twist it. Anyways, they say that he's become a ghost now, and you can keep on searching for him. So either it was by design by himself, because there were two sub theories by the British in case he's alive. One, he did it himself to just vanish for some time, and the other is as part of Maskarov too. So, anyways, and for me, he was quite a guy and a hero. And literally, I was very depressed for last 1 week listening to this news in case he is passed away, because I really
Well,
liked him and I did program on him. But anyways, I think things would continue, and the theory of his being alive or that would be discussed, And I don't think so anybody will be able to do it with precise information.
you know what's interesting, Wakar? That British media doesn't even consider the possibility it was Western intelligence or something like that. It was a Western. It says it's either the Ukrainian or the Russian. We did nothing. We're not involved. They're already depending.
That's a big clue, huh?
Yeah, that's a bit. That's interesting. I mean, I don't know if it's a clue, but it's certainly interesting. Of course, no one wants to say.
But if it was the Ukrainians, wouldn't they be already singing about it?
Oh yeah,
that's true. So
I would think if anyone that did it would be bragging about it. I mean, I don't think the United States, or they might not, just because they wouldn't want Russia to know they could do something like that deep in Russia. But I mean, if it was the Ukrainians, they would have fucking made a video about it already, and we would have probably saw Dennis pleasure himself on his live stream.
Yeah, that's why I doubt it was the Ukrainians. Plus, the Ukrainians, I don't think are able to I mean, they were able once with the terrorist attack. Let's call it on the Kerch Bridge. That was like legitimately a terrorist attack. It was.
I mean,
a terrorist attack. So I don't know.
I'm not saying the Ukrainians don't have a fight left in them. Obviously, they still do. But I mean, when it comes to attacks outside the country, I mean, their skill set is like bombing, a mom and dad driving their car, or some guy unreluctantly being used as a car bomb. They're not the kind of guys that can sneak into Russia and pull off an elaborate scheme to kill a master mercenary. I mean, if Pregozhin was a lady pushing a cart through the Donetsk, then yeah, they could get him. That's about their skill set. They're good at killing women and children. They're not really good at like eliminating legitimate targets. They're enemies of the state.
I mean, last year, exactly at the day when I was in Moscow, I don't remember which, it was like 22nd August, so more like than a year. First, I was at my brother's house and I watched news. The Dugin's daughter had been killed. So, I mean, that was a car attack, but still, if they can set explosives at the car, why can't they set explosives at plane? Yeah, it's harder, but it's not really far away.
Yeah, I mean, I can see your point, but I just figure Daria was a soft target compared to him by far. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it had to be, if someone got him, it had to be some inside thing or something, just because somebody had to access that plane, and I would assume those people are not lax on plane security. So, I mean, obviously they are. The bomb got on, but I'm just saying, I would think out of secure planes, it would be him.
But you remember
Andrew, I think you made a point,
right? You remember Soleimani from Iran? There was a theory that it was both in the interest of the United States and Iran to have him killed. So yes, security is not lax, but if both the Russians and some Ukrainians want to see him dead, so you can have this kind of double dealing between the two sides, right? So some Russians and some Ukrainians can want him dead at the same time.
Hey, I want to ask anybody that's like in Russia or like close to Ukraine. I keep hearing about how the SBU is infiltrated and the GRU is infiltrated and the FSB is infiltrated. I mean, I could see that as a legitimate point, but post SMO start date, do you honestly think there's that many SBU guys still floating around inside Russia on the down low? I mean, I would assume that from the 24th of February till now, it's been a nonstop purge of people like that, looking for people like that, doing things that we don't even hear about to unmask people like that. I mean, at this point, do you think there's still a bunch of Ukrainian spies hiding in the FSB or vice versa? I mean, I would assume at this point that shit's been pretty much purged out. Anyone suspected is removed or transferred or whatever.
Hello.
It just doesn't seem like they would have that capability at this point.
Hi, James.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. Hello. It's my first time. It's my first time in here, and so generally DPA gives somebody for the first time a little bit of an opportunity to come in. I was a large channel in this pro-Russian special military operation that YouTube took down. I'm not sure even if y'all knew me. There was I call it large because I had 4,000 subscribers. I did not do mapping. I did not do the type thing. I did not ask for money. I did not do anything, and I had 4,000 subscribers. No money, no monetization, never anything like that. I had 100 comments per video.
That's
for
a lot,
over, listen, for over 12 months on this war. A lot of y'all don't even know me, but a lot of people do know me. And I supported DPA. Actually, DPA actually highlighted me one time on a community tab. DPA Wyatt actually highlighted my channel, and that increased my subscribers about 200 just in one day. And I love Wyatt. I love DPA. I'm going to tell you all this about Pregozhin and this bomb and this and that. It's too easy. It's too easy to put a lunch size box, just a little lunch box, up into the wheel well. Somebody did it. It may be on camera. It may be on camera at the airport of someone putting a lunch box size bomb up in there. It may be on camera. They're investigating that. Okay, somebody did. Did it come from Ukraine? I don't know. Did it come from Putin? I really don't know. There's reasons why you can say Putin didn't do it. There's reasons why you can say, Ukraine would do it. There's reasons why the Americans, the CIA, would do it. It had the top three military commanders of Wagner. It had Pregozhin, Ukin, and I can't pronounce the third guy's name. The third guy was the guy that actually was the guy. Cheklov. There you go, Cheklov. He was the guy that did the logistics and who's going to be on what plane and all that. And they felt safe. They're in Moscow. Yeah. They're going to St. Petersburg multiple times. Lyshenko and Wyatt, thank you. Wyatt, I want to thank DPA Wyatt for giving me the chance for my first time, and I want to thank everybody here for listening just for a second. Lyshenko just came out on Telegram yesterday. He said, well, I guess it was 2 days ago, but Telegram reported it yesterday. Lyshenko said, hey, I offered Pregozhin all, if he's in Belarus, do you want a security detail? Pregozhin said no. And Lyshenko said, look, I can arrange that with Putin. And he said, don't worry about me. Okay, so Lyshenko is on the record. I'm sure, actually, if you're in this area right here, everybody's on Telegram. I already know it, okay? But for the people watching later on the replay with Wyatt on DPA Open Mic, you guys are not on Telegram. But Lukashenko, who's the president of Belarus, he said, look, Pregozhin wasn't really worried about his life. He just said, screw it. Screw it. I die. Okay. There's other instances of Pregozhin. I'm not going to glorify, because YouTube, and I want to warn any of y'all wanting to make a YouTube video, and I want to warn Wyatt. My D James channel, 4,000, but more importantly, Wyatt, I had, even with a little 4,000 subscribers, I had 100, 200 comments. Every damn people were engaged. And that was what was really part of our community. Community that we're all in. I'm looking at all these windows right now, everybody in here. We are a community. You guys got to understand this. You cannot on YouTube just do this or that about Wagner. Don't show any soldier talking about how good Wagner is, things like that. You'll get a channel strike. YouTube's not allowing that. You can just generically, like I'm doing right now, generically talk about Wagner. You cannot show video of Wagner anymore. And the thing is nobody's reporting that. The Duran, Brian, Scott Ritter, nobody's reporting that. Larry Johnson, nobody's reporting that. How are the small channels getting removed? And everybody here's a small damn channel. Okay? Don't do anything with a soldier of Wagner. Just talk generically about Wagner. They'll kill you. They'll kill you. All right. Now getting back to real quick, and I'll end this in about 30 or 40 seconds. Pregozhin, it was a total miscalculation by somebody. Was it Pregozhin or was it Dmitry Yukin? Was it Dmitry Yukin or was it Pregozhin? The total miscalculation of going to Rostov-on-Don, and then this bullshit. We're driving up to Moscow. Listen. Putin said it was betrayal. Putin said it was betrayal. I don't care if it came on the anniversary of Kursk. I don't care if it came at the same time as what's going on in Zaporozhye. It was an opportunity. And there's also things, listen, guys, Pregozhin was down in Central Africa making fucking policy. I like Pregozhin. I love Dmitry Yukin, who I consider the hero of Soledar, Popasna, Bakhmut. You guys got to understand, these guys were heroes. Russia is not going to put themselves in a situation to where it's going to be clear cut how we need to stop this military operation of Wagner. You guys don't understand that. Wagner cannot exist under the law in Russia. It cannot exist under the law in Russia. They had to go to Belarus. No, duh. The law says Wagner cannot exist on the territory of the Russian Federation. That's why Putin said, hey, Lukashenko, take them to Belarus. They go to Lukashenko says, oh, come over here. So they're going to Belarus. It's the wild card, what nobody expected. Putin did not expect Nobody in Russia expected Wagner to perform so well in the Donbass. And then the outstanding performance turned into a problem. A problem. And I'm going to tell you guys this. I'll conclude this in 15 seconds. And I'll leave the chat. You guys don't understand. They did so good in Popasna, Soledar, Bakhmut. It became a political threat to the very Russian Federation. It doesn't mean that we just gotta, as Russians, just totally ignore the victories. You have to accept the victories. You have to make a balance with the victories, because the Russian people love the victories. But something has to be done to stop that organization in its tracks. I don't know if Putin did it. I would definitely lean towards the Russian Federation saying, we love the Wagner soldiers, but we have to slow this down. Listen, I'll end this right now. The only way to slow this down, in light of Rostov-on-Don, that was bullshit. You guys all know that was bullshit, what they pulled in Rostov-on-Don. Everybody knows it. In light of Rostov-on-Don, we have the opportunity to honor. We have the opportunity, on one hand, we honor Wagner. On the other hand, Wyatt, and everybody in this chat, this is my first time in here. I have another channel right now on YouTube. I'm not even going to say what it is. I went to 500 subscribers in 1 month. I got 500 subscribers in 1 month. I'm not doing any social media or anything like that. And I went from my other channel, which YouTube killed. They killed it. The one that Wyatt supported, DPA, and Weeb Union supported it, who's another mapping channel. That's how I got to 4,000 subscribers, was DPA and Weeb.
You want to plug in your link to, if you want,
Take care.
If you want people to follow you.
Thank you for listening to me. I'd love to hear y'all's comments. I'm gonna watch
your
you guys.
link. Post your show link like Wyatt asked.
Do you want to plug in your YouTube channel? You know, want people to
Well, my
you?
YouTube channel, and you have to do a search. So here's the deal. It's Ukraine war updates.
Ukraine war updates.
Okay, but the thing is, hold on. I'll put the link. I'll put the link on the YouTube. But the thing is it's Ukraine war updates. But the thing is I've had commenters come in and say, I can't find it, or I'm on Telegram. I tell them on Telegram, they're like, I can't find it. I say, look, man, you got to use the YouTube filter. You got to use the YouTube filter, and you got to use channels. And say it's more complicated. People don't want to just hit the search and do that. They don't want to go into the channel search on YouTube.
Wait. Is this the one I put in the private chat? Is this the one in the private chat? At Ukraine war updates.
Hold on.
500.
Where's private chat?
And the StreamYard, you're down in the middle.
I'm looking at StreamYard, guys. I'm looking at StreamYard. I don't see a chat. Oh, hold on. Let me push the chat button. Hold on. Let me hit it. Yeah, that's me.
Okay. So you are searchable. You are not shadow bans. Don't worry. So I will plug it in for the comments in the comments. So if anyone want to follow D James, you can actually carry on to follow D James, and yeah, he dropped off. So we have Shadow V, and also can we have Chris as well as Roboredo to introduce himself. Roboredo start first because Roboredo already started talking, right? No, do you want to introduce yourself? You are new here.
Hurry up.
Yes. Yeah, so quick. I'm Roberto from Rwanda in Angola. I don't have any channel. Just a guy following a member of DPA Army. Just me and myself. I yield the floor.
Yeah. And Chris, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hello. Just had some problems with the microphone earlier. I'm from Hong Kong, China. My opinions are my own. I can't represent a broad mass or any average. I have no history of any channels or whatsoever, so you won't be hearing me talk about that. Thank you.
Yeah, don't worry. If you guys have, like, most people have no channels, so that's the default. If you have channel, you say you have channel, not the other way around. But anyway, I dropped the link to the Ukraine war updates by D James. So anyway, anyone want to follow him can carry on to follow him.
I was just gonna say real quick, with I do lean towards if Putin killed him. My only thing is, I could see the utility of killing Pregozhin to set the new stage for the new Wagner and the absorption into the Ministry of Defense, and then whatever they do in Belarus. I could see Pregozhin needing to go to clear that path. I can't see killing the commander, but maybe he was a problem in the sense of Pregozhin's ideas. But the logistic guy, that kind of makes me think that maybe they didn't, because unless he was a diehard Pregozhinite, I would think that guy would be worth keeping around, just because of, I mean, two of those guys were featured in the War Gonzo interview when they were talking about leaders of Wagner, that Chekalov guy and Wagner himself. So that's two major hits in their command chain. Now, like I said, the Wagner founder guy, maybe he had to go too, but that logistics guy, that really kind of throws it for me, because even if they had problems, it seems like there's certain people that they could allow to live or exist because they need them or they're good at their job. And they usually don't fly together, so maybe it was just unfortunate that they wanted one guy and they had to take them all to get him. But I kind of wonder about that, because those two guys are like, I mean, Pregozhin's the front man, he's the PR guy, those two guys were actual on the ground dudes. So
it's like the U.S. president can never fly on the same plane as the vice president. Do you know that? No, the president and vice president can never fly on the same plane. So it's to avoid something like that. So, and also for balancing sake, in case Slava Ukraini. Okay, so I'm going to swap myself for Drew. Slava Ukraini. Ukraine is great. Yeah, I'm going to change myself.
Slava.
Wait.
Hi guys.
Leo.
Hey guys.
Hello guys.
Did we want to talk more about Pregozhin, or did we want to move on to a different topic?
I love
you mean like Robottini, right? We'll go from Pregozhin to Robottini, or we can go to Kupion.
Yeah, we could. I was thinking we talk a little bit about BRICS, but we could jump right.
No. It's not necessary. We don't like BRICS.
Come on.
I don't like BRICS. I prefer my house made of wood. I hate BRICS.
Okay.
I don't know what was already said about Pregozhin before the new guy came in, from what maybe happened or what maybe was causing the crash of the plane. I am now a student at the Hogwarts, and I maybe fucked it a little bit up. Let me explain. So I was exercising with Harry outside, and I was doing a trick to make a bird wingless. So I did my trick with my stick, and suddenly in the far away, that bird still was intact, and I saw in far away a plane going down with one wing. So sorry if it was me, but no,
Too much
I
beer.
don't really can't believe it was Putin. I think it was a SBU thing. I think it was a pure sabotage. Or I don't know what happened. I don't know if somebody knows if there's some messages about what was just the maintenance of that plane, because it had some maintenance, because like how the wing footage we saw was too intact to say it was something like air defense or a big explosion in like the wheel carriage compartment, or it was so for me is maybe they did some wing stress tests and they forgot to put bolts inside to attach the wing completely good, or there was some rupture in the wing that
Well,
they
the
didn't.
plane is Brazilian.
I don't know. Very
They
special.
were. I read an article yesterday. They were interrogating the engineers who worked on the maintenance of the plane. There was 3 of them, and what I found weird about the article, they actually named the people in the article, which I thought was kind of strange. But yeah, they were interviewing them yesterday, I believe.
And did they say something that there was something that you can say in the article that?
No,
for me, something happens during the maintenance. So if there was some sabotage thing, it was during the maintenance. And like I said, I don't know. That's a good one to know if they did some wing stress tests, because if you do wing stress tests, normally they put off the wings and they put that on the stress bank to make the stressing, to make the pressure on the wings. Normally they disassemble the wing completely, and it's just for me. If you're looking at the wing itself, is such a beautiful clean cut. So even the explosion is very strange. So that's I'm wondering, busy thinking about that. So how the hell is that thing still so intact? Even so, in the wing you have the landing gear, and that landing gear also doesn't show any blast damage or something like that. It's so clean. So it's very strange.
Can I jump in with my opinion about the whole thing?
No, I want to jump first. Sorry, Drew, but I was first on this one, and I think Andrew was even before me. If you want to add something, Andrew.
Yeah, I wanted to say just because no, I was intervening because Leo wanted to say something, but Leo terrorist. So go on, talk about how you killed the Pregozhin, Leo. He wanted to say something because he's in Russia, so I thought he could give a.
I mean, I'm not in Russia, but sometimes being, I mean, truly, my opinion, I'd say it could be possible that SBU make it or Western intelligence, but truly, most likely it was the Russian government, because Wagner, I mean, in this sense, it's to make Pregozhin, he was really person what was hated by the Russian government. Like, truly, nobody wanted him back. So just, I thought that after like few months, they just gonna change the Ministry of Defense, but instead they stayed with the same Ministry of Defense, and they decide to end Pregozhin because they need somebody better instead of Pregozhin, what could be at least loyal to the Russian government, because in the end, Wagner is doing his job, but job for Russia, and Wagner is needed for Russia, but Pregozhin was this big, and say, grunge, what was like really making Russian government uncomfortable after. But anyway, truly the most weird thing what happened at that day, what the Minister of Air Force in Russia had been switched from Surovikin to some other guy. So I truly think that because Pregozhin, he was too ambitious, even he left his ambitions on 24th June. He was not needed for Russia at all. So they decide to move him out.
So what I want to add, I agree with Leo about the fact that for me it was the main suspect is the Russian government. Why? Because Pregozhin is very hard target, very difficult to kill him. He has a lot of security, a lot of paranoia, a lot of things. It's very, I think, very hard to kill this kind of target. So if it's a SBU or a Western operation, they are very, very good, okay? For me, because of that, the main suspect is the Russian government. If it's the Russian government, there is two possibilities. The first one, they decided to kill him 2 months ago already, and just to wait for things to cool down a little. Okay, and they decided to act now, but the decision was already taken 2 months ago. Or they decided recently to kill him. Why? Because maybe his exile in Belarus was not really understood by Pregozhin. And Pregozhin decided, okay, they send me to Belarus, but I'm going to do whatever I want. Okay, I don't care what they say, or I misunderstand what they wanted. So I'm going to St. Petersburg to the Africa Summit. I'm going to Africa. I'm going to Moscow. I'm going to everywhere, and I don't care about my exile. So they take recently a decision to kill him. For me, it's only these two solutions. And I think it was Drew now turn to speak.
Okay. Right from the beginning, I've always said that ever since the Prigozhin coup, I said his days were numbered. Putin's gonna get him eventually. And I think I always thought that Putin would quietly get rid of him, like murder him somehow after the war was over. And when this happened, my first reaction was, Putin did get him, but he jumped the gun. But then I changed my mind because of two factors. First is the timing of this. It happened right in the BRICS summit. And that's the last thing that Putin will want to do, which is to create a political situation at home when a large summit where you are trying to convince other partners to join your bloc to do something so nasty, partners around the world wouldn't want to associate themselves with Russia if that was the case, right? So the second thing that happened that I think is that actually convinced me is the media. When this news broke, it was about 11 midnight in Singapore time. About 2-3 a.m. I started to see in the all the propaganda sites a very clear narrative that all the Wagner mercenaries were like saying, we're going to go to Moscow, we're going to march a second time, we're going to kill, we're going to take out Putin, we won't stop 200 kilometers now, we're going straight to Moscow. So the timing of it, 2-3 hours for so many videos, different videos with the same narrative to come up, tells me it's a pre-planned media narrative. It tells me that somebody wanted to take advantage, kill off Pregozhin, take advantage of this event to stir up the Wagner people to go and do a second round, because they failed the first round, right? Because Pregozhin and Putin stepped in and stopped the whole thing. So they were trying again. So this is the second round. So who was it? So I initially thought it was Putin, but then now I changed my mind. Putin, I still stay to my original prediction that Putin would have killed him after the war. So this was jumping the gun. So somebody else did it, even though I think Putin would have done it eventually. So who was it? Was it the US? No, the US wants to use Pregozhin. It's fantastic for their narrative. They love to have him around. So I think the last candidate that really has, cui bono, who is the one that benefits the most for Pregozhin gone now, is France, because he's starting. They are trying to take out. They are trying to get back all the uranium supplies and their African political power in the Sahel region, and the only real force that was going to be brought in to take to stop them was potentially Pregozhin and Wagner. So now that so I think that to me is the highest likely suspect at the moment.
I mean, just for a second, I wanted to say, Drew, just 1 minute. When I first heard the news, I mean, I'm on Russian telegrams mostly, but it was like 18 hours. So, and the news with that Russians with Wagner again going on Moscow, I heard like, yeah, somewhere around like 11 p.m. So was like after 5 hours. So they could make video pretty much easily because it was only one video. Like no anymore. Maybe I don't know what you watched,
I
but
saw
I
three.
saw only one.
I saw three different ones within 3 hours. I was actually watching the time because I actually pick up on all these media narratives. I actually look out for them specifically.
Waka, you wanted to add something?
Yeah. I just like to add. One is that this is wartime for Russia, Ukraine, and NATO. So, and this war has been going on for almost 2 years now. And you cannot expect everybody, the senior commanders, to keep living. So that is the reality that in war things could happen. Of course, I always qualify that Ukraine is being used as a huge info ops theater, and I think more than what happens on ground, the information operations are making basically the effect. I think somebody mentioned that now they're trying to put the blame and create mutiny, the second mutiny. Now, I just like to hang on with the theory that maybe he's alive. And I mean, I just try, it's very difficult to prove it. But one, I strongly believe that the first coup was Maskirovka. It never happened. And definitely, when you're doing it, and let's say the Russians wanted to do it and make the people believe, because within that, they did a lot of sidestepping of the Chechen forces, the repositioning of forces into Belarusia, and then also there's a link with Africa because Prigozhin had one video coming from Africa, most probably Niger. So maybe the Wagner group was supposed to, or part of it was supposed to be activated, and they've done a lot in those four countries. Because now ECOWAS is finding it very, very difficult to intervene because now there are four countries aligned with probably Russia and China, and it's becoming very, very difficult for the West. And if you look at the narrative within Africa, it's becoming very, very strong anti-West, anti-France, and I would say, anti-America. And then you link it with the BRICS summit. So all told, there's a huge voice coming from Africa, which is against colonialism. So this was being established. Prigozhin had an earlier death also. I think it was reported on the media. He died, and then he reappeared. I think after 8 or 9 months. So I'll just try to qualify that why this news should actually benefit the Russians. And I don't think so. Wagnerites are so loose. Maybe there are few videos, and especially the first video just after the crash, there was a guy, leaning, and so without DNA test, because there were two aircrafts. I think one landed in St. Petersburg, the other one, and Prigozhin would always, switch the aircrafts. And I'm sure Prigozhin has doubles also, because in wartime, senior leaders will have doubles. So, in my opinion, maybe 80% chances are that this is part of the war and he was taken out by somebody. And I would go with Drew that Russia or Putin would never do it because of the timings. Since first coup was a Maskarovka, I strongly believe. So it means that this could be number two. Still people are trying to prove that Osama bin Laden was taken out by Americans or not, or 9/11 happened or not. So this is some kind of, I think, that level. And I still feel that probably more has to be dug in. Even if the Russians claim that the DNA test confirmed it, you may find him appearing in Africa and then, creating more problems. Because I feel that this entire deception, although the West feels that probably they've been able to create dissension within the Russian ranks, which I don't think so is there on ground, will succeed. So I'll still go, even if there are 10% chances that this guy is alive and this was another deception, and maybe you find him reappearing somewhere after some time. Yeah, but this is difficult to prove. Yeah,
I mean, truly, we don't know the truth. So even it was mostly like suspected that there was a lot of sus moments with Russia, it could be also West. So,
That's
I mean,
what
we will
speak about
never
main
know the truth.
suspect. That's all. Nobody
So,
is never going to
Speaking
know
of
the
this,
truth. It's like
and
Kennedy.
speaking of this,
You just have suspect. It's the same thing. The truth is going to
yes,
be hidden forever.
which is why I would
Yes,
like to. I think there's two important points that we need to take into account. First, on the ideology and on the state capacity. I think you can summarize this war as a war about who is the legitimate representative of the of the Slavic people, right? Because you have Russia as a Moscow state. Ukraine wanted to create an alternative idea of this. I'm not saying it's a good one, but Belarus also had an alternative for this one. So, but Wagner itself was presenting a fourth alternative, right? Because they're always talking about how the Ministry of Defense is not doing a good job. There is other ways to do it. We can do it better. So maybe you create this rivalry between the two entities, and for the matter of institution survival, this is why this is an additional motive for Russia to do it. Now, on the how to do it, I think we all want to have like a clear-cut answer, right? It is this guy that did it or that guy that did it. But I think sometimes you have many competing interests, and in actual spy operations, not movies, right? You always have multiple assets that even if they are found, they are cultivated. So you can have many people that are used to do the bidding of one. So if there is Ukrainian agents in Russia, they could be used by Russians to do something that the Russians want to do, but they don't want to be blamed for. So, but this is also not good story for Russia, because what it tells you is that the idea of Putin in control and in command of everything, maybe it's not true. And for him, it looks like weakness. So it's better for somebody else to do it in the clear cut, right?
So, Roberto, who is your main suspect?
I think in terms of motives, the Ukrainians and the Putin factions are the two that have the biggest motives to do it.
Okay, but who? Choose one.
I will to choose one. I don't know. I don't have enough information to choose one of the two.
Sorry.
So I think the two working together for me will be my best.
That's a
Let's
good
ask
one.
Dan.
Working together. It's a good one.
Let's ask Dan.
Yeah, let's ask Dan. Hi, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Hello, brothers. Hello, brothers. First of all, thanks for putting the open mic during the time that I could join. Wyatt, if you're hearing this, I just wanted to give my input about how we've taken it here in Russia. So usually when something crazy happens, our radio will bring in the Ministry of Defense and we'll hear everything immediately. It took actually quite a while for it to even start being processed inside of Russia. I was like, all right, did it happen or did it not happen? So that's the first thing I want to point out, that the news didn't really hit if it was real, if it was not real. Another thing is, after apparent confirmation, nothing really changed. I noticed that the Western media wanted like a second revolt, but the people here were not really biting into that. Like nobody really was angry. Maybe some people were sad, but I mean, you're always going to be sad when somebody dies. I want to emphasize that I know veterans myself of the conflict, and they were not even fazed by this. This is not something that affected their life at all, which was contrary to what I thought. Like, I was like, I wonder if these guys are going to freak out. None of that. As far as what I think about what happened, I want to talk about what comes next. In my opinion, Wagner has a monopoly on the PMC right now. Africa right now was their big next move, apparently. What's going to happen? I have no idea who did it. I have no idea. What I'm most interested in, what's going to happen to the organization, because they were a private military like none other. No one has ever been back like they had. They had the weapons. They had the free will to do whatever they wanted inside of Russia. Recruitment from jails, you would have never heard of that from anybody else. I had in Afghanistan, I worked with Blackwater, like other contractors. They were basically like bums with weapons compared to these guys. So that's what we're talking about here. Who's going to take control of these guys? What are they going to do with them next? that's all I wanted to say, my input and my ideas. I also wanted to say that what the Wagner did with Pregozhin, he crossed the Rubicon, but he was not Caesar. He never had the power or the intentions to, like, this is what immediately when that was happening, I was like, you're no Caesar to do this. And if it was really him, I want to touch on what Wakar said. I believe that you don't have to kill a man to make him dead. Like, you don't have to kill him. You can disappear him in other ways. He could be in a cellar right now, locked up. So all these things can be up for speculation. No matter what, if it's been blasted through the media, he's as good as dead, unfortunately, because if you're no longer in the public eye, if you're no longer able to show your face, you're basically dead to the society. And yeah, thanks guys for letting me talk.
Hey, I just had a question. Now, if we go along the line that Pregozhin was killed by the government because he's a problem, I mean, here's the way I look at it. Pregozhin is Pregozhin. He's set in his ways. The Russian Ministry of Defense has obviously turned the page and wants to start a new chapter. They obviously realize Wagner's very beneficial and professional, and it would be a benefit to their military to have them either directly integrated into the military or some kind of specialized unit or a combination of the two. And let's say Pregozhin was the speed bump that was stopping it. They get rid of Pregozhin. Maybe it's a fuck up to kill the other two guys. Maybe the other two guys had to go too because you have to get people in line. But if you go by that, then killing Pregozhin was resetting the chapter or restarting. And it sends a message to everybody else in the organization that this is the new way. This is the way things are going to be. Figure out where you want to be and be part of the solution. So I think it was kind of, in a way, it kind of cleanses the palate, sets a new table, and lets everybody know where they stand. If you want to go that route with him being killed by the state.
I mean, truly,
Hey, morning,
there's
Mehdi.
another theory that, I mean, Mehdi, you can speak.
Oh, I thank you guys for letting me join the panel again. Always, anybody, if you can find Vaughn, I am very worried about that man. I hope that we can find him. He does look familiar to me, but not as Vaughn. Anyway, all I wanted to say is about the Pregozhin deal is I am waiting until I know that slippery bastard's DNA is at the crash site. And I mean by like an arm or a leg that's severed, because I do not trust anything that man may or could do, just proven by the way he's always acted. So
you're speaking about
until then, go ahead.
You are speaking about Vaughn, no? I'm just joking.
And Vaughn. Very good, Shadow. And Vaughn.
Because we are pretty sure that Vaughn was in the aircraft, okay? No?
Listen. Yeah, he was trying to sabotage the plane and he locked himself up in the toilets. From what I
remind you that Pregozhin survived an air crash in 2019. He was claimed to have died in an air crash in Africa in 2019, and he popped up, and everyone was like, "What? Didn't he die?" No, he didn't die, because he is a master of these kind of things, disappearing and then coming back like nothing happened.
You know, we're all going like, who could have killed Pregozhin? Maybe it was Pregozhin himself. Who knows?
Maybe he killed himself. Who knows? Yeah.
Yes, he make him disappear himself.
But don't forget,
I mean, truly,
the
just that one theory that this was a falsification of his death. Because we don't wanna you be in the media, go somewhere, I don't know, in Siberia and don't talk shit.
Yeah, don't forget, the first time he died, it wasn't this much media. Even the Russian media did not confirm his death. This time around, the Russian government itself is confirming his death. So I didn't want to believe. I didn't want to believe it myself, but I think he's really dead. But I do see him up there with a new name called Fez, maybe reincarnated as a Middle Eastern guy or something.
I mean, truly, now as I said before, we don't know the truth. We're never gonna know the truth. But
Yes,
thing
like
is,
Kennedy,
what it will
same thing.
result? What are the results? What it will change in the world? And first of all, I found out that people was actually fucking mad because, like, I mean, it was just one Telegram channel, but it wasn't a small one. And there was this quiz: should we nuke Ukraine? Last year in September, it was 52%. Now it's 78%. So people really mad at Ukraine now because of this. And second, as is Wagner, what its future? I mean, truly, Wagner is still part of Russia, and they will be still in this illegal zone how they was all those 9 years. But truth is, now Russia can play someone pretty much loyal as a head of Wagner now. Because truly, you cannot integrate Wagner into the Russian army. Otherwise, then it will be officially Russia. And second, the Wagner will lose its power because they need their they're not going with the rules of Russian army, their own PMC, and this is why they was so powerful, because they was like independent from all of this Russian army rules.
Yeah.
So truly, they can just put someone not ambitious, someone who is still capable of Wagner, and just I don't know.
No.
Otherwise, they will be just stay in Africa and do whatever the government says to them, or they will back to Ukraine. But second, I don't know.
But the thing is, thinking that it was
could be
Putin
just
is
someone
always so
in
easy.
Wagner itself.
Like thinking it was Putin is always too easy. That's the like all the Western media directing, pointing. It was maybe an inside job from Russia that did that. It's just too easy to think like that because it's always the first thing we're going to think about. It was Putin. It was him. Because he did a coup to him, but we don't even know if the coup was real. Was it something organized between them? Like we and Von are always laughing together but I miss Von, where is he? That we're always playing the game like that Pregozhin and Putin is playing bingo. And now maybe he won the number, you're going to disappear. I just don't believe also for the image of Russia, because Wagner are also his fanboys, also a big population of Russia that likes Wagner, that supports Wagner, is going to be a big blow if they can prove, and if it's proven that this was a job from Russia to get rid of him. So the damage that Russia can occur because of that can be very big for Russia, and in a very big negative way. So there's only my way of thinking, like it's not Putin. And also, like I said, it's always Russia that did something if somebody dies and Russia. Always. It was Putin. It was Putin. Get rid of him. There's always that way of thinking. And that is the Western propaganda that always try to blame Putin to do something because somebody died. And it is not correct in my eyes. Like how many enemies had Prigozhin? How many enemies had Prigozhin? I think in the first place, one of the biggest one.
Everybody loves me. I mean, everybody loves him.
Don't tell me Prigozhin.
Prigozhin is not dead.
Yeah.
Prigozhin is not dead. Just open your eyes. He's there with us.
Yeah, yeah. But it's just like the NATO hates Prigozhin.
But by the way, you need to readjust your bird.
I would like to come in.
This beard, this disguise has been thoroughly researched.
But just to finish,
I'm having some issues with the sideburns. You know, I'm not naturally bald like Pregozhin, so.
Vaughn, are we gonna?
But just to.
But I mean, if you go along the lines of Pregozhin created a thing of beauty, and he became a monster that they had to deal with. I mean, if you want to go that line, that's the only thing that really makes sense if it wasn't some outside people that bagged him. Prigozhin was in the way of the new Wagner and the new Russian army, so Prigozhin had to go. The other two guys, I don't know, because I don't really know where they stood. I don't know if they were like die-hard Prigozhin loyalists that would go wherever he went, or they were just unlucky enough to be on the same plane when they decided to get rid of their problem.
Yeah, and also you had that pilot of that company that disappeared also. We don't know where he is. Suddenly that guy is gone on holiday. We don't know where he is. So I just thinking somebody paid somebody else to do some sabotage at the plane. And it's just so difficult for me and the logic way of thinking that it was something that the Russian government did. He has a lot of enemies. It can be everybody. It can be everybody. It can be just somebody that hates him, that's working for the maintenance company, that just hates him and find the opportunity like, I'm gonna lose that bolt, and then maybe that thing going to come loose. If it works, it works. I am happy, and we are getting rich. So you also in Russia are living pro-Ukrainian guys that have bad intentions. You always have dangerous people everywhere. So the world is not safe for nobody. But like a guy that is famous and is like in a military thing, these guys have a lot of enemies, and these enemies can be very dangerous also. So it can be MI6, it can be the CIA, it can be the NATO, it can be the SBU, it can be everybody. But one, I'm not putting in the top 5, I'm not putting in the top 5 Russian governments. Just because the bad reputation it can cause for Russia, for Putin, can be too dangerous and too big. And if you want to, he could give 1 million different other rates.
Yeah, I just now want to decompose the Russian deception strategy. Just take a while. It has two basically principles. One is Maskirovka, the other is the reflexive controls, and then combined becomes the Russian deception strategy. So when the first coup happened, so Maskirovka is basically in times of satellites and everything is visible and mobile phones and people can make videos. It becomes very difficult to do it, very openly. So the coup that I still very strongly feel was all Maskirovka. And reflexive control is that you have an enemy, I would say is an idiot enemy, and he believes in certain fantasies, and then you actually reinforce the fantasies. It means that, and probably there's something very big happening actually on ground. So these two combined, become the overall strategic deception. So how it works, in first coup, I think it was the reception, a lot of dust kicked up because there was supposed to be sidestepping of the forces, and because there are satellites, they can see the movement. So you can't really straight away say that something is happening. So you build up a narrative that Wagner has gone wild and they are now going to march on to Moscow. But I think within 12 hours, at least we were able to conclude that something different was happening. But it was reinforcing the perception in the West and Ukraine that there was a rebellion, I would say, which I think fizzled out. You had the Belarusian president coming in and then patting Pregozhin and taking him to Belarusia, and later on he lands up in Africa. At least that is confirmed, and he comes up strengthening the impression that probably now Wagner is going to do something in Africa. Now, in order to reinforce the first coup, I think President Putin during interview also mentioned that he didn't like betrayal, and so that's being reinforced. So I still feel that this incident is part of say Maskirovka and reflexive control. Everybody would like Wagner to again become rebellious. So they're trying to reinforce the perception there's something wrong in the Russian military forces and with the Wagner. Why he was then sent to Africa? I don't think so. He went to Africa without let's say a nod from Putin because he was given a task. And since it has happened once earlier that Pregozhin died and then he I think reappeared after some time. So still there is a possibility that he's alive and this is being reinforced. Definitely Wagner will be reorganized, but I think they have to stay with the same doctrine because there are a lot of tasks in Africa and other places and maybe Belarusia. And it becomes very difficult. I just give you example of Osama bin Laden, who was taken out by the Americans, but they were not showing the dead body. And still there's a debate in our part, Afghanistan, Pakistan, that he was already dead, and this was all stage managed to, let's say, give boost to Barack Obama to become, I think, for his second term or whatever. So I think these are some of the things which happen with larger people, and in wartime, this is very much possible. To do maskirovka reinforced through reflexive control to an enemy. But on the ground, I think something big may be happening. So I still feel that maybe there are 10% chances, but he's alive somewhere, and he will maybe appear after 1 year.
Mehdi, you're on mute, Mehdi.
Go figure. Miles would just call myself, you're on mute, Mehdi. I want to agree with Wagner, because if you really think about it, Maskarova in operational planning for Russians starts from the very top and it lasts all the way to the bottom. There's different levels of Maskarova that they do. And if you think about it, if the Russians wanted to disappear him so that nobody could find him, well, let's think about this. Who's going to control the investigations that's going to tell us that his DNA was on that plane, right? So if the Russians are in complete control of whether, if you really think about it, whether Prigozhin's dead or not, whether he is really dead or not, in a way. So we won't know. And I agree with Carr. That's why I'm not saying anything. I mean, I have ideas like if Putin and Pregozhin did run an operation that uncovered a bunch of NATO intelligence when they did that fake fake rebellion that would never had a chance anyway, for Christ's sake. Anybody knew that. What if the CIA wanted to get back at him for playing them like a fool and burning a bunch of their assets? It is not unknown that you can put a bomb on a plane that can land, be serviced and stuff, as long as it's not found, and go up again, and then at a certain altitude just blow. So it can be held back from blowing over your own country. So even that makes sense, because blowing it right over Russia would say, hey, we can reach out and touch you too. So there, and you can play this game going everywhere. That's the reason why I'm saying I'm waiting until I know that fucker's dead. For real.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at like Pan Am 103, I think that bomb was set with a mercury switch that detonated when it reached its cruising altitude. It tilted just enough to make the connection. So, that kind of technology is old school. They could have rigged up something that would have gone off, because it said it detonated when he reached cruising altitude, which would make sense, like what Carr and everybody said about, blowing it up somewhere else. Because it's going to take X amount of time for them to travel up to that altitude, so pretty much where they're going to blow up.
Maskirovka or not Maskirovka, I don't know. There are some elements that tends to us thinking that it is kind of Maskirovka, like the fact that they have announced in public television the death of Pregozhin and Utkin, which is for me the Wagner guy more than Pregozhin, and all the news media around the world repeating that news. So yeah, that's a point to that. But what is a point for me against that is what Putin said. He talked about Prigozhin as a guy he knew for a long time. And then he was saying about Prigozhin, he was a guy involved in mining, involved in precious metal, involved in diamonds. Why? Why telling that to everybody? Especially to say, he's a hero of Russia and so on. Like it was the last time he decided to spit on the face of Prigozhin. So... But about that crash and that Wagner thingy, for me there are three hypotheses. Unless what happened to JFK, where there is only one suspect, which is the U.S. deep state. But here it can be either one, Western powers, Western secret services. Second, Russian internal affairs, whether it's FSB, whether it's GRU, because remember, Prigozhin spit on the face of Shoigu, of Gerasimov several times. And you have to pay a price when you spit on those kind of guys. And also during the kind of coup against Putin in Moscow, many planes and helicopters got shut down. And the guys of those planes and those helicopters were not from Russian Air Force. They were from Russian internal military security. So you have to pay a price when you kill those guys. And thirdly, and I finish there. And the first possibilities, which we should not put aside, is a real technical failure. Simply as that, because he was flying on an Embraer. Embraer is a Brazilian plane. And because of sanctions, they have difficulties to have spare parts. Simple as that. Voilà.
Yeah, Mountain wanting it since 2014. Whenever somebody gets so active in our war zone, they die. Whether it was Givi, whether it was Motorola, all these other guys from the Donbass area. What I've noticed is whenever somebody gets so active and so famous in this Russian or in this East Ukraine war, they end up dying some funny and mysterious ways. And I'm not saying I don't know who to blame because I don't know who did it. But if anybody had the perfect opportunity to do it, it would be Russia. Because if you kill Pregozhin after this, it's obvious you did it because the war is over with. This is the best time we know Russia had a bunch of enemies to kill Pregozhin. Ukraine's after him. The West is after him. He just came from Africa to piss off the West more and more. So there's more people here ready to kill. But the best time to kill him, if I was Russia, would be now, than after the war.
The problem was not Prigozhin. Prigozhin in the Wagner group is just the head of public relations. The real guy of Wagner group was Utkin. He was the former military man. He was the guy who was experienced. He was the guy who planned strategy and tactics with the other Wagner commanders. Prigozhin was just in the business phase. Gold mine in Africa, diamonds and whatever minerals, how to deal with in exchange of Wagner services. I mean, the real guy of Wagner, the heart of Wagner, the brain of Wagner was Utkin. That was the real guy.
Yeah.
See, and that's why I wonder if they were targeted or if they was just unfortunately there and Pregozhin was the target. Because in a way, you'd want to keep Putin and Chekalov because those guys are solid dudes that get the job done. But at the same time, we don't know, were they totally down with Pregozhin and against the integration with the MOD? So, like I said before, clear the table and put some new pieces on there and implement your integration. I mean, that's the only reason I can really see them being. I mean, yeah, people say he insulted Putin, he did this, he did that. I mean, they're friends. They go back. They got history. If anyone doesn't like him, it's probably people around Putin that don't like him because of the position he's got himself into. But that's my only thing is I unless those guys were totally into Putin or into Pregozhin and his vision, I think those guys being killed was bad for Wagner because those were two very competent commanders. I mean, but then again, if you think about where Wagner gets their people, there should be no problem backfilling those positions with newer guys that are veterans of the GRU and the FSB and the military. They got tons of guys running around, all those special forces guys running around. So if they're going to be integrated in the MOD, they'll probably just pull dudes out of there and put them into the Wagner positions. And then, you're either with Russian Wagner or you're with Belarusian Wagner. So, or you're dead or in Africa. I mean, you got 3 theaters you can go. You can go to Russia and hang out till you get sent back to Ukraine. You can go chill out in Belarus, or you can go down to Africa. Probably the only places Wagner's going to be for a while, and they've got enough guys in the talent pool that they can handle all that.
I mean, truly, even Utkin was like the brain of Wagner and mostly the commander, because he planned the whole plans, and he was this military guy. The Pregozhin was the face of Wagner. The Pregozhin.
See that, and that's what I'm saying.
Will be always lost by Pregozhin.
Those two guys right there, they're assets. I mean, they're true assets. I mean, Pregozhin was good at the idea and getting the word out and maybe getting people together, but those, like you said, those guys, you need bullets, call Chekhov. You need a plan, call Putin. You need a commercial, call Pregozhin. I mean, he's the weakest link in that out of those 3 that could disappear and not be in effect. But that's why I really wonder if either they were true believers and had to go, or they just got fucked because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. But I just seemed like they wouldn't do that. If they really wanted to keep them guys around, they would keep them and just get Pregozhin by himself.
I just read something in the comment of YouTube. If Wagner is so great, why did it take them 8 months to take Bakhmut? It's because the Ukrainians were sending hundreds of thousands of troops. And history legend made an interview with a French guy, Idriss Aberken. He has his YouTube channel, and then I discovered that Alexandre Robert, the name of history legend, speaks perfectly French. And for him, his point of view, the Bakhmut operation just began just after the Ukrainians made the Kharkov offensive. And for him, the Russian military structure were in total panic, and they needed to gain time. And Pregozhin came to give them time in Bakhmut. And Bakhmut thing lasted 8 months. During that 8th month, the Ukrainians focused on Bakhmut, launching their troops there to defend that places, which gave plenty of time to the Russians to build their Suroviking defensive lines.
The other thing, too, I think is disingenuous about that is, you know, they rolled into Soledar and were rolling up Soledar and pretty much rolling down into Bakhmut. You know, so the idea that they started this, you know, it's like they've been in the area for like a year. They've been closer for about 10 months. But I mean, like everyone said, that battle didn't intensify until probably late last year, you know, or even maybe early in the beginning of this year. But, you know, it always cracks me up. It's like, oh, it takes 10 months. It's like, you know what? You obviously aren't paying attention to the war. You're obviously not really studying any kind of tactics. I mean, we don't know if we're right, but it looks like Russia's plan is to pick areas to advance or pretend to advance in order to lure the Ukrainians in so they can kill them by the bushel all day long. And then they retreat back, and Ukraine has a wet dream and screams how they've pushed the Russians back. And then they, you know, drive down to wherever the Russians are and get killed again. I mean, if the Russians wanted to take Bakhmut and all that stuff, yeah, they would have mobilized a couple 100,000 more troops, maybe another million. They have plenty of troops in the pipeline. They have plenty of everything. It's just they're grinding. Why are they going to waste their dudes when they can just sit in a trench and call artillery in and kill hundreds of Ukrainians a day and maybe lose a couple guys here and there? I mean, it's like, do you not get it? I mean, the Russians are not trying to waste their army. The Russians are trying to win a war, and they're trying to do it as efficiently as they can. The only thing they probably use in excess is artillery. Everything else, they guard it. They protect their aircraft. They protect their bombers. They do their best to protect their soldiers. They're not. It's not the Soviet Union in 1942 just doing a human wave against Germans just to try to do something. They have a plan. It's a very methodical plan. their plan has resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers. And more than likely, the Russians have probably suffered at best combined total with Wagner and all the volunteers and everything, maybe 100,000 casualties.
But
just a second. I have a question to this guy who wrote this comment. Then why is Ukraine counteroffensive in Bakhmut area are going for 4 months almost, and they did not even capture one settlement?
Yeah, what'd you get, like 4 months for 1.2 kilometers? I don't hear you talking shit. I don't hear the guy that wrote the comment talking shit.
What they achieved is they basically the Ukrainian counteroffensive in the Bakhmut area has achieved a certain degree of success in the sense that they have completely eliminated the southern pincher. But that is only a certain degree of success, so they have not captured any settlement. Factually, their success is limited and to the only fields, captured fields. So it's not something so great. They have stopped at Klishchivka, Andriivka, and Kurdyumovka. They have not advanced further. They will not. I don't think they will anytime soon. Maybe, I don't know, in a month. They will bring out a huge army in Bakhmut and capture Klishchivka. I don't know. But
yeah, and like calling a success, what is that? If you're looking at the Western media, Ukraine did some success. They captured the village. So you're talking about a village with two streets, 20 houses, and that's it. Do you call that a success?
Let's go back. Let's go back to Bakhmut.
Hold on.
Let's go, Mehdi.
I have my hand up for a while. Actually, there are people that are asking in the chat about Roboteam. Wanted us to redirect.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that later.
About it, no problem. I wanted to bring it. Hold on. I wanted to bring it up because it was to reinforce Vaughn's point. Was that exactly what he said about Bakhmut? It's a wet dream. They were never gonna keep it. It was. That's what people just don't get. They see this war as it is right now. This is the only format it can be in. It can get much more deadlier, believe it or not, on the Russians' behalf to sling it out to the Ukrainians. They just haven't chosen to do that yet. But if they wanted to make Roboteam a smoking crater, they could. If they really wanted to make Bakhmut a smoking crater back then, they could have. But they were worried about human life. Now it's different, though. I think they're loading up, and we're about to see something different from the Russian side. But not to cite, just understand there's people here that want to hear about that shit too. But I agree, like everything RL said is true. There are so many different ways you can go after this. You'll be going around in circles, and the guy is in the center and he's not even dead, and we're all talking about how dead he is, and he's out there drinking pina coladas somewhere, or on DPA.
The other thing is too, real quick, you want to talk about Russia sitting around Bakhmut for 10 months. What the fuck's wrong with Ukraine? You can't dislodge a bunch of fucking conscripted prisoners after 10 months? I mean,
Mehdi,
a bunch of conscripts and prisoners have been holding your ass up for 10 months.
Vaughan and Mehdi, to add to what you have said, the conclusion you made is right. They don't want to put too much of their assets for that conflict with Ukraine. So they keep reserves, but not because they want to save lives. Saving lives is of course the consequences of not putting all your assets. It's because they plan a possibility, a probability of the engagement of NATO into that war. And if NATO decided to step in Ukraine, then the Russians will need to have their big assets, planes, other type of new missiles and bombs. I hope not nuclear, but let's see. And especially more troops, and not just those. How many Russian troops are in the front line? 300,000 or even less? plus those who are in reserve, who are still training, and which are still not put on the front line. Plus all those Russian troops which are inside Russian borders.
Arel, you need to consider. But before you, sorry, just a moment, just to clarify something. When you say troops in Ukraine, you need to consider the fact that not all of those troops are frontline troops, or even garrisons.
I was talking about front. Yes, but I was talking about frontline troops. Of course, you also have guys behind who are bringing munitions and food and stuff like that. So I was talking about fighting manpower. Because if you have one guy in a trench and 10 guys in logistics, okay, that's great. The guy is refilled very, very easily. But one guy in the front line can't stop 100 guys coming to him also. Yeah. So to have a certain number of guys in the front line in trenches, but how many compared to the Ukrainians who are throwing wave of human waves one after another at certain spot.
True. Yeah.
No, you forgot about Bieber and Dolik. You forgot about them. They can stop.
FCS wanted to speak.
Now, what I wanted to say was, out of the 300,000 that you mentioned, Ukraine have killed 253,000 of them. So Ukraine is fighting only 47,000 Russian soldiers. So they're doing.
No. The numbers is something you need to take with a very, 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 very big grain of salt. Very, very big. Like the numbers of machinery, you can go more exactly. So I am not afraid to say that Ukrainians lost more than 400 planes, everything of planes. I am not afraid to say that Ukraine lost more than 200 helicopters. But talking about numbers about people, the Western media says something like Russia lost more than 4 times more Russian troops compared to the Ukrainians. I'm going to turn that around. I'm going to say, I don't want to speak about these numbers, but the most logical thing is like Russia lost between 50,000 and 100,000 troops dead, and Ukraine's 4 times more, at least. The Western media is so crazy. And now something I want to say to the chat people. I don't know how many of the people are watching the more things about Russia via which channel. So which source. If you're watching via pure the media, the Western media, you're going to be fucked around very hard and very dry. Because they show everything that they want to show you, and the only thing that they want to show you is what Ukraine is gaining. They're never showing what Ukraine is losing.
It's losing. Yeah.
They're always saying like Russia don't have good armor, Russia don't use their planes. They do. Yesterday, 11 Tupolev 95 did some missile strikes. Did you hear about it on the television? No, because they're never going to tell you. They're never going to tell you.
Did they tell you about the down plane?
They're gonna sit there. They're gonna sit there and brag on the news. Yeah, we captured a settlement of 12 houses in 1 kilometer. And then the guy turns around, and it only cost us 14 brigades, or whatever. I mean,
but they are not even saying that, Like,
I know. That's exactly why they won't say it. It's like, oh, we captured this town, or we're in Robertini. It's like, yeah, why don't you tell us what it took to get to the fucking place where you're at right now?
Yeah,
why don't you show us the fucking trail of death to get all the way there?
We lost Bakhmut and only lost 85,000 troops, Ukrainian troops. Wow. But we continue to get Bakhmut still. Not enough died people, And it's just like the Russian media is so horrible in that pro-Ukraine thing. It's always good to do some propaganda to keep everything in a positive way. For the moment, we're going to come in a period, and I hope it's not going to take long, because that war is just continuing to take too many time for me. It's a too long war because it's a useless thing. If you're looking just on all the casualties you have, and we're going to see the numbers maybe in the future, the real numbers, it's going to be so disgusting. And the media just don't saying that. The only thing they're saying, yeah, Ukraine going to have F-16s. They have now a contract with Netherlands for 42 F-16s. And I am like, what? 42 F-16s? And going very fast on the internet. But the Netherlands only have 42 F-16s left. It's impossible that the Netherlands going to give you 42 F-16s. That's utterly bullshit. If the media says, yeah,
you mistaken. They gave 5 F-16.
Yeah. They're going to give F-16s if they get their new F-35s. Then they already sold a lot of F-16s. But it's also like they're written about like, yes, if Ukraine has 128 fighter jets, they can make a difference. Wow. I am looking like, I know a little bit about Russian planes, and I'm just going to give you one example. The Sukhoi 35. So they're more Rolls-Royce type of plane or fighter plane that they're still using, but from behind the lines. They already built more than 150. And I am just speaking about one type of plane, just one type of plane of a lot other type of planes that Russia still have in good condition and still use. Just for Sukhoi 135, they already have more than 150 planes in active service. What are you going to do to say to the people?
Somebody posted in the chat, out of those 42 planes, they're saying that only 16 of them are not serviceable. They're parts planes. So they're not even getting 42 functional aircraft. They're getting probably,
I don't know.
No,
really
that's what somebody was posting in the chat. They're saying that 16 of them are for parts.
But
even
they
send 42,
but even if you're
doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but even if you're sending 42 planes, how many of the planes can you use? Because you're also always going to have planes in service. I think it's 1/4 or 1/6 of the planes that can be in active service. So if you want to have 128 planes that you can use continuously, you need to have like 700 planes in service. Russia has these numbers of planes. Russian has, but they just don't want to use it because if Russia really want to, they can take Ukraine in 2 weeks if they want to. If they want to, they can take Ukraine in 2 weeks. They can bomb the shit of Ukraine with everything they have, but they just don't do it. And that's something.
That's a problem. That's a real big problem in the Russian high command. That there's always this, I would say, gap between political and morals and the real war and army, because they had mistaken so much. They did not so much. They did not bomb.
No, but they don't need to. They don't need to.
They just need to for military perspective, but they don't do it. They
don't need to. They don't need to invade your whole of Ukraine. They just don't want to have a conflict with the NATO. The escalation of the NATO. They just want to have their parts that they want to have. But if the time's going longer, Russia going to take more. They don't need to have the whole Ukraine. It's not the purpose. The purpose is emptying the bad things about the Ukrainian army and the Ukrainian government. They want to stop that. They want to give the Ukrainian people. But that's the real thing of Russia. The reasons that Putin says for why he was doing this war is pretty good. What he's saying. He's not saying like we are doing nothing, because if he really want to have Ukraine, he can have Ukraine very fast. But he is afraid to have an escalation. He don't want to have a third world war. Nobody want to have that. But like the NATO is thinking differently. It's dangerous. I am afraid of the NATO. I am more afraid of the NATO than USA, and the USA than Russia. For a big escalation. And you see the way we never saw a type of warfare like we see now also. We never saw that. Going to the Second World War, to the German population, the race, they burned whole cities away with burning bombs just to get rid of the production of weaponry from the Germans. They say like, yeah, it's difficult to hit the factories because the bombing is not so precise. All bombing system is not so precise. So let's take the whole city, so the workers also going to be dead. So they are not going to be able to produce any more things because these workers are dead. And that is what they did. Just compare the wars with this one. You're going to see like the civilian casualties has never been so low compared to other wars. Never been. It's just a completely different type of warfare. A new one.
Can I break in a little bit?
Yeah, do.
I want to support you a little bit because, first of all, Russia isn't going to commit its air force until it needs to. There's no need. There is no need for air superiority hanging over all Russian forces right now. They got it themselves. They bring it with them. So they don't need that right now. It's the same thing about this T-14 Armada shit. People are saying, well, you haven't seen it because it's a piece of shit. Well, no, because the units that use it are not committed into the force structure yet. So, I'm just leaving that alone. But what you're saying is that Russia isn't going to use its full air force and show all its might when it doesn't need to. It's already showing its might out there. It doesn't need above the battlefield aerial protection going around 24/7 because it's carrying it with itself on the ground. So everybody that, they say that they don't have an air force or it's too small for the unit. No, they're holding it back to when it's needed.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is to, they have other theaters they have to deploy assets to deter aggression, like China. Even though that's probably not likely, they're still not going to take everything because honestly, if they wanted to, they've got in excess of 100 strategic bombers in the Bear, the Backfire, and the White Swan. I don't think anybody in the West wants to see 100 strategic bombers taking off in Russia and heading west, even if they all knew they were going to bomb the shit out of Ukraine. But that's the kind of shit. I mean, 100 plus, let's say 120 strategic bombers. Let's say they each load up with, 3 to 4 KH-50s. A standard, easy, and some of those planes probably carry more than 3. I mean, you're literally talking about, you can send hundreds and hundreds of missiles in probably on a daily basis if you wanted to, strip every aviation unit out of every theater in Russia. But they've got to keep missiles in the east. They got to keep missiles down south. They have to keep their assets spread around. And just the small amount that they're using is more than adequate for what they need. And they're probably not even using everything they got sitting on the western side of Russia. They're probably just rotating the bombers around so everybody gets a little time and the planes don't get overworked and they can keep them maintained well. And, if NATO wants to ramp it up, they've got the aircraft sitting there ready to do it. And I agree with, I don't remember who said it, but yeah, and out of this whole thing, my biggest worry and my biggest fear, I'm more afraid of the United States in the West, my own country, and what they might do than I am about anything Russia's going to do. Because Russia doesn't strike me as an aggressor. They're not suicidal, but, I hear my government talk. They sound like a bunch of freaking Jim Jones motherfuckers ready to die and take me with them. I mean, that's the problem. I mean, you got one side that has adults and professionals and another side that has a bunch of kids that got in their dad's closet and stole their uniforms and put them on. And now they're trying to run the West. I mean, it's dangerous. It's dangerous for the whole world. And the threat is not Russia or China. It's the West and how their fucking insane view of the world and how the world should run. And when they find out the world's not going to run the way they want, what are they going to do? That's my fear. I'm more worried about what happens when all these fantasies that they've had in their head for the last 2 years finally fall apart and the cold reality hits them in the face. That's when you really need to worry, because what are they going to do to ensure the victory, to ensure the grift, to keep the fucking gravy train going?
Yeah.
I mean, they don't give a fuck about anybody in these windows. And we're all from all around the world, and they don't give a fuck about us.
No,
Russia
I just wanted
don't use hundreds of planes because, first of all, in modern war, with such enemy, Russia cannot afford it because, first of all, is the Ukraine anti-air system, and even there's not a lot of them, it's still a problem. Second is sanctions, because there's problem with producing planes and not only, and new spare parts, especially for warplanes. And third, not really reasonable, but maybe not. I don't really know.
No, they have China.
No, but listen, guys. I just wanted to say that
Helicopter production is up
Third
twofold from
is
last
moral.
year.
Third is moral. Russia don't
Andrew,
want to
Andrew.
get more Ukraine civilians killed, because if you're gonna bombard the whole city, then you're gonna get a lot of civilians killed, and this
Yeah,
is
it's
what
but
I'm
exactly.
talking about.
The last one is correct what you're saying.
I'm not talking about them bombing a city or anything like that. I'm just saying they can literally deploy hundreds of strategic bombers and hit every conceivable target over and over again. I mean,
and
if they want to go the route of the Allies in World War II and bomb cities, they can. But I'm just saying they have the capability to launch hundreds of aircraft, hundreds and hundreds of cruise missiles, and they don't even have to leave their airspace. But they're not going to redeploy everything they've got just to deal with the West until they actually have to.
Yeah, and also one thing before I go to have maybe Wagner speak. Just want to say one thing, 30 seconds, Mehdi. The thing that Russia is playing with also is that they can weaken the Western power also and the Western economics. Just look how much Ukraine is getting. All these tanks getting destroyed. It's all waste, all money that's going away. We are weakening the Western economics with that.
Nah, that's because
you could get rid of hunger, world hunger, with all the money that was thrown into Ukraine. It's incredible. We have to be in the place of the African countries who have to face terrorism.
Yeah.
They see Ukrainian receiving huge amount of money, huge amount of equipment. And what about us? We are dealing with Al Qaeda. We are dealing with ISIS. Help us. You have military base, French, American bases,
ISIS
and nothing.
and terrorists belongs to them, so they can't help you defeat their own people. How can they help you defeat ISIS when ISIS belongs to them?
But that's the cover story you are not supposed to tell.
I mean, the problem with, Mr. Lambo, you said that war is gonna end in those 4 regions. It won't. It will only. War will end in Kiev or in Lvov, because truth is, Russia is just like, you cannot make Ukraine a peaceful country, because even we will demilitarize fully the Ukraine military, we will still need to make in Kiev pro-Russian government, because otherwise it will be same with Donbas. Like, just give another 8 years of peace to Ukraine and they will make a new army, and it's again war. So Russia will end war in Kiev. There's no
until Trump gets
hold on.
again, and then we will see.
Hold on, just to that point is that all the resources Ukraine would rely upon to build its new army would be possessed by the Russians. It's all in the West. So they can't really just build a new army. I don't think that Russia wants to go all the way to the West because of the partisan warfare they would be engaged in forever. It would never end. It would just be a continuous Vietnam for them, or Afghanistan. I don't think they want it. I wanted to break down into something about like the reporting we hear about air assets. At the beginning of the war, we heard how the Russians were afraid to use their Ka-52s because they were lobbing missiles from a certain point behind their front lines and then returning back. Then they switched over as the Ukrainian air defenses are now thinning out on the ground. They switch over to their primary mission, which is to destroy Ukrainian tanks and armor equipment. The media reports it as like the Russians have found out something new. It's a brand new thing they're doing. They learned that they failed so bad at their last tactics that they had to do this. And none of these people know that the original mission of the Ka-52 is to do what it's doing now. They modified the mission so it could be used effectively earlier in the war without exposing those vehicles, those airframes, to direct Ukrainian air suppression. So, understand when we hear reporting on this, it's coming from people that just have no fucking clue of what they're talking about in the most part. So research what you're saying, because what Mr. Rambo, I think, is saying. I'm going to stop there because I know Wackar had something to say, and I want to get to him.
No,
Yeah,
Andrew.
thank you.
Andrew was up first.
I just wanted to highlight is the how in post-truth information environment we lose the sight of strategy and the larger plan of war into tactics, of this village and that. And I think I'll agree with Mehdi that basically we are going into cycles and circles and repeating the same argument. So there was a discussion about Bakhmut. Overall strategy, when the war started, I think last year. So in our calculation, it was supposed to be very large maneuvers, and then we realized no, Russians are not going for a really capturing area. It's a destruction-oriented strategy, and I think they have followed it through as far as the higher command, right from Kremlin down to the tank armies and the brigades. And if you look at the area they have captured, they've been very sure that one, the defense line is sustainable, and then it's a continuous, line right from. And this I am repeating this argument. I think we discussed when Bakhmut was being captured. So this is how we lose basically sight of the larger plan of war and strategy, and then because in post-truth, you can daily discuss it, very small events, and then they overtake what's the real purpose of let's say Russian Federation and Putin. So where they are now, and there was talk of Ukrainian counteroffensive, and I always qualified that this is not going to be a counteroffensive. These are going to be pinpricks and small counterattacks, what they are doing. So the area captured now, the defense line, we have discussed it again, is 3 layers, but definitely there is a no man's land, or we call it security zone in India-Pakistan environment, which exists during war. And this is where you don't deploy troops. You have reconnaissance, you have surveillance through drones and satellites, and then you have the main line of defense. I don't think so Ukrainians have even touched the main line of defense. So area falling within the security zone, there will be a couple of villages, couple of position, reconnaissance elements, and there now what the West wants, as I think was mentioned, the gravy train to continue, because they have to sustain and they have to then look for some signs of victory. So you find this daily, crap of this happened and that happened. But if you look at the larger picture, what Russia has achieved in terms of military, the objectives and the way they are holding their line, I think this destruction-oriented strategy still continues. We are left with 2 months of campaigning season now. I think it will be September and maximum October, and then they'll have to wait for snow, and then maybe the next phase starts in February when the ice freezes. So you have again tanks rolling. So I think this is still destruction-oriented strategy, and Russian would want. And look at the losses. I think 300,000 plus frontline soldiers and officers. So currently, Ukrainians are fighting with their reserves or conscripts. And even if the F-16s come, we've seen what happened to the Leopard 2s because people were not trained. So even if the F-16s come, Russians have a huge defense system of S-400 and S-500, and then a standoff weapon system. The Air Force can take them out, especially the untrained Ukrainian pilots. So this is how it is. I think it will continue to be a destruction-oriented strategy, and Ukraine and the NATO has made it a prestige point that okay, we are going to march to, Mariupol and Melitopol, and sometime we'll capture Bakhmut. But I think it's all more of BS. Basically, it's being fought in the security zone, and there are a lot of losses. There's a lot of pressure by the Russian military command for the battalion and brigade commanders to do something on ground. And whenever there is a little success, capturing of 10 houses on one, so I was seeing the headlines by BBC and CNN yesterday that despite different, difficulties, the counteroffensive is making progress. I don't know what progress they are talking. So I think Russia would be very happy that they keep on assaulting this security zone and lose further troops. And it also then starts affecting the will of commanders and the morale of forces, because ultimately that is going to decide who's going to the staying power. So I think still I think chips are in Russian favor. This is more of info ops what is happening. So larger picture, must keep in mind the larger plan of war, what the Russians have achieved. I think Ukraine lost almost 80% of its seaboard. They are left with one port, and they are now thinking of amphibious assault on Crimea. I mean, this is absurd. They can try it. Yes, you can do some sneak attacks. Some drones can go and strike. That's possible. Even you can hit Moscow. But overall, I think it's very poor management by NATO. Unfortunately, the troops on ground are the Ukrainians. So people sitting in Brussels or Kiev or Lviv, they're not bothered how much losses they have suffered. They would like to count their dollars that they have pumped in, and it's just, I think, very unfortunate. So my take is that still the larger picture of war, Russians have the upper edge. It's the destruction-oriented strategy, but you can do info ops on hourly basis. You can keep on discussing, and the West is doing that. Yeah, thank you.
Andrew.
Andrew, one advice. Put more light in your room so when you raise the finger, we can actually see it.
Is it better? I am recording myself through a 1950s camera. So like it looks like I have a Russian FPV drone.
Yeah, with light is alright.
Forgive me. I do not have any more light. Maybe I can later. I will open my window.
Because we just wanna make sure it's your finger, not your fucking dick.
Oh no! Boss, you will recognize my dick because it's way too big. It would fill up the camera and you would not see it. I'm sorry. We would only see white. I just wanted to say that you have always been talking about the losses, and the losses is specifically about Rabatina. Okay, because only for this tiny little village, have you seen the frenzy the Western media has gone into? Rabatina has fallen. Ukrainians have pierced the first defensive line. The hardest defensive line has been pierced. The Russians are gonna lose the front. I will show you right now. I have this site. It's a very popular site, in fact, that shows the Ukrainian the losses. It's a Russian site, equipment losses. It's using geolocation. So you see, I don't know if I can say the name of the site, Wyatt. I don't want to do an advertisement, but
which site?
It's called Lost Armor.
But I mean, you can promote anything. It's okay for me. No problem.
Well, it just shows. Okay, so this is Rabatina, right? These bubbles are zones, killing zones where you see the number of equipment. Now the little numbers within are the number of destroyed equipment you see in those zones. Do you just see how many pieces of equipment have been destroyed just for this tiny village? This tiny village. It's a humongous number of equipment.
It's fucking disgusting.
It's disgusting. It's a massacre. It's not even a battle. It's been a massacre that lasted multiple months. And of course, this is not a victory. This is a loss for the Ukrainians. This isn't even in the defensive line.
In Ukraine's defense, you guys said that Russia did this during the Soviet era, right, against the Nazis, and the result was the war. So maybe you could have one up their sleeves. You never know.
Maybe, of course. I mean, we don't know the future. I'm not Nostradamus. I cannot. I don't know the future. But I'm just saying that objectively, right now, Ukraine has lost so much equipment over this tiny. It's not like actually FCS. I would say that this is more like a battle that the Germans have fought. Like the Battle of Kursk, you see how many. Have you seen the pictures of the Battle of Kursk? They have announced it months prior, just like the Ukrainians have announced the southern offensive months and months prior to the actual offensive. And the Soviets were able to prepare and organize the defense, and then just slaughtered the Germans. And right now we're seeing the same thing with the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians are being truly slaughtered. This is not an offensive. It's someone banging their head repeatedly against a wall. And that wall is the Surovikin line. This is not an offensive. This is complete madness. Folly. I hope you people agree with me. Yes?
Yeah, I want to come in. There's audio feedback from your side, so we can hear the echo.
Is it me? Are you sure?
Yeah, it's you. Yeah, 100%. That's why I keep muting you.
Okay. Okay. Oh, wait
Yeah,
a
you
minute.
check how to change the poke a different place. No, maybe this is too gay. I don't know. No.
What about now?
You about to get fucked.
So we're gonna move into Robotining, I guess.
Still
Is it
have.
okay now?
No,
I mean, truly,
have it.
with all of this Ukraine offensive, I mean, I was predicting that we're gonna go from strategic offensive, like for a whole region, to a sector offense, like in the Velika Novosolka sector, or Bakhmut sector, because truly they cannot take such big offensives, and it's questioned. I mean, it's not really a question, but Ukraine cannot really take even a sector offensive today, like in Bakhmut. Even they had their momentum just a month ago, they lost it because of the Russians' attacks in the north front. But anyway, truly in the future, Ukraine gonna continue its offensive till September, October maybe. But what we saw this slaughter for 3 months, I would say, yeah, it's not the end of counteroffensive, but it's not the start of counteroffensive, because even they was using their 47th Brigade and elite brigades only now, just 10th August or maybe a bit before, they start to use their main 10th Corps, the tactical Maroon grouping, what is the elite of Ukraine. And you know, they actually had showed progress for this 20 days what they was on the front line, because this 47th and 46th Brigade in Robotine, they only managed to enter Robotine. And what do we see when those tactical Maroon group actually entered the battle? Robotine had fallen. And I won't say that's a big progress, especially if we look from a whole war picture, but we need now to look in a second. And probably the next move what Ukraine will do is that the attacking force of Ukraine, they will continue not in the south, but they will continue to Kopani and try to like make frontline a bit far from Orehov or Zaporozhye, because there's no way we're pushing down, because it's a straight death. And truth is, they actually, in all their counteroffensive, they had their main success was in the Velika Novosilka sector. And they won't capture it fully because Starmalinovka is, I mean, Starmalinovka is a whole city, and for Ukraine, they can capture villages, but taking an object, such big city, will be a problematic for them because of some problems. And I mean, they will take this village between Starmalinovka and Staromayorsk 100%, and maybe they will take Priutne and Novodonetsk. But yeah, this is how probably Ukraine offensive is gonna look like in future, if they are gonna be next year. But truth is, the Russians are now upcoming with their offensive, and it's not really soon. It's not in September, but I believe it's gonna be in October.
I would like to introduce some disbelief on the continuation of the Ukraine offensive, because we are looking at some desperate reactions from Ukraine, but also from many European leaders. So we all know that Ukraine's ability to maintain this war is through the supplies and the financing. The finance here is very important from the European Union and the United States, of course. And what we see is these desperate measures like targeting targets in Russia. Well, they are not even targets. They are just targeting Russia or the Crimea for their sake. It means they want to leave like a last impression. I would almost feel that they know that something is coming to an end, and they are just trying to let the last fingerprint on this war, like not to say we were completely humiliated. The thing is as true as Leo is, what will the Russians react? It's more like, will they continue will they really start a new offensive, or will they just keep what they have now? Will they be able to survive with the so-called stalemate and a frozen conflict, which probably will come back somewhere in time provoking more death and destruction? Or will they really try to finish the conflict once and for all? And for that, we need a peace deal. How is it possible to preview a peace deal at any time?
I mean,
With
for
these
Russia,
guys?
it's at that point if they gonna froze conflict. It's gonna be same as Donbass, and after 8 years, war again.
I mean, if we're honest, when it comes to Ukrainian offensives, they only get what Russia lets them have, and that's exactly what's going on in Robotyny. If you look at the defensive lines, they're letting them dumb motherfuckers drive right down to Robotyny, and then they get stopped. Then the Russians fall back. You can't go east because it's a dead end. So what are they going to do? You hook down a little bit to the west and you drop down into the next step, which is between that line, the security screen, and then the first double line of defenses. And then you die in there because you're surrounded on three sides from multiple positions. You can be engaged 360. So your only option is, again, not to go south because it's death. East is a dead end. So you step to the west and drop down between the first line and the second line. And that's where, if the Russians want, that will be the end of the Ukrainian offensive. That will be the big dead body pile, because they're just letting them go where they want. They haven't gone anywhere west of Robotyny. They haven't gone anywhere east of Robotyny. The only place they've made a penetration and wasted their entire reserve force is at Robotyny for 1.2 kilometers. And if the Russians want, let them go on in. Let them step on down into the next line and step in. You can see it. It's a step. Die here, take a step, die more, take a step, goodbye. I mean, I don't even know if they even got enough to get to the third step. But that's where they'll die if they do. They're not going to get anywhere near. They're never going to get out of those defensive lines. It's just a matter of what spot they're going to die. They can't go south because it's too heavily defended. I mean, if you can't penetrate the security screen worth of shit after 3 months, you're not going to penetrate long, heavily fortified lines. And then in between those lines, there's fortified areas inside of those. I mean, the Ukrainians are stupid. I'm just a dumbass enlisted guy tanker, and I can see from space that Robotyny's a death trap, and there's nowhere to go except west, and west is death. East is a dead end. South is death. I mean, every time they get this success and, oh, we're going to kick the Russians' ass, we're beating them, and they drive right down into the cauldron, and then they die. And this cauldron is going to look more like a squash, maybe a cornucopia, the way it kind of wiggles down. But they're all going to die. I mean, they're never going to get past those defensive lines. It just depends what spot they decide to finally make their last stand, their final offensive. I mean, I really feel sorry for the guys in some ways. In other ways, I think they should be shooting their leadership in defecting or surrendering. But, I mean, I really don't know what the hell these people are thinking. It's the stupidest place to attack at this point. I mean, Andrew's pictures, I saw that the other day. You're talking about pretty much everything NATO's given them last year is laying down there in front of Robotyny. We haven't even seen the challengers. We keep hearing about the challengers, but they never show up. So maybe they ain't even around. Maybe they got blown up too, and they didn't even get to see the battlefield. They just got blown up in a fucking hangar somewhere. But I mean, it's a joke. I mean, look at Robotyny. Pull back and look at Robotyny. If you're a Ukrainian and you want to die for your country, go to Robotyny or Robotono, whatever the hell it's called.
I mean, truly,
Robertson.
they capture Robotyny. Yo, This is the results of counteroffensive. It's so great. We captured a whole village. This was
and I amend my. I'll amend
you
my
know that
statement.
Ukraine
Oh.
TV.
Okay,
If you
let's
if you
also
want to
not
die somewhere else, you
also
can
not
go. You can go to
humiliate.
Turkey
Sorry
and
for
die
cutting
there
you guys
too.
off. I
Let's not
think
humiliate the other side because they did try a lot. And we should
Sorry.
recognize it from the Ukrainians. And the number of people that died there, this is impressive. So let's not humiliate them. Yes, it's true. They just got Roberto. It's true, but some people try to sell it like a victory. But the Russians did the same with the last meters of Bakhmut. Yes, go, Mike. Sorry, I cut you.
The thing is that I believe my own thinking is that Russia might lose this war. This is the fact. Most people do not eat, people hate to accept the fact. There is a chance that Russia, this is might be the beginning of the end of Russian Federation in all. I know most people don't like to hear this, but the fact is fact.
Explain.
Ukraine, Russia is fighting entire European plus Americans. And Russia has lost one thing, which is more important that people don't talk about, and it's called computer chips. Okay? Russia are way, I don't even know, maybe they are preparing because this war is going to blow out more than what we are seeing right now. Are they preparing for it like Stalin? I don't know. Only if I could understand what they are doing, I could predict more. But as things go right now, let's give credit to what credit is due. Ukraine are pushing Russia, and as things go by, that is a chance. There is a chance Russia will lose big soon if they keep up the way things are going right now. Soon, all the soldiers are now getting tired. And secondly, Pregozhin. If the death of Pregozhin is true, if it's true, this might be the end of Russia Federation in whole. But this is my second thought. Pregozhin and Russia might also plan another scheme. Maybe, I'm just guessing, Russia, because in Nigeria now, Nigeria already have a cool feat of going to Niger. They don't want to attack Niger anymore. The fear of Wagner are overwhelmed Nigeria. Plus, in other African countries, was fear what is going to turn up in that area. But Europeans want them to go. And Russia want to open the second front. They want second front so bad. If Africa will open a second front, it will give Russian a little bit relief. This way, all the support Ukrainians are getting will divert. Half of it will be diverting to Africa to support Africa. Okay, when that happens, and Africa has been getting support, then Russia will get more time to focus on the Ukrainian better. Right? So because all the American system, all the Starlink, all those American support, they will be divert half of those to keep eye on Africa and give them support, which Russia really wants so bad. Because this way will give a lot of relief. But if things keep up this way, a lot of Russia keep.
I completely disagree with you, Mike. We are not listening to you now. But before, I would like to say I disagree because the escape is for the West, is not for Russia. If a war starts in West Africa, this is an escape for the West to get out of the millions they are getting, they are spending in Ukraine. Sorry.
Yeah, Mike, I agree. I'm a little unclear as to how Russia is going to collapse.
Sorry about that.
I mean, truly, I wanted to point out Pregozhin.
Yeah, the way Russia is gonna collapse.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. If you don't mind elaborating a bit more.
Okay, the way Russia is gonna collapse is this. Right now, everybody gonna rise up in Russia soon. And again, the Wagner, right? When you split Wagner apart, right now the leaders are gone. Who's gonna take over? But they don't even know. And now, like if you, I just recently watched a military summary, history legend. Well, we're talking about the Pregozhin and the other stuff, right? The fact is that most Russians are gonna be loyal to Pregozhin, and they are really angry for what happened because Pregozhin is kind of like a straight shooter. Tell it like it is and fight for the military. Unlike Putin, that they are open. The fact is that the Pregozhin is a West nightmare. Nobody want to get out of Pregozhin more than West. Okay, this happening because this is West plan. Because they wanted him to gun, not Russian. Yes, Pregozhin is headache for Russia. But they know that once Pregozhin is gone, the Wagner gonna rise up. And that's a nightmare for Russia. And that nightmare is what they've been planning on. And they are counting on it.
Why do you see?
I think
Pregozhin
it's more like
such an important
the Russian people are.
Why do you?
I think the Russian people are more patriotic and they're more pro-military. I don't think that translates to Pregozhin. I think they look at the Wagners as that's their boys, that's their badass motherfuckers, and they respect those soldiers and those guys serving. But and Pregozhin is a popular.
But you see, Pregozhin appeared. Pregozhin appeared in the.
I think the average Russian is more supportive of the military and the SMO and not Pregozhin per se. I know he has a following, but I think that's the Wagner following, not the Pregozhin following.
Yeah, sorry,
And
Mike.
besides,
I
Pregozhin
haven't
didn't
seen
exist
any.
before.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that Pregozhin is a character invented he existed before, yes, we know, for the Trolls fabrics in St. Petersburg, but before this Ukrainian war, before Bakhmut, Pregozhin was nobody. He was a guy that sometimes had conflicts with Navalny. He was not really so important. Well, you can say that.
Okay.
Like nobody knows about Pregozhin.
You're right about that.
Last year.
No, you guys are right about that. But this is a fact that you guys are missing. Okay. Nobody knows about Pregozhin before.
What are your facts? Voodoo fact.
This is a fact. This is a fact here.
What fact?
Pregozhin is fighting, not just like military, but by, like I say, is fighting for military. Like people think all those soldiers are just soldiers. They don't count them as a life of, just like Ukraine. You guys been talking about, see the Ukraine throwing their soldiers in the front, let them die without even care, right? Pregozhin, the way Pregozhin sees the soldier, right? You see them as a friend, as a body, right? See them as one of his own. Like a Putin or Zelensky, they never saw a soldier as a people. They just saw them as another tools to use. Just keep throwing enough soldier in the front.
But
when
Mike,
Pregozhin did not see things like that.
But Mike, what's your logic? Pregozhin is just one man. I mean, Pregozhin is dead.
Yes.
Okay,
just
so
one
Russia
man.
is finished. Russia is finished. I don't understand your logic and how you interpreted your facts.
Yeah.
If
I mean,
you ever
it's a
fought in the
country.
front, this is the fact. If you ever fought in the front,
No,
if your commander is fight for you, if your commander is with you, is fight for you on your
He's
side,
not a commander.
right?
That's
He will motivate you to fight more. But if your
Let
commander
Charles speak.
Pregozhin is not a commander. He's a boss of a private company.
That's a fact.
He's a
Brigade commander. But this is the thing. See,
he's a fucking billionaires. And if you know the Russians, the average
that is how you see
it. That's a fact. And if you see the average Russians, they don't give a fuck about their billionaires, because for average Russians, if you are a billionaire in Russia, that means you're a corrupt guy, you're a mafia guy, or you're a friend of the power. And so
I
mean,
don't
you're
see
correct about that. You're right. You're right. But this is a fact. See, take a look at it. Look at the United States. Why did people love Trump? Even Trump is a crook. Is a con. Why? Because when somebody starts to stand up, especially you will barely see all the rich people stand for poor people. But when rich person is standing for poor, that's when things change.
Focus on the Wagner group. The militants of the Wagner group. This is more important than Pregozhin. Pregozhin doesn't mean anything. You talked about the commander, and you are right. One of the commanders, Oktin or Aktin, I forgot his name, something like this. Utkin, yes. Utkin was in the airplane. This is a loss. This is a real loss. This is the commander that you should be looking at, not Pregozhin. Pregozhin is a popular figure, anti-hero. Sorry, it's an anti-hero. Pregozhin is an anti-hero of the modern society. He was he constructed himself to appear on the Western media, not even in the Russian media, in the Western media. He was made for the Western media to consume himself, that figure. And he was extremely successful. And that's it. The Western media already is saying that the Wagners are going to march to Moscow again. Forget it. That's not going to happen.
Okay.
But you're right. The death of Utkin is a loss. And we have to be sure. Well, some people say there already found some DNA of Pregozhin inside. I don't believe, but who cares? The Pregozhin figure is dead now. It's okay.
Just Mike, to jump into wait. I want to jump into the very thing Mike just said. Let me tell you a story based on facts.
Okay.
I think it's the West, especially France, who don't want to see a second front, especially in Africa.
Right.
It's the United States who certainly don't want to see a second front, especially in Niger, where they have their only and biggest drone and military base.
Right.
Especially to help and feed their terrorist puppets. Because they have so hugely invested in destroying Libya and killing Gaddafi to destabilize all that area. They don't want that to be a mess, meaning a success for the local government of Mali, Burkina, and Niger. Russians, I mean, when you are a country with tens of thousands of nuclear warheads, even the people telling you, yeah, if Russia is weakened, China will take Siberia is a nonsense.
Yeah.
It's a total nonsense.
If you think about it too, Prigozhin's a loss, but the other two guys are the bigger loss, especially if you want to look at what RL is saying about Africa.
Okay, guys.
You've got a military commander that can go to Africa, and you've got the logistics guy that can go to Africa.
Putin and the other guy is a military loss, but they aren't like even Utkin. He was only military loss.
Okay, listen.
Let Wakar speak.
Mike is coming from a position of basically popularity. The same thing with Trump. The last time we had this open mic, David mentioned something. If they mess with Trump, it can trigger the collapse of America. Again, Pregozhin may just be a businessman. But
Prigozhin doesn't have 80 million followers.
Certain people have certain power to trigger something. Russia is a very, how you call it, like a mixed pot of different people. All you need is the right combination of things to go wrong. And Russia is more prone to go wrong than the United States is. So do not undermine what you're trying to say. If this war go any other way, it can trigger some division. Some even up to today, that was a few months ago. There was a little Muslim is it happening in St. Petersburg? If I'm not wrong. So the means to go wrong in Russia is even higher than the U.S. So don't overrule it.
Yes, but Mimi, 80% of the Russian populations are ethnic Russians. And this is something people forget within all those republics and peoples. 80% are Russian, 10% are Muslim, different types of ethnicities, but it's just 10% are Muslims and 80% are Russians. And let's not forget that.
Here's the point.
Guys, I'm about to use an excuse. I'm about to use an excuse, right? I don't want to say this word, but I'm gonna say it right here. Okay. The thing is that most of people misunderstand about Pregozhin. Pregozhin is a big loss, not the Octin, right? Octin can easily be replaced. Pregozhin cannot be replaced. It's 1 in million.
Yeah,
that is a fact right there. You see, I'm about to say one name. I'm trying not to want to say it. I know that most people saying about Adolf Hitler, right? So this guy is a motivation person, right? The reason why people were so beloved him, not because he's serving in like a corporate or something in the post-World War, because it's highly way he talk about the soldiers, right? That's why he motivate people. Pregozhin motivate people. That is the fact. The way Pregozhin support the military is motivate them more to push forward. Unlike Putin or Zelensky, none of them motivate soldier. When you see somebody motivate you, it give you mentor to move forward, to keep pushing forward to your limit. Other guys don't do that. Russia don't have people like that again. Not what's in Ukraine. They don't have somebody that motivation is the key. Not because he's being in the military or not military. It's the motivation.
The main motivation of a Russian army in Ukraine is exactly the Ukraine mainstream media, not Pregozhin. They made all these claims.
Media could say,
guys, please come on. There is Wakar is there already for 2 hours with his finger in the air. The chat is crying about Wakar time, so give the chat Wakar time, please.
Okay.
They need Wakar time.
I'd like to. Yeah, thank you. I would like to address. I think, Mike, there is the basic question is that possibility of Russian state collapsing. I'll just like to address that, and logically, and he has an opinion, and I respect it. Now, any state of size of Russia to collapse would be in 4 dimensions. One is military, definitely. We'll see the gains and losses on ground. The other is diplomatic, that you are so isolated that you have no friends and no BRICS and nothing. And your narrative is not being even bought by Africa. I'll discuss that, how Africa is now aligned with Russia and China. Then is the economic. I think the sanctions, the West tried very hard. And I don't know how much this. I'll just come to all these 4 factors to give me time, and then basically is the population, the morale of forces, in the information domain. So these are 4, and there are legal warfare also, which is applied, to scuttle the other side, like Russia being taken out of SWIFT system and all that. So what happened? Now start with military, the first instrument. Of course, Pregozhin is important. I also second, I think, forward that basically it was Bakhmut where he emerged, and he was given a particular sector. And but if you look at the Russian gains right from Donbass down to Crimea and Zaporizhia, I think the gains were done by the rest of the Russian military. It was not Pregozhin, capturing all the areas. So it means the Russian military was able to capture 80% of the Ukrainian seaboard is gone. So they're left with probably 1 port. Most of the industrial and I think even agricultural productive area is now with the Russians. So look at the gains that they have. In terms of calculation, it is $1.5 trillion loss suffered by Ukraine in real estate, businesses, in terms of industry and ports. So that's the kind of loss Ukraine has suffered. On the ground, I think some people say 300,000. Rough figure is 400,000 frontline soldiers and officers are gone, and some are like killed in action. A lot of them are injured, and Ukraine is currently fighting NATO's war through second line forces or conscripts. On the Russian side, right from Kremlin down to the soldier, I think there's one chain of command which is functioning. The strategy was not to really capture entire. In fact, we went wrong. We've been following this war right from day one. We thought that there were going to be large maneuvers. No, it was a destruction-oriented strategy. And by and large, the Russians have succeeded. If you look at hardware destroyed in terms of tanks, aircrafts, air defense weapon systems, artillery, it's just enormous. We've seen one Russian tank knocking down about 7 armored vehicles, which I think was awarded. So on the military front, I don't think so. They've been able to dent an iota as far as the Russian plan was concerned. And they have an ally in Belarusia. They are now opening a front in Africa. I'll come to that, why it is becoming important. Now, economically, they have not been able to dent Russia economically. We have, I think, a guy who's there in Siberia. He moves around. Things are very, very normal. There are no lot of lines or shortage of food. Actually, the ruble has gained. If you look at the ruble, and Russian oil production, mind you, is now $100 billion a year, which is unprecedented. So they are earning from oil being now sent to other countries. Like India is buying, and then I think there are a couple of Chinese are buying it. So diplomatically, they've not been able to isolate. Counter. Now come to what has happened to the West. People are talking of de-dollarization. I think major financial weapon system, the weaponized dollar, which has enslaved a couple of, I think, a lot of nations. So there's talk of de-dollarization. BRICS is coming up with their bank, and I've read a report yesterday that Chinese have pulled out $100 billion from U.S. Investments in bonds, and that was predicted by Gonzalo Lira that this is going to happen. Like now, Saudis are going to start buying maybe Chinese bonds and maybe some Russian assets. And if you look at Africa, I have a lot of friends in Nigeria. Basically, I'm from military, so we have trained together at a number of places. And even I've taught some of the Nigerian officers in the war college here in Islamabad. We get about 6 to 7 Nigerian officers and they're like brothers. But if you look at Africa, the general mood today, right from Kenyan president to these 4, I would say, the coup states in ECOWAS, South Africa, Zimbabwe. I've been in Zimbabwe for four years. Even I think countries like Botswana never thought that they're going to leave. And then if you look at entire SADC region, there's a common voice coming against Western colonialism. This is the loss that I think the West has suffered. France has suffered. And I feel the West is so much isolated in Africa. And it is because of Russia-Ukraine war. Now we come to Saudi, Iran, rapprochement. Nobody could think that Shias and Sunnis could sit together because they are fed up of the war. And this is again a result of Russia-Ukraine war, sponsored by China, to some extent Pakistan, that we have to stop the wars in Middle East. They talk of peace in Yemen, they talk of peace in Syria. And Americans have said it that this is a big strategic surprise that Iran and Saudi Arabia are becoming, we're going to have normal relations. Turkey is balancing both sides. They're getting S-400 from Russia, and but they are making a balancing act. Look at India, who's part of the BRICS. Despite a lot of pressure, the Indian foreign minister once said that all the problems of the Europe are not our problems, because our problems are not European problems. So there's a lot of, I think, diplomatic, economic isolation. You look at the gas shortages. There are a lot of Europeans sitting here. They'll tell you what is happening on the street in Europe, in Germany, in Hungary, in France. People are fed up of this war. In America, even Trump, I think, very, very openly. Yeah, and I think the new line of candidates for presidency, one of the Indian guy, he said that he's going to finish this war because causing the exchequer. So if all told, you look at all. Yes, in the information domain, I have this tab. This is how the West actually propagates, and they are doing it for last 1 year. Russia is collapsing, and counteroffensive is succeeding. So I think this is more of in the information domain. I understand CNN, BBC, and I know even in African countries, these are popular channels. Why ECOWAS couldn't enter Niger is very, very important, because now we have 4 states which are aligned with Russia and China strategically. Wagner is just one entity. And if you look at even after the survey in Russia, how many people support the Russian military and Putin, you find it will be like maybe more than 90%. So this talk of collapse of Russia, this could be a desire. And Russians have very smartly played on it. I still believe that the coup was all stage managed, the first coup, and it was in between Putin and Wagner chief Pregozhin, and I still maybe believe that he's not dead, he's maybe alive. And this is the second, deception of Pregozhin being taken out. There are a lot of stories because West would like to believe these stories. So if you look at strategic deception, Maskirovka, reflexive control, Russians have the information control as far as information, and then they can have this gravity going on, because Ukraine unfortunately has been used as an info ops theater, right? It's not a war theater, it's an info ops theater. Ukrainians are getting killed. I think they are like almost 10 million Ukrainians, and girls and boys, kids and old people have left Ukraine, and they are now in I don't know what condition in Europe. So all told, balance it out. Ask the Western thinkers, like Marshammer has been advising, don't poke Russians. You don't enter. And then of course there's a nuclear balance. It's a huge nuclear power. So all told, if you calculate on these 4 accounts: diplomatic, military, informational, economic, even legal, because if you let's say want to put sanction, there's a legal warfare at international level. In Asia, in South Asia, you find Indians, even there were 2 tankers of Russia, oil tankers came to Pakistan, and we paid in Chinese yuan. So this is the kind of overall. So I would say the calculation was that Russia would be economically strangulated, internally collapse. It didn't happen. So this is my reading, and you can argue, but I still feel that West has suffered more than that, and we have people from France who can second that.
This is very interesting what you said, Waka, because this is exactly
I raised my finger. I raised my finger. Mike, it's the first time in my entire little life I've heard someone telling me that the future of a country is at stake because of a military organization. It's the first time. Generally speaking, you can see that a country will collapse because of demographic statistics, because of economic statistics, because of financial statistics. In Russia, the suicide rate, people killing themselves, are diminishing. In United States, it's rising. In Russia, the number of alcoholism is slowly going down. In United States, the people on fentanyl, on cocaine, on I don't know what drugs, is rising at incredible pace. The unemployment rate in Russia is at its lowest point in history, about 3% of active population. In United States, it's depending on if they got economic stimulus or not. Russian debt to GDP is below 50% of their GDP in debt, more around 30%. In United States, it's $32 trillion, more than 100% of GDP. And many European countries are also at around 100% or above 100%. So which country has its future at stake? Tell me.
Russia.
That's voodoo logic. That's voodoo logic.
No, that's it. No. Aurel is completely right. Aurel is completely right. Go on back.
Russia.
Actually, Mike, your point that Russia gonna collapse is not from outside.
Okay.
It's not Wagner. Like
No,
Pregozhin
this is the part.
died. Pregozhin died. People cried. People became angry, but it's just for a few days, and after people will forget. I
Right.
think that people even now forgetting what happened 23rd of August.
Right.
But and point that Russia can collapse from sanctions, from all of this outside problems, it's not gonna happen. The inside problem is the main head why Russia can collapse and why Soviet Union and the Russian Empire collapsed.
And most
And
inside problems
there's a big
outside actors.
why Russian Empire, well, not Russian Empire, but why Soviet Union collapsed was a national conflict, and this was the main one. In Russia, there's most people are Russian ethnically. The problem is in government, because truly Russian government are not really, I would say, stable, and I would say at some point even weak. And even people support Russian government mostly. Like during 24th of June, most of the people who was politically active, they supported the government. I mean, most of people in Russia watched the situation, but those one who are politically active, they showed up for more for the Russian government. And truth is, the Russian government, I mean, the problem right now is that they're never doing things till the end. They're doing partially. Like, we don't have war. We have special military operation. We don't have full mobilization. We have partial mobilization. We don't have full war economy. We have partial mobilization of economy. And this is the problem why people don't really like our government in the country. And if Russian government gonna continue like that, it's not gonna really end good. This is the main problem. But I don't think it will lead like to full collapse of Russia as a country. It can lead to another some 24th June. It can lead to such problems, but not like that entire Russia will collapse again. So
I think
there
another thing too with the military and the Wagners, especially with the Wagners, and I assume it's the same with the military, they have an entire culture that's built around warrior class, nation, God, fulfilling the tasks, doing whatever was required. I mean, those guys, the core of Wagner, let's just take Wagner, is made from men that are hardcore patriots that will do whatever they are asked to do, basically, for the motherland. And, you know, those guys aren't going to fucking betray the motherland for Pregozhin. It's just not going to happen. There's an entire, I mean, you could almost look at the Russian military and Wagner as a separate culture within Russian culture. I mean, they're revered because they're the warriors defending the motherland. They're revered because they go out and do the dirty work for the motherland. I mean, you look at their commercials for their advertising for the Wagner. Look at the recruiting ads. It's an entire mindset that they sell to those people, and they buy. I mean, any nation would. The U.S. military tells you about Emma's two moms and how they like to scissor. You know, Russia tells me about how Boris plays soccer with his bros, goes and bangs a chick in the field, and then goes and jumps out of airplanes into a fucking blizzard and snipes fucking Nazis. You know, what do you think appeals to me more? I mean, it's an entire culture, and I think that culture is so deeply embedded in the Russian military and the Wagners that the idea of betraying their country is just not on the table, because there's nothing in front of them that would look like they need to do something like that. I mean, yeah, it sucks to lose the big man. It sucks to lose the, you know, Barnum of Wagner, but they'll go on. I mean, they all understand it. They're all warriors. They all live to die and kill. That's their whole mission in life. So when one of them goes down, yeah, they're sad, but it's not unexpected. I mean, they know the deal when they sign up with Wagner. You know the deal. You don't step back. You don't retreat. You complete the task.
Don't get me wrong. Please don't get me wrong. What I say is different, okay? I'm not saying Wagner gonna rise up and destroy Russia, okay? What I was saying is different, okay? I say Russia Federation this might be the beginning of Russian Federation. That's what I say. I'm not saying Wagner gonna rise up because of Pregozhin is dead. The fact is, this war that Russia is fighting, the war that Russia is currently fighting, is different for 2014. In fact, let me ask you guys one question. When was the last time Russia ever lost up to 70,000 soldiers?
World War II.
World War II, right. The war they are fighting right now. No, they never lost close to that.
No.
They never lost close to that. Okay? The war, and this is not even the end yet. And this is not even end yet. The fact is that when you are throwing the Russia a lack of one thing, maybe they forgot to invest in it, computer chips. Because they are lacking of that, they are subsidized that with human life. They are subsidized the computer chips with human life. Russia fight good, to tell the truth. But because they are lacking of computer chips, sometimes you might see the Ukrainian the tanks or BMP, whatever they call it on the line, sometimes was driving with the robots. Russia was continuously surveyed 24/7 from Starlink, from everything that Russia failed to invest in. Right? They are surveying, they have seen every single movement of every soldier in Russia. Every soldier in the front line, they fight bravely, to be honest. Russia fight bravely. They are monitoring every single movement of every single soldier in the front because of the technology where Russia are behind. Russia has subsidized all those with human life. But how much can they keep up with?
Yes.
How much of those can they keep up?
But you forget a little detail, Mike. This conflict has become existential for Russia. If the West didn't react like they did in the first weeks and we're already in the 11th package of sanctions from the EU, and this has become existential for Russia. They do need to keep this war going. They do need to make the changes in the world to come around, because otherwise they would collapse due to the Western sanctions. So they can't allow the West to survive. And as long as the war goes, they create a new multipolar world that will allow them to prosper in the future. This is the problem that you're not seeing, and I think most Russians understand. They need to win this war. The West was not able to bring them down, but if they go slowly, they will be annihilated.
Okay, yeah, I understand.
So they have to win this war.
Hey guys,
see, that is why I bring Pregozhin in. I say when I talk about Pregozhin.
Nunya is trying to talk a long time ago. He should be able to talk as well.
Okay.
I have a bigger voice. Nunya, finally, go on.
Oh man. I just wanted to follow up on point that Wakar made that I think is very important here. As Prad also just covered it as well. I think that the collective West, the plan was always to sanction Russia and to cripple Russia. That didn't happen because the West, largely a lot of the quote unquote partners that they thought they had in the bag to support it, such as India, Indonesia, I could go on. They never did, and they never will. Now, what does that mean for Ukraine? The thing about the U.S. is the Ukraine or Afghanistan, these are all little projects that somebody in Washington comes up with, and when they've extracted whatever benefit that they can out of it, they leave. Or if they can't get the benefit out of it, it becomes too difficult, they leave. That's what Washington is experiencing right now. So, as an example, back in June, Janet Yellen went to Beijing effectively to beg for money. And when I say that she had to beg for money, go back and read some articles and look at the data. The U.S. Treasury was down to $23 billion in their account. Imagine that. The biggest economy in the world, this is their bank account, and the Treasury was down to 23 billion. That's how serious it got for the Treasury, and how they were facing a real liquidity crisis themselves. Think about that for a second. She had to go over and beg the Chinese to buy some treasuries just to keep them floating. Okay, Ukraine is no longer a priority for America. Africa is no longer a priority for America. I think people are starting to sober up in Washington behind the scenes, and they're starting to realize that they've got much, much bigger problems than Ukraine. Their biggest problem right now is how do we maintain our hegemony with, for example, BRICS coming in. So a couple weeks ago, I think it was Sullivan or Blinken went over to make a last-ditch attempt to get Saudi Arabia on board. That didn't happen. The game of cards, like the house of cards, has collapsed now. So I think you're starting to see people panic and figure out what to do. And that's why you're not hearing a whole lot about Ukraine right now out of the U.S. mainstream media, because I don't think they, number one, want to highlight it. And number two, they don't know what to do. Because, like I said, they've got bigger problems.
Real quick, Wyatt wants to do closing, so let's get this going.
I have one question for all of you. So you have named the weakness of friends, of everybody involved in this war. What weaknesses do you think Russia have that cannot be exploited? Or you're saying Russia have no weaknesses in this at all? I think that's where Mark is coming from. There's weaknesses Russia have. If this war continues the way it's going, that can be exploited, that could be the complete crumble of the Russian Federation. And I think that's a valid point to that. You cannot tell me Russia have no weaknesses at all that cannot be exploited. And one of those things, again, I'm not saying he's saying Wagner will destroy Russia, but Wagner and all the other things are the things that pass up and eventually blows up. So I guess that's my question. My question for you guys, basically, are you trying to say Russia have no weaknesses that can collapse the Federation?
Okay. Who wanted to do closing? And then we go back to FCS question, please. Who wanted to do closing? Sorry, I misunderstood.
No, okay, wait.
Wyatt.
So what happened is that there's a scheduled DPA panel recording. Supposed to happen at 12 midnight, which is currently almost like 2 minutes from now. So you all can have like one final conversation, and then if the conversation finish, then we'll do closing. Then I will close the streams on all the platform except the open mic, and then we'll actually continue the stream here. But actually, it's the DPA panel. Just to try something new. So yeah. So no, but you all can finish whatever the last question by FCS.
I mean, truly.
Nunya just introduced the main subject why I decided to come in the open mic, the BRICS summit.
But you weren't talking about the BRICS today.
You see, wait. The panel will go back. The panel will have a lot to do with BRICS. So I think it's more interesting is go a little bit to FSS, but not too long on these questions. So just to make a kind of follow down
to the discussion with the point made by Mike F. Why Russia is crumbling according to him. And
but participate at the panel.
Well, I think you made your point. You made your point, and we have to make the closure. So let's just answer the FSF. Well, Errol, these questions are going to be treated in the panel. So I think it's a good follow up. What you said, and I think you already made a good point why you don't think Russia will follow. And I'm just going to give you take a point. FCS, the West has been trying to work out Russia's weakness for a long time. They have tried everything. They have tried to engage into nationalist movements. They had until now no success. Perhaps there is some theories, conspiracy theories, that they were engaged in Chechnya, supporting the Chechenian rebels back then, the West, but that nothing was really that much proved. Well, there was support from Georgia, but more than that we can't say. Anyways, I think the weakness of Russia is like a mystery, because the moment you perceive a weakness in Russia, it will be its strength. Actually, this is well known in history. It's called the Russian paradox. Their weakness are their strengths. And unfortunately, we the Westerns, we don't look at the world for what the world it is. We have this huge sin for so many centuries. We'll look at the others for what we see in ourselves. We're always mirroring the other to ourselves, and that's our biggest mistake and weakness. Because you see, even to Africans, we don't understand what they want. They are very unhappy to us, to the French, for instance. They're showing they are very happy to the French. But we don't understand because we believe we were really good to them. We can't see any mistakes. So I'll go on, try to follow up the question if you wish, because they're saying no. But try to answer him.
What you said about the Chechen conflict. Putin himself stated that Western intelligence, with the help of the Saudis and the Turkish, fueled and helped the Chechen rebels. So maybe there is no proof in mainstream media, but for Putin and his intelligence services, it's crystal clear that the West
who wants to? Do you want to answer
in Chechnya? And
do you have something to answer? To answer to FCS? What are the weaknesses of Russia that can be explored to?
Have many weaknesses. One of them is their country so big for a so small population relative to the size of the country. First of all. Second is the climate of that huge landmass, which are very harsh climate. And then, of course, you have demographic. They are not making enough babies to attain that 2.0, 2.1 threshold birth rate. But if you look at other countries, like in Europe, they also have an issue with demographic. That's why they are compensating with immigration, and compensating with mass migration brings other issues to those countries. When you see with the far right rise and so on, it brings tensions. In Russia, it's not that much the case, even if you still see some tensions with migrants from Central Asia, Central Asian republics, kind of messing with internal business. But overall, you have to see that most of the countries in the Western world also have big issues, like birth rates, like a rise in suicide, like explosion of inequality between the very, very, very top rich people and the average people below. And it's less the case of United States, but European countries have another big issue, which is also what is under the ground of their geography, under the land. They have no resources, no more enough natural resources compared to Russia. That's why Western European countries, more than United States, need absolutely to be hegemonic, especially France with Africa, but not only them, also Germany. Otherwise, they will have to pay the price to have those things. And as we can see it, because the political elite of European countries, especially Germany, is totally in the footstep of American deep state, they are ready to sacrifice themselves for the sake of I don't know what. What are the plans of Uncle
Does
Sam?
someone wants to
Just look at Olaf Scholz. He's ready to kill the German economy and the German society, and he's not the only one in Europe.
Does someone want to add something to FCS question? Leo, I think you have your finger.
No, we can do closing.
I mean, that's about my weakness of Russia. Like, actually, you know what West actually found the weakness of Russia? Ukraine. And the problem now is that if Russia gonna freeze conflict, what is not probably gonna happen, or West gonna freeze conflict, again, probably not gonna happen. This is the weakness of Russia, Ukraine. And you know, at some point you can say it's an outside problem. But from one perspective, there's a lot of Russians in Ukraine. Ukraine is, you know, we don't really count Ukraine as outside problem. It's like, it's our neighboring, not even neighboring. It was, so it's kind of Russia, but not really. But the truth is, as I said before, conflict are not gonna be freeze. And Russians, again, as I said before, they are upcoming with their offensive. And I know nobody announced it, nobody really believe in it, but it's upcoming, and it's gonna be in somewhere October and somewhere November, because truly Russians have to move frontline, because Ukraine time of its offensive gonna be ended by
It's a good point. It's a good point. So Ukraine was the biggest weakness of Russia. A good point. So shall we do some closing for today?
Is there anybody have anything more to add?
Yeah.
Then if not, we're gonna
no,
closing
is good. Yeah. The weakness of Russia is wanting computer chips. If the Russia do not start sooner mass production, mass pumping out computer chip as soon as many, as modern, as quickly as they could, they will lose. Period.
So we're gonna do closing. Andrew, you want to start first? Before you start, I just want to highlight. So everybody, if you after this, after the closing, then the open mic will end, but the stream will not stop. The stream will continue because we will be doing the DPA panel. It will be on Africa issues, and probably there will be a lot about BRICS and all these things. So, but this the speakers will be exclusive because it will be organized by Coping, and so because that's how DPA panel works. And so for those that are watching on the main channel, you may want to hop over to the open mic channel because the stream will stop. The similar things will go to Twitch as well as Twitter. I think I will stop all of them. I think also Rumble. So only the open mic channel on YouTube will probably continue this. So closing.
Wyatt, the question.
Yes.
The second part of the stream will still be live.
Still be live. Yeah. Sorry, Andrew.
So, great open mic as usual. What we've seen this week is the usual, self-inflicted genocide of the Ukrainian people on the southern front. We see a massacre. Unfortunately, of course, I wish they were ended as soon as possible. I wish they were. And anyways, great open mic. I enjoyed the exchanges we've had today. A bit rowdy towards the end, but who doesn't mind a bit of a heated discourse? And again, great open mic. That's it.
Thank you, Andrew. Leo.
So I just have a little question for the panel. Is the link gonna be on a stream, or it's gonna be in the Telegram?
Sorry,
you
mean the panel? Yeah, the panel recording actually. So usually, so the DPA panel usually is recorded separately. It's just that the timing clash. the scheduled timing and the open mic clash because it's my fault, because yesterday I fall asleep. So because of the clash, so I thought that might as well just do this panel recording on the stream live, but then the open mic have to close so that I can do the panel. So that's what is happening. Basically, I will make my life a bit harder for the editing. Yeah, you can continue your closing.
Okay. I mean, truly, I thought to talk a bit about today about the Russian upcoming offensive, because it's truly interesting, because there was no anything for a whole year, more than a whole year, and Russians actually gonna come up with something. But I mean, today was good open mic about the Ukraine offensive, Pregozhin, all this theme. And I mean, there's gonna be news in the future, but yeah. I mean, anyway, great open mic. It's all what I have.
Thank you, Leo. Mr. Lambo?
You're muted, Lambo.
You're muted.
I getting the Medi disease. It was a good open mic. Yeah, maybe more talking about frontline was a better idea, but yeah, the thing with Pregozhin, we needed to talk about it because going to be stupid to not say any word about it. So it was good also. Fez, I found your brother, Fez, just to let you know, is here. So yeah. No, it was a good open mic, and like I say every time during my closing, that war is a useless thing. I don't understand why Ukraine is continuing to kill his own people, to put them in the front, because Russia is just waiting them to come and to destroy everything. The numbers are disgusting. The footage that we see are disgusting. So I also thinking that Russia is planning to do something big, because they are waiting too long for the moment. We will see how everything going to. It's a day that we can. It's a thing that we all we can see day by day. So follow DPA, like and subscribe, and watch every day or almost every day the videos that Wyatt is posting about the news, what's happening on the front lines. So it's very interesting every time to see it. Thank you so much for that, Wyatt, because I watched them all, and the guys that are going to do the recording for the BRICS stuff, Africa, enjoy. It's not my cup of tea, so I was happy today to avoid to talk about the BRICS. That's always somebody that's tried to sneak in, Mr. Nias, to sneak in to talk about the BRICS, but. Yeah, compared to last week's and the week before open mic, I'm happy we talked more about Ukraine situation today. So it was finally time to do it. We can see in the future to do more and maybe more about the weaponry, how everything is evolving there, because I think a lot of people don't understand stuff about how Russia is working and how the Western is working, because the media is just so too dangerous with the propaganda that the information is not correct at all. So it's maybe a good thing to one day to do an open mic and maybe more focus about what's happening with the weaponry. So yeah, okay. So bye guys.
Thank you, Mr. Lambo. FCS.
Yeah, man, again, as always, it's good trying to share ideas on these things that's happening around the world. Again, we can want to talk. We have no actual fact to all these situations, but based on what we can share, we can update what we know and also delete what we think was invalid. Again, it was fun as always, and look forward to the next one.
Thank you, FCS. Nunia.
Yeah, no, thanks everybody. It was a great call. I think I just want to reiterate what I made on my last point, that I think that the U.S. right now is in a really chaotic position, and the fact that we're not hearing a whole lot about things like Ukraine right now tells me that they're probably looking to back away from it. And I think that we're going to see that in the coming months. I don't know how long this conflict will go on. I do believe that Russia will begin to start their offensive. I know I said that about 6 or 7 weeks ago, so I still believe that. When that's going to happen, I think it'll happen sooner than later. I think they'll drive Ukraine back past the river, and then they'll move on Odessa. So I guess we'll see what happens, but that's what it's looking like for me.
Thank you, Nunya. Mr. Pregozhin?
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, whatever happens with Pregozhin, we'll find out for sure, maybe one way or the other. I think Wagner's going to continue on, and they'll do just fine. And wherever they're at, they'll perform and, you know, make a good showing of themselves. I think with Roberto, it's just a killing field. I think that the Russians are just allowing them to advance and then killing them, and then allowing them to advance and killing them. I mean, I expect to see some gains down there, but there'll be heavy losses that they won't talk about. And there's a small offensive I saw in one of DPA's updates that the Ukrainians were launching, and I guess maybe between Kupiansk and Bakhmut. I think that's just throwing yourself at the wall. I think Kupiansk is going to be another pretty hot spot that's going to develop here pretty quick, because they can't really be everywhere. And if it's true they've thrown all their reserves into the Roberto death trap, then Kupiansk is wide open for something to happen there. I mean, there's just I think Roberto and Kupiansk are going to be the two hot spots to watch. And as always, it's a great open mic. I'm glad we got to talk about Ukraine and Pregozhin. And remember to like, subscribe, and share, because I would really hate for you to have like an accident or something and not have done that beforehand.
Thank you, Pregozhin. RL?
Well, it was a nice open mic, as usual. Talking with nice people and seeing new faces. I would like to, but it will be for the second part, to challenge a bit more with Mike F. Because today you will see Russia crumbling. The rest of the world could crumble 2 or 3 times. A country with so many potential, food potential, natural resources potential, energy potential, brain potential. You need external factor and internal factor, like the Roman Empire, both, to see it crumble. I don't really see the internal factors. And about the external factors, they are dealing with. I think it's more the West, and especially United States, who decided to call the shot by politicizing their US dollars. And now we see all that is backfiring, with countries deciding to de-dollarize more and more. And now you see the BRICS beginning to be more powerful, especially with the introduction of Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates, 2 countries that have a lot of cash that will be used for the NDB, the New Development Bank, which is the BRICS Bank of Investment. And not just only China putting the money on the table, but you will see other countries, wealthy countries, putting money on the table. So let's see what happened in the future. It will take maybe 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, but it is the beginning of a shift which may occur or fail. Only future will tell. But yeah, let's see what happened in the future. Let's see if Russia will crumble in 1 or 2 years or 5 years maximum. Maybe the West will crumble, especially Europe. European countries will crumble before Russia. Maybe. Voilà.
Thank you, RL. Mike. You're muted. You're muted.
Well, I want to thank you for your hard working. I don't know how you sleep because that's one thing I'm about to ask you earlier. When you say, "Oh, you fall asleep last night," I was like, "Wow, that dude, you are amazing. You are amazing. You do a fantastic job." And I also want to thank everybody in the panel for their contribute and their effort. One thing I want is that I just want this war to end. I want Russia and Ukraine to be brothers again. I have one of my best friends that left is Ukrainian. Hopefully, you are still alive there, Mika. Hopefully, you made it through. So I just want this war to end. That's my own.
Thank you, Mike. And Prata, you're muted.
Yes. So great open mic, like many people already repeated. I would like to make my comments about the week we had about these developments, which actually are indicating that we might be actually to the path to the end of this war. I really hope so. So we saw some European politicians this week, especially Annalena Baerbock, recognizing mistakes, recognizing that they haven't been able to bring Russia to their knees, which was their main objective. We have seen the BRICS having an immense success. If there is a possibility, if there is always this critic about expecting too much from something that it is not what the people expect, and yeah, you will be always not. But what we saw was like the countries invited to become the new members are big weights. And it's also, in a way, in many more countries wanted to join. It's just that they realized they couldn't bring so many people in at once. It will be a nightmare to organize the new BRICS, actually, already with 6 new members. So this is really impressive. But the new members that came inside, just what else had, with a lot of economical might, but more than that, in regional importance, resources, and especially, these are countries that have also a very strong connection to the Western world. So the BRICS is not about creating exactly a parallel society like many people see. It's about reforming the system we are in. And the West has to recognize it needs to do that as well. Like Russia repeated again, Western countries are not invited into the club. Why? Because they are not willing to do these reforms, because they are not willing to create a financial, economical world, political world where there is more cooperation, more equality in sovereignty, more win-win cooperation. And this is important to notice. So also something very interesting that was talked about during the BRICS, but people didn't pay really much of attention because everybody was thinking about the new BRICS currency. They talked about a new BRICS payment system. And this will be major if they really manage to create a system where each country pays and receives in its currency, and the other country paying actually is paying with its own currency as well, being managed by this new central bank. Well, it's not a central bank, the new developing bank. And this will actually allow many countries in the world to recover financial sovereignty of their economy. So it was a great week, and I think the West has noticed that. The West is having a lot of economical problems. They will have to pay their loans, the loans they have been getting in order to give money to Ukraine, and that will hurt, especially for citizens. Will have their taxes getting higher and higher the next years, and yeah, politicians live from approval from democratic countries, at least, live from the approval of the citizens. So I hope we probably in November will have peace. Let's hope for that.
Thank you, Prata. Coping, do you want to do closing?
Yes. Thank you, Wyatt. And thank you all of my fellow panelists. It was really nice that you guys got to do all this Ukrainian talk, which all the audience also appreciate. And, I got to listen to it in the background, and the timing is perfect for, as RL was alluding to, we should be talking a little bit more about BRICS and all that kind of geopolitical stuff. And as Wyatt has already said, we are about to head over for that. So you guys are going to be seeing some of our faces here soon enough. This stream will not end, so please do not leave. Actually, in fact, this is a segment where you might have something to share. It's going to be topical on the African continent. That being said, I would like to thank Wyatt for hosting this open mic. Finally, I understand you were tired yesterday. I would like to thank all my fellow panelists. As usual, you are the standing army, so I would like to... Ooh. Who's driving? Who's
Probably
driving?
downstairs. Maybe it's from mine. There is some very noisy car drove by.
Okay. Okay, so I just want to thank all of you super chatters who have we always love you because you are the ones who make the open mic happen. But keep in mind now that we're going over to a live panel, you may indeed be inducing some questions for the panelists. Because this is not something you can do usually. We never stream these panels. Thank you all those who support DPA on Patreon for Ko-fi, Locals, and Boosty. And of course, those of you who are unable to reach the stream, we do appreciate your comments. Those of you who are in the live chat, we might still be picking you up, so don't leave. You can still ask your questions. And thank you all for watching the DPA Open Mic, and hope you enjoyed it as much as you are going to be enjoying the upcoming DPA panels. Thank you all.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye, guys. Bye, guys. I got to pull you out myself. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, bye, and bye. So this is DPA Open Mic 44. It does seem that 3 hours is a little bit not enough for open mic. It does seems to be that case because the conversation is still actually ongoing. Just that no choice. I it's my fault. You can blame me. So anyway, so I will see how I can make up for it. Maybe during the middle of the week and see how maybe we can do a lounge talk or something. So meanwhile, for those that are watching on all the other platforms that are not YouTube's open mic channel, please come over to DPA Open Mic channel. So that I will drop the link everywhere. So that you guys can come and watch the panel recording, just as per what Coping have just said. Usually panels are recorded; it's not a live stream thing. So it's just that since we are doing the open mic and then the timing is just nice, might as well and see how this goes. Anyway, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys over on the DPA Open Mic channel. And for those that are on the YouTube already, YouTube Open Mic channel, stay and we'll do the panel now. So I'll see you guys on the other side, and we'll play some video and yeah. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. So anyway, okay, bye guys. I got to remove the other streams. Remove. So bye main channel. The post we created. Remove this from the broadcast. I'm not sure if that will remove. Let me try. I remove one. Have it ended yet? Yeah, stream finish. Okay, that works. Okay, I'm gonna remove from Twitch by Twitch. And okay, and then by Twitter. And bye Rumble. Okay, now we are only left with DPA Open Mic channel, and I will have to invite those that are not part of the panel to leave the backstage because I may not have enough space. So yeah. So meanwhile, who is on the? So for those that are still watching the stream, it's going to be very awkward because now we are preparing and organizing the panel. So it's going to be a bit messy. And Leo, I'm going to drop you off. Bye, Leo. Kick. And RL, Prata. Bye-bye. Kick. Kick. Emmanuel was. Who else will be on the panel? Let me see. Alpha. I think still got Alpha. FCS is here. Boss. Jesse is here. Me, you. Emmanuel. Emmanuel is here.
Yeah.
So I think left Alpha, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 people. Yeah. And I'm gonna.
How do I sound now?
You sound good.
Good?
No, there's no echo now. Just now there was an echo.
Okay. Yeah. There is echo.
No,
you sound fine. You sound fine, but that's actually a good point. Why don't we just do a sound test while we're at it? Momini was fine as far as I could tell from the mic. That's Terman. Emmanuel, can you just test your audio a little bit so we, it's more or less clear?
Yeah, how do I use my mic? Okay. Can I be heard over there?
Yeah, we can hear you and we don't have any feedback or echo otherwise, so everything sounds good.
Where is Jess?
I think he might have dropped out.
Yeah.
Let's see, but we also need to get Alpha in here, so.
Yeah, Alpha was asking for the link because he didn't see the link. Okay. I just dropped it for him. I think Jesse just dropped out. Yeah. So, yeah. Prata is not part of this panel, right? He is?
Yeah.
Just now I didn't see him on the list. I kicked him out.
No, Prata was it was for yesterday that in the event that you could not do the panel that me and him would try a contingency. But the original planning of this panel is to have actually just the Africans here and mostly me backstage. But I think Prata could be nice to have there maybe if he wants to screen walk maybe. But it becomes I don't know. If Prata really wants to be on, I guess he can be on.
Before we were gonna talk about the relationship between Africa, West, and Asia. I really thought Drew and Prata was gonna be part of it.
Oh really? No, I invited the previous BRICS panel to kind of give their inputs, but I hadn't not to actually be a part of this panel because this was mostly like Africans only panel.
Oh, okay.
The questions were actually listed on the if you look through the pinned comments in the group on the Coping Coordination Center, you'll find the list of questions. I can also just put it on a shared screen here. I think. Let's see. I haven't done this before, so give me one moment.
Yeah, but I think it would be nice to maybe have some have some of the, because if there's any question, because what I'm trying to understand is, if we have to talk about the West, we have to have some Western people here. Maybe they can ask some questions, or maybe have them here, trying to, because I don't know how you guys trying to go along with this panel, but I think if I could suggest anything, is to basically to have some kind of root foundation on where Africa stands and where Europe stands, and I think there's a big disconnect from the European perspective.
Yeah, so I tried to actually outsource some questions from people in the lounge and the DPA community overall for that, so that we got listed in. But I figured now that since we happen to make this turn here, where we are actually live streaming and we're going to have a whole bunch of non-Africans watching and able to directly interact with us, the issue of having a non-African panelist becomes a little bit moot, because they too can do exactly like everyone else, and they can also communicate with us. Prata is a part of the coordination group, right? So he can actually input us and maybe help us get some info and stuff like that on the side. So in a sense, I kind of consider Prata as a part of the panel anyways.
So someone.
Hi, Alpha. Let's to you could get there. You guys heard from more from. Is it? Are we going to call him Tedman or Jesse?
I always call him Jesse. So
Okay, Jesse it is then.
And where is Emmanuel? Emmanuel just now was on, and then he dropped off.
Yeah, he sees those Nigerians. They're so sketchy. They come on and off all the time.
I think
So
that's
this
gonna
is
happen
the-
a lot. So go ahead.
So this is the African. So we call this panel the African panel, right? So
sure.
Someone says racist panel.
Someone said I look like experienced general.
Yeah.
I fucking wish I would.
Well, we are mostly
I would organize a
addressing-
queue in Angola, man.
Well, we are mostly going to be, most of the questions are revolved around the African perspective. So the questions I had and the ones that were submitted to me were like, how do you guys perceive, for example, miscellaneous relations with, and this will be including BRICS, NATO, the West, all that kind of stuff. You cannot really talk about Africa without becoming a part of it anyway. So I think we're just going to roll with the first questions. I'll try to, Wyatt, do you by any chance have that list available?
Which list?
Of questions. I'm struggling to get the shared screen.
Inside the Telegram channel.
Yeah, let me.
Telegram group. Let me copy and paste.
Can you play Dr. Alban? Hello, Africa.
Yeah, I just put it in on the group, so you should be able to find it. You can just copy the text.
Here. Okay.
I tried to get the file, but apparently it wouldn't find it.
Okay. Okay. Let me private chat. Oh, it's a bit long. Oh my god. I have to.
Let me try to shorten it a bit.
I think I will just have to type it again.
No, one moment. I'll condense it quick here. Let's see.
Or you have to just. Yeah, or you have to put it on the notepad or something for your own reference.
Let's see. Here, this should be easier. This is really the essence of it. There was a little bit much explanation on the other.
So far, everyone is from West Africa but me.
Yes, you are now among the club of me and Wyatt's outsiders.
I'm from the east of Africa. I'm east of Africa.
There you go.
Once upon a time.
There is
Not
more
East
chance.
Africa, though.
There is
East
more
of
chance
Africa.
for you being from South Africa.
And currently,
Because
I'm actually east
there's
of
a lot
Africa
of Chinese South African there that been there since the 70s.
I am from the far northern Africa.
Oh, nah. Yeah. Actually, yes. You look Moroccan today. So
Well, that's because I do look a little bit Arab, so yeah.
Yeah.
So, are we now getting ready, or like?
So are we waiting for Emmanuel? I think we still shut off.
Oh yeah, he's still off. Oh.
Jesse, can you speak? Test your mic.
Oh yeah, please test your mic, Jesse.
Yeah, I think he's lagging.
I think he's a bit frozen.
Just to test, is my mic good?
Yeah,
Your
yeah,
mic
you
is
sound all right.
good.
Okay.
Jesse,
I'm gonna just mute myself until
you
I'm
sound-
ready to speak.
You sound like someone from New York.
Yeah, it is.
Jesse, you may want to adjust your the video, reduce the video quality so that your internet can run faster. I suspect that can you hear us clearly? Why Mangalasi? Jesse, can you hear us? Hi, Jesse. I suspect he cannot hear us.
No.
Jesse. I think the last time he also have this problem. The last time we have the recording. Yeah, we're still missing one panelist, John. So this is for those that are still watching. This is the behind the scene how a DPA panel recording looks like. Yeah, it's very different from a DPA Open Mic. Open Mic is like come in and let's do it. Then we start fighting. So panel is like very organized or disorganized before it's organized. Yeah, it is very disorganized until it's organized. So
a lot of chaos.
Yeah, I actually, let me just, since we are actually on the stream, White, you can continue. So you guys should understand, you people watching, we're just a bunch of dudes getting together, right? And we're just interested in talking about these things. And, we have, one thing is what we want to talk about. It's kind of how we want to condense it and time it. And we are not professionals. We're just a bunch of dudes, right? And then we have to find the timing to fit for Wyatt's insane time schedule, and then for the fact that all of us are living in different time zones. So this tends to be usually a very big challenge with the organizing panels. But I'm very happy that we get to do this live panel, because maybe it will be encouraging those of you watching to maybe go on the open mic, knowing fully well that, yeah, sure, it may seem a little bit chaotic, as Wyatt said. You just get in and then people just spout out their perspectives and whatnot. But once you're done with that and you get behind it, we get to have a little bit more focal discussions, and there's a little bit, we take time for research sometimes and so forth. For those of you who may or may not have noticed, we also do the voice chat recordings, which are similar to these panels, except that here we try to kind of compensate for the fact that Wyatt has a very limited time. So these panels here, Wyatt are present, right? But when Wyatt, for whatever reason, cannot, then we try to do the voice recordings, which is essentially entirely DPA community based. So Wyatt just basically allows us to upload it. So if you think there are some things that you should be discussed more, or whatever it be, you are basically the one who makes it happen. Just like we're just, I took the initiative and asked people here to join, but nothing would have happened unless the guys here would, in any case, be interested in talking about it. And that's really what you're going to be finding. You find like-minded people having shared common interests, and so be it like this. Now we're going to talk about. I like to talk about BRICS and those kind of things and geopolitics, but I would also like those of you military guys in particular, like you guys tend to focus on the, hi Theata, you guys tend to focus on the open mic, having the discussions there, but I think you guys should, since I have your attention, I think you guys should be organizing panels like this as well. Do a little bit more thorough research and kind of get your mojo out there, so the open mic can be a little bit more encompassing. So that's just my opinion on that. So
yeah, so a lot of the stuff is actually ground up, especially the voice chat is entirely ground up. Like many of them I don't even have time to listen actually, but but there are thousands of views for those videos as well, so this is a very, very good thing. It's just that unfortunately the channel isn't growing very fast at all. It's almost growing like very little. So that is my main concern. Like not just for the open mic channel, it's also my concern for the main channels, like the DPA War channel, the main channel, because I'm not sure. Everything is very slow. Maybe it's a September, August thing, but I also not sure if it's just that. So so I have to resort to making a deal with the devil and start putting pretty girls on the screen on the
People are on holiday,
Yeah, a lot of people is on holiday as well.
And plus also,
Shame
whenever
some of us can afford on holiday.
if this was a pro-Ukrainian point of view constantly, I guarantee you will have a whole lot of subscribers and a whole lot of exposure. But since this is a critical observation of things, and I know some Ukrainian channels, well, not Ukrainian channels, but basically pro-West point of view channels are just racking up subscribers because again, people want the hopium. They don't want the truth. They don't want the fact of the situation.
Because I have I don't really
they want something they think is the truth, a lie.
Just tell them to subscribe. I'm neutral, so they should subscribe.
So because things can become very this Ukraine war, a lot of it is very tabloidish. Every little bit of information they start to make long videos, big videos, or make it into like a very big topic. Sometimes it's just nothing.
Social media war.
And sometimes they may actually misread it, and then they think that it's something else. And then there are people who make stories up, especially on Twitter, and then that get picked up and made into one big video, and that makes it really hard for me to because I actually check the sources and everything, and then all these are not true, and then I can't really talk about it. So it's very hard for me to be even pro-Ukrainian because I'm looking at both sides and looking at the information perspective. So,
no, but in the open mic there could be more pro-Ukrainian people. They aren't because why? Perhaps they are afraid of being counter-argued with more factual arguments.
True.
They are not appearing.
Coping.
Actually, we had this guy from...
Is Shadow V part of the panel?
Because they don't want to listen to the true BBC,
Is Shadow V part of the panel?
Shadowy?
Yeah, because it's not on... Yeah, because it's in the backstage.
Oh,
hello,
he's asking to enter, but I really don't know.
Now we have one Portuguese and one French.
Yeah, but
you haven't done enough in Africa. Okay.
But Shadowy, you're not part of the panel though. But what we did lose, I think we did lose Jesse though, because he said that his network is fucked.
And Emmanuel. So
what happened to Emmanuel?
Emmanuel's gone.
Entirely gone.
Yeah, so I think they'll be coming in and out. Again, that part of Africa, not even part of Africa, almost all of Africa, network is one of the most difficult things in that area. It's very unstable. So
Okay. So let's get this panel started here soon. So I'm just going to say that due to some of the panelists falling out, we're just going to have to do what we sometimes do, like we did on the previous panel. We recuperate. Now, Shadowy was actually the one who saved the botched BRICS panel by hosting the interview with Drew and us. And so I think now that people have fallen out, Shadowy knows quite a bit about Africa, especially when it comes to where the French interests are concerned, and they are certainly going to be pertinent here. So I think what we will have to just do here is adapt a little bit, where the questions that were meant for the Africans are the ones that we're going to be addressing first. And once we're done with that, I think it's just going to naturally go over to a conversation stage.
Coping.
Yes.
You can actually leave the answers like the questions like it is, because if you talk about the geopolitical positions between Portugal and France, they are extremely different. So it will be also interesting to show how the perspective of the West is. It depends where you are in the country. So Portugal is much more connected to Africa in the sense of opposition to European Union, and France, well, whether it is true or not, is more connected to Africa inside of the European Union, like in European Union perspective.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't
let's
know.
just
So
do it
that
then.
could be interesting.
No. I think we just keep it simple. We just hold the questions as it is, and then we just get it started. But I guess the question then becomes, Wyatt, how do we do? I just
Usually is I will actually do the intro to welcome people to the DPA panel, and this is the African panel, and it's actually sponsored and organized by Coping. And then I will now hand over to Coping to introduce this panel, and then you can take over, and then you can manage the whole thing. And then you can start to ask questions, and then then you can manage, you can moderate how the panel will go. So it's a bit more organized. And
Yes.
there's
Normally
actually
we
this
give more
noise
shorter.
coming. There's this noise. I'm not sure from where. Prata, can you talk? Oh no, it's not from Shadowing.
No,
I
it's
think
not
it's
from
Prata.
me.
I'm muting.
Prata, do you check your cable? Did it plug in properly? Might be from yours because
No,
I muted voice, but it wasn't that. You didn't hear any noise, right? You didn't like some.
No, but no, the noise is. Is it for me now? No. It's not for
now
me.
it's
Yeah, it
now
went away.
It
What
went
about
away
me?
after you adjust. No, voice, you're
Okay.
all right.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's maybe just now the connection was not.
We just need a bridge guy here to make it better, you know.
Okay, but you see,
we
the
got
difference
Portuguese,
with
we got French. If we have copy,
we have
can
the
you
rich guy.
play bridge? Copy,
British.
can you play bridge, please? So
Bridge?
because
What's
you
bridge?
guys start this thing in Africa, you know.
No, they
you mean the
didn't.
British?
The Portuguese did.
So you're talking about the board game, Bridge? Are you talking about the board game?
But so the thing they have to notice is that like a person makes their own presentation, and you don't cut that person. Well, after the following of the presentations, we might, Coping will decide it, but what we were doing in the Afro panel was Afro-Eurasian panel was that people, then we have a kind of a discussion altogether. So it's like a person tells its story, the other one tells its story, and then there will be kind of a discussion, and it goes wonderful that way. But of course, it's up to Coping to decide how he thinks it's better.
Well, I think I'm just gonna do my thing.
Oh, we have another passenger.
I asked Jesse to reduce the settings for the graphic and see whether he can talk. Maybe the connection will be better, because just now his graphic is actually a bit too high res for low connection.
So meanwhile, he sorts that out. Welcome everyone to DPA Panels, and I am the sponsor, Coping. Sponsor basically means that I take the initiative of inviting people into this sort of gathering that you're watching now. And we tend to be focusing on certain topics that we like to discuss a little bit further. And just to give a little bit of a thoughts behind the thinking here, why I decided to do so was because, this is not the first panel in Africa we have. We had actually the first one with Prata and Vosh and a few others, so of course Wyatt as well, a few months back. And since then, our family, the DPA family, has grown, and we have gotten more African brothers to come on, and it's a very good timing. You know, the geopolitical shifts occurring on the African continent are just increasing exponentially, and we have the BRICS summit coming that has recently been done here. We have a few new members from the African continent, which is quite discussion worthy. And so I think it kind of goes without saying why were we interested in having this conversation. And yeah, I think I'm just going to pass on a round of introduction. We're going to go on a rotation basis, starting off first with me. I'm Coping from Norway.
Wait. We started already? Wait, I haven't started yet.
Right, you haven't go through all that spiel and we haven't even started?
Yeah, he does the
Yeah,
intro
because
and head over to you.
I'm supposed to intro first, right? No. So I'll get,
Oh,
okay. So is Jesse around? Because is Jesse around? Oh no!
I thought we already started.
So
well, RL wants to join. RL wants to join in. I'm going to just ask you guys. I know there are people in the chats who want to have RL in here, and I know he knows quite a bit about Africa. So, what do you guys say? Shall we let RL in as well?
He got like 5% of African on him, so why not?
Yes, but we have to give him an introduction.
Okay, so but
okay, ladies
yeah.
and gentlemen.
Don't worry, you're gonna be teaching them. So
it's going to become an open mic at this rate.
French, but he looks like Moroccan. His name is RL.
you know that
is RL still around? I don't even know if RL is still around.
I just wanted to say something. You know that Africa is really diverse, right? So we have all type of people. So everybody's welcome.
Yeah.
So based on that, so yeah.
I'll just share the link to RL, so we'll hopefully gonna get him here quite soon.
And that's been a problem. We welcome everybody, and they come in and start to destroy things.
No.
I'm gonna give.
Not here. I mean, in Africa in general, not on this panel.
Yeah, because the thing here is that now it's only people who have been on the open mic before we know each other. Hello, mon ami.
So,
How are you?
So
with one precision to.
Yeah. Why?
Yes. So, so before we start, so this is a panel. The coping is going to make an introduction, is going to make a question, and we all answer it. So there is no interruptions in each person's time. And then we go perhaps to a small discussion that's for coping to decide or to introduce that. Yeah. So, but we don't interrupt up to other people. So everybody has its time more or less to clear his thoughts. Okay.
So I just want to.
So we're not gonna have fun.
What is that noise?
I'm not sure if it's from.
Yeah. I just want to make one precision, so I don't have to say it again. It's because it was labeled as an African panel, and because I'm partially African also, that's why I thought it was a good idea for me to also be there, even if my face doesn't look like an African. Just to make it simple, my father is Kabyle.
You into Africa.
Thank you, RL, because you are correct. You are compensating for the fact that our African level dropped down, and suddenly we got a lot more non-Africans. So you are actually compensating. So thank you very much for coming on.
So anyway, we haven't started recording yet. So don't over intro. Later you have to re-intro again. So I just want to update. Emmanuel says that it's raining at this moment for him, so his connection is shit, and it looks like Jesse's is gone, and we still have the clicking sound. So I suspect this might be. Let me check. Testing.
I think it's shadowy.
I think it's coping. Let me check. I think it's coping. Yes.
My mask is good generally.
It's coping.
Yeah,
coping
it's
is
coping.
the one that is.
And the mic is always bad.
No, yeah, it's also that and a lawnmower in the background.
Oh, so coping is the one that is actually the one that make all the noise. Sorry, Prata, it's not your fault. No, Prata, no, you are innocent.
I really thought was shadowy because he's French, you know.
Okay, so so we have no choice. We have to not wait for Jesse and Emmanuel because unfortunately the connection is cannot make it work. So yeah, so we have the most. We can have on the left side is all the colonialists, and then we have the right side all the Africans. You colonialists. I'm also from a country that got colonized, so you know I can feel half African. Anyway, okay. So what I will do is I will put in the intro, which I may or may not use directly. I may edit it in again. And suddenly we have a super chat. Yeah, I just want to note I'm not sure what to do with super chat later. Because panels, yeah, but we shall see how this goes. And so I will be putting in the intro music, and then after that I will introduce, and after that coping will take over, and then we will start the continue.
Wait. Can you play Toto Africa for the intro? Or that is go against the
Total
Africa.
Don't do it. It's a music.
No. Cannot. Because once you put copyrighted music, you'll be Okay. So
there was just a super chat. Did you notice? Wait.
The super chat. The super chat. You mean this one?
Yes.
So let me just answer that one quick. Yeah, first of all, I need to know if that guy actually has been on the open mic before, because if not, then he's basically asking to get on. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So then, I mean, towards the end of the panel, and we're doing Q&As from the live chat, maybe then we can maybe have it like as a semi-open mic introduction, and then he also gets the panel at the same time, since it is a live panel, I'm thinking. We can think about it towards the end.
It'll be hard because we have limited slots in the. Then it will just very complicated because panels need to be very focused. So I mean, people can ask questions, but the focus will still be on what you have prepared. We can do a Q&A after at the end, so we focus on what you have prepared first. Because if not, then we will just jump all over the place.
I was thinking more when the panel was kind of in essence over. Like if we were kind of like done with the questions, we're going all looser to answer the live chat, super chats, maybe even let in one of those, Yeah, towards the end. Yeah.
Yeah, so we will focus on what you have prepared, and then Q&A after everything ends. So during our discussion, we will just ignore the chat. If not, then we will go off course. So that's what I think. And coping, because there's this digital noise coming from your side, so you have to mute when you're not talking. And so everybody okay? Ready?
Yes.
And Jesse gonna give it a try again. Jesse is back, so let's see whether it works for him. Oops. Emmanuel is back as well. Let's see.
Oh.
See, we have become an open mic. We got 10 people now.
Jesse is a bonus because he's the next Thomas Sankara,
Emmanuel, can you speak?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. You're good. So only Jesse has the problem now. Jesse, see, no. Jesse, we can see you now. Can you hear us?
Oh, I think he's frozen.
Yeah, his video resolution looks very high to me. I don't know why. Jesse, can you hear me? Hello, Jesse, can you hear us? I think he's very sad.
I think he should use his phone. Just
we need to
use your
create
phone
diversity
instead of laptop or tablet.
The last time he used is that he used laptop is better than handphone. Last time.
Oh,
the last time when
maybe is the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, he dropped.
First, I don't know if you're watching TV, but if no one is watching TV at your home, I think you should shut it down.
Why Emmanuel drop off again?
The TV behind you.
No, Emmanuel is out. That's not nice.
Do what you want.
Okay, wait. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna start continue regardless.
There is no sound. I just want something behind me,
Because we took 45 minutes to prepare, so we cannot wait anymore. So we're gonna just start. Everybody okay? Ready? I just gonna drop the video first so that we have a feeling that we are in the panel. Then I will introduce. Oh, my ears is so painful. Wait. Wait, I changed my earpiece. I have to use a different one because I wear that one for too long. It's a bit painful. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys talk? I want to see whether
okay.
Talking.
Can you hear me?
Okay, it's working. Jesse is back again. So you guys see, it's difficult to record a panel. A lot of disorganization before the organization start. Oh, it's a trio. Got so poa is a trio. So Jesse's connection is very, very poor. Yeah, Jesse is not connecting. Jesse, how is it? Can you hear us?
He's still freezing.
He's very, very laggy. I think his video resolution is very high for such a poor bandwidth. Yeah. It's not working.
And since he's moving his phone, the picture is changing every time on the other.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because the connection is not good, so it's not working.
Yes.
Best for him
how
is
is it?
to not move his phone, his device. Try to put his
But no,
device in the best place.
I don't think he can hear us anyway.
There's a
If you can
suggestion
hear
from
us,
the
wave
chat.
your hand. If you can hear us, wave your hand.
Okay, he's away.
Yeah, there's a suggestion in the chat where we allow him to continue without the cam. That should work.
But
then it will be
before
impossible.
you know, we've been here for an hour. We've been here for an hour.
Yeah. Go for cam.
Yeah, I think Jesse, if you cannot hear us, then it doesn't work. I need to message him. Connection.
FCS fall asleep, you know. Just waiting.
Jesse, can you hear us?
Loud and clear. I'm just waiting.
I think he
think
doesn't even know he's online. That's a strange thing.
Yeah, because I don't think his internet connection is.
He's not reacting. We can make like this. He's not reacting.
Yeah, I think I just have to remove him.
Okay,
Is
we
it very
can
bad
start
if-
recording.
is it very bad if I
we
kick
can
him?
start recording. If he comes in,
Is it very bad if I kick him? Because no, I tell you what's the implication. If we are doing the recording and then we have to wait like for this kind of like 10 seconds, 15 seconds, then the viewers will actually just drop off. No, they will just not watch the panel. So the panel need to be as smooth as possible. So so like the last time that we have problem with, I think Emmanuel, I have to edit away the entire part. Like I have to delete the entire part where he was having connection problem. So
Hey, Jesse, are you listening to us now?
yeah, he dropped
No,
off.
he's not.
He gave up. So I'm not going to add him in anymore. So yeah, so I'm going to start. And I'm going to play the... IL, are you ready? he's doing dishes. Okay.
Oh gosh, this is good.
Welcome to live.
Let's go. Hello everyone, welcome to the next edition of DPA Panels, and this time round we will be talking about Africa. And this panel is organized and sponsored by Coping, and so I will hand over to Coping to introduce this panel to you guys. Coping.
Thank you very much. I see that I'm lagging on the screen. Can you guys hear me fine?
Yep.
Excellent. So, thank you everyone for joining here on the DPA panels. And for those of you watching, the first live panel that we're having, coming straight from the open mic. And yeah, some of you have watched already procedure, but so I'm not going to be belaboring this too much. I am the sponsor, which basically means I asked a bunch of people to come on here and have a discussion on specifically the African continent. And we have a list of questions ready for our panelists to be answering and opining upon, and later on we will be discussing. And I will be acting a little bit as a moderator, but I'm quite passive, so you probably won't see me too much in that regard. So yeah, I'll continue with the disclaimer later and just start with a simple round of introductions, starting with me, and then we'll just go around the clock here. So I am Coping from Norway. I have no formal profession or education when it comes to the African continent, and thus no special insight. I'm just more peculiarly interested. And I really wanted to have this panel because it's not the first panel we're having on Africa. We had one with Vosh and Prata and a few others several months back. And now that the DPA family has become bigger and we have more African brothers here, I'm very pleased to kind of be having another sequel to that African panel. And that's pretty much why I'm here. So, FCS or Momigini, please tell us a little bit where you're from, about yourself, and maybe what you would like to discuss on this panel.
Well, I don't think I will tell where I'm from. Okay, where in Africa I'm from Liberia. Again, FCS is good. The rest of the names, if you try to pronounce it, you're going to have a hard time. So FCS is good. And again, I was born in Liberia, but raised up in other African countries, and spent some time in the States and so forth. And looking forward to seeing what questions you have and which way I can share what I know and how I can add to that. And also, by the way, sorry, I do have some friends and relatives in Norway, but that's a side topic.
Yeah, well, I would like to meet them at some point, I guess.
African in Norway. African in Norway, they do love the cold, don't they?
In also in Belgium.
Yeah. Okay, I'm Vosh. I'm from Angola, but currently live in the United Kingdom. And I'm just here to answer questions about the Africa I know. Mostly a thing I know about Africa is from Central Africa down south. I know a little bit about East because my country, Angola, when it was in civil war, we had a good relationship with Tanzania, Kenya, yeah, and Zambia, even though Zambia is just south, but we Angola call them West Africa, but no, they're from South, Central South.
Okay. I think I'm next. So my name is Alpha Omar Diallo, but usually people call me Alpha Diallo. And sometimes people say Alpha Omega. So, whichever way people prefer, sometimes just listen to them. I'm from I was born in Guinea-Conakry, West Africa. As my brother in Liberia was saying, as people from West Africa, we usually travel a lot of countries. I've been to Sierra Leone, and currently I'm in New York. So sometimes I go back to Guinea. So I would like to add more about the information and, with the questions that we have for us. So right now, I'd just like to introduce myself for now. Yeah, thank you.
Prato do Povo. I was born and raised in Lisbon, Portugal, a very African city, actually. I grew up with many African friends, and Portugal is also a country that has a lot of Africa together with a lot of history with Africa, and I'm here also to make these connections today and perhaps dilute a bit some of the rush positions that many out there are taking nowadays. Shadowy.
Shadowy.
I'm Shadowy. I'm from France, and I have also a personal story about Africa. My father was born in Alger, in Algeria, and he has to leave Algeria when he was 8 years old, in 58-59, at the end of the Algeria Civil War. With his whole family, it was very quickly lived, very fast, and very unplanned. And they have to come back to France and leave everything behind them in Algeria. It was half of my family story. RL, come.
Well, so, my name is RL, and my mom is Korean and my father is half Belgian, half Kabyle, Kaveli. So it's Berber ethnic from Algeria, northeast of Algeria, living in the mountains of Kabylie. Yeah. And by the way, Shadowy, my grandfather was a member of FLN, which was the group that fought against the French during the Algerian Civil War. But that's another topic. And if I had the opportunity, because I've made some archaeology studies, to bring a historical perspective of the Sahel region, which is the main topic, I think, in Africa, actually. And voila, to summarize it.
Okay, so hi everybody. I'm Wyatt from Singapore. I bet you guys know me, probably, I guess. Then, though I have nothing in relation to Africa, the only thing I can relate to is that Singapore used to be a colony of the British, and yeah, so that basically links us with Africa, because we are all colonized. So yeah, okay, so I'll hand it back to Coping. Let's carry on with the panel.
Yes, thank you, everyone. So I just wanted to add a little bit here before I present the questions for the audience here to keep in mind. All of us here are just people getting together, conversing, and we're not lecturing you here. Like, we're not speaking from a position of authority. We're sharing our perception of from the way we know it, right? And we are learning in this conversation here, and we're hoping that having this conversation here would also be something, not only you can interact in, but maybe it would make you want to join the open mic. And because this is just just should go to show that while the open mic is something you just enter, here, behind the open mic, we actually get together for more focal topics. So thank you for the latitude. Now I'll just get over to the question. So here, I'm just going to go on a rotational basis. The question is, tell your fellow panelists and the audience about your country and what you find worth mentioning about your country, and how you view your country's geopolitical situation. And I will start with FCS on that one.
All right. Again, I'm from Liberia. I've mentioned this a few times already. And Liberia, to an extent, is a creation of the United States of America. And so over the years, they tend to just by default align with America. And even this African summit, Liberia was one of the countries that never attended. Again, they're always aligned. They didn't even have to be asked. They just by default choose whichever way America chooses to go. So that has been one of the most, I can say, destabilizing things in Africa. It's one of the things that basically have stopped this country from prospering beyond the possibilities. It's a very tiny country, very small population, and because they are basically they've not the people. Okay. Let me go back again. In terms of Liberia, almost in every African countries, majority of the people don't live in the city. They live outside the city, which is obvious. But of course, those in the city tend to determine which way the country goes or not. Well, once you get down to the root of the country, you come to know that, okay, they could care less who America is, what America do or not do. But of course, since the political heads in the cities tend to determine the way of the country for the past, I'll say 100+ years, they've basically aligned the country with America, but on everything, whether it's in their interest or against their own interest, they could care less. So that has been one of the most disheartening things that's been affecting this country forever. In the early 90s and late 80s, also water breakout. Everyone was expecting America to come in there, kind of like cool things down. But America was one of the actual, so there's a bunch of American, some old men, some Peterson, some preacher in America. They're one of the voices actually pushing America not to go. But because the thinking was a religious war, so they should pull back until America finish off the Muslims and Mandingo population of that country. So what people on the ground were expecting America to go in and just kind of bring some peace. It never happened until 2003, when their main puppet was getting completely kicked out of the country. Then they show up, and the very first question for one of the Marines was, are there still Muslims in this country? This is his having one of his American quote unquote charity workers on the ground. So again, with America, it have not been a good battle. It's been a bad relationship from the very first creation to this day. If America really do cherish that friendship or that allyship that Liberia claims they have with America, they could really change Liberia political, economical, and social direction to more money if they wanted to. But they could care. They're just one of the stooges in Africa that just do what Massa said to do. So that's a Liberian perspective.
Thank you, FCS. Vosh, please tell us a little bit about your country and what you find worth mentioning from a geopolitical perspective.
About my country, where do I start?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
You can take it. You can take as much as you want, and we continue later.
As you all know, Angola was in a civil war from the day we became independent in November 1975. That was a very bloody Independence Day, a very bloody, between three, I'm gonna say tribes, because it was between Central, North, and South. So basically, people from Central starting getting violent towards the people from the South. The people from the North, they just run away straight out to Congo. And so the war started between the Central and South that lasted for almost 25 years or more. Yeah. And after that, now, while we started the war, Angola became a communist country with a president who were basically a fruit from the West, because he studied in Portugal, his wife was Portuguese. Everything about him was like a Portuguese person. Yeah. But the country was a communist. That's one of the reasons he got killed. I think he got killed. People don't want to believe that, but I know he got killed by the Soviets. So Angola could be a proper communist country. And they put a president who studied in Russia, Eduardo Santos, who had a wife from Russia. From Azerbaijan, was Soviet at the time, yeah. So you know the story. That's where Angola became communist. And okay, let's see where it is going after, if you have any questions.
So Voss, I want to, your microphone is hitting the necklace, so you have a lot of clicking sound.
Okay. I should know that.
Thank you very much, Vosh. Alpha, please tell us a little bit about your country and what you find worth mentioning from a geopolitical perspective.
Thank you so much for giving the opportunity to speak on this panel. To be honest, I would just a little bit go to, like, because Guinea have a lot of things to talk about. To be honest, if I'm gonna go talk about politics right now, but I'm gonna start in the beginning of when they get independent to help people understand why Guinea it is how it is now. So first of all, Guinea is one of the in West Africa. Guinea was the first country to get the independence from France. Not if you country with England and other ones, Guinea is not. But if, in French colony-wise, Guinea was the first one in West Africa to get independent. So Guinea got independent in 1958. So when France asked Guinea, "Oh, do you want to get your independent, or you want to still join us as a French colony or something like that?" Guinea would say no. They don't want to be part of France at all. So, and France used that as a way to punish, like to show, like use as a Guinea as an example to all the other French colonies, not to like decide to leave the to still be under France, basically. For example, when France leave, when they kicked out France, when they get independent, all the technology that France bring in Guinea, they take everything with them. Anything that they can carry, they burn it. Like for example, like the roads, they like everything that literally like everything they can carry, they literally just burn it. Like the train, like the trains, Guinea had the trains way back before the independence when France used to use them as to travel between, well, like from the different rural areas. But when they was leaving, they burned everything down. So everything from that, Guinea have to build everything again. Like the medical that they had a lot of doctors in Guinea to help people to take care of them. Even those people, they take them with them. The military that they had, they take everything with them. So the way the politics in the house where the politicians used to live, when the first president Sekou Touré went there, everything is like, even the furnitures, they didn't leave. Just imagine, even the furnitures, they take the furniture with them. That's how bad it was. Just to show the example that if you wanted to be independent at the time, how they're gonna treat you. There's even sanction Guinea, and they have many other countries in in European nations to sanction Guinea too. So that's when Guinea started asking for help from Ghana, because Ghana was already getting independent, because Ghana was one of the first countries to get independent in West Africa. So Ghana lent Guinea like $20 million at that time. So that's a lot of money now. But because to help them to get in their feet, basically. That's why Guinea have a lot of relationship with Ghana, even though we speak different languages. We speak French, they speak English, but we still respect for what they did for us because of that. And if you see our flag, mostly look like a Ghanaian flag and Ethiopian flag. So you see red, yellow, and green. So usually it's about the war, like the wars they had, all that stuff, and then the resources, then the forest. That's what it basically stands for, the flag. But it's still, because of the independence of Ghana, they use that as a way to have it on the thing. The other thing that I like to add about Guinea is right now, currently, Guinea have one of the largest bauxite in the world reserve. So right now, the country that produces more bauxite than Guinea right now is Australia. So Guinea have a lot of resources, including diamond, gold, uranium. They recently just found out, they discovered that Guinea have iron, like raw iron. So it's like, if you, based on the quantity of it, like and the quality of it, if you do by quality, Guinea have the #1 iron reserve of that type of quality, because the quality is like 68% raw iron. If you put that way, if it's not that way, basically Guinea is like number 10, number 15 in the reserve iron. So right now, even that industry alone can help Guinea to develop. But the problem is that too much corruptions, because just for the iron they discovered in 1997. But right now it's not fully even built yet. That industry is still not even fully built yet. Even that they give the contract to some firm in China, and I forget what they call this firm. Oh my goodness. There's some England firm and an Australian firm. So basically, they give them the contract to dig the iron. So the iron ore, basically. But the problem is that the location that iron ore is very, very difficult to export it, because they have to build the whole entire railroads to export it because it's already deep in the country, to bring it into the capital to export it from because we are in the coast of Gulf of Guinea. So if you know, like the Gulf of Guinea, that help you to export, because they use this ship to export it to China, India, Australia. So but that costs a lot of money. It costs up to maybe they say it's gonna cost them around $2 to $3 billion just to build the railroads and the industry, and because they have to also build a port. They can't use the same port that they export in the bauxite, because the bauxite is completely far away from each other. So they have to build a whole railroad for it. And even if they're gonna try to use the railroad from the one that they export with the bauxite, it will be difficult, because that is already maxed. Because even the trains that are supposed to carry people, last time they have to suspend it for almost 8 months, so that they can just export the raw material for bauxite that are used to make aluminium. So that's how it is, But the problem I had, based on what I read the contract for the iron ore, is that Guinea only have 15% on all this contract. Like there's some corporation that holding like 40%, and then the other ones like total all the percentage that the corporation hold 85%, and Guinea only holding 15%. So I looked at it like that's definitely a bad way to how's that gonna benefit the people if the whole like that 8% of that raw material is exported. So based on the value, what I heard, I'm not sure if it's accurate, but they say its total reserve is like, if you put all in US dollar right now, it'll be close to $400 billion to $1 trillion just for the iron ore, and the aluminium is almost the same thing too. So if you think about that, and then Guinea only have 40 million population, it's not that much. Like it's not as big as like Nigeria or Ghana or all the other one next door. And we have all these resources and diamond and gold. We are, even if you're not number 5 or number 10 exporters on all those two. We also do like fishing. We have a lot of even that too, they export it to China, most of the fishing and all that stuff. So the reason why you see a lot of the contract they give to China and Russia is because before, like I told you, when Guinea got independent, they build a relationship with Soviet Union. So that's why you see, even right now, every country in West Africa, when they get it, when they kicked out France, they screaming, "Oh, we want Wagner to come to our country." But Guinea, we already had a relationship with Soviet Union before. Now, as people know, mostly like Russia. So that's why there's Russia is one that mostly run the aluminium area, like the bauxite. But the iron ore now is like mostly Chinese. So. Yeah, so I just saying that is completely the problem. Is I have to be honest with you. If I was the president and running the country, I would definitely we're not gonna have like 15%. I will have at least 51% above, because that's really like if you want to bring your population up. Yeah.
Alpha, please, if I may, because you are actually bringing up something that I also wanted to us to converse a little bit later. The thing you mentioned about Ghana, for example, I didn't mention this earlier, but I've actually stayed in Ghana for quite a while, and I have a lot of friends but you brought up the ownership things and all that kind of stuff. This is something I would actually like us to be discussing a little bit down the line. So I hope you don't mind me interrupting you, that so we can just get the others to have their little starters here as well. And but thank you very much though, because it's very informative. I much appreciate it.
Okay.
Rata, you probably want to have something to say.
Before Pat, can I say something?
Sure.
Yellow. Why most of African countries go yellow in their flag?
It's resources mostly, because in Guinea we have yellow because of resources, and also based on that, what I know of Guinea, we have because of resources. That's why we
have yellow in our flag.
Yeah. Actually, it was a Pan-Africanist flag that they all just choose to copy. Of course, everyone applied their own meaning to it.
Yeah, like I was saying, Ethiopia, because of Ethiopia, Pan-African, but usually they do it also when you go to school in Guinea, they usually say red is because of the blood for independent, all the stuff that they use, and then the yellow is resources, and as you said, Pan-African, because it's like, as I said, it's because they use that, like, as you know, Ethiopia was never fully colonized. So as all African countries see that, as this is type of people we have to look after, look basically, you know how it's your role model, basically. That's how it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Portugal. So I'm from Portugal, as I previously said. This is a country that is in a very complex position in terms of geopolitics. The question made, and in this sense, since Portuguese decided to expand, the expansion was to get out of the European system, which was not yet a system of sovereign nations. That will happen later with the Treaty of with the so-called Peace of Westphalia. From that period, Europe was a kind of strange empire where countries had relations over other relations, and the Pope could say whatever they wanted. So the way to expand to Africa was exactly that: get out of this system of domination that existed in Europe. And for a long time in our history, there was always this question: shall we keep ourselves looking into the world, or go into the system of Europe? So several times the emperor, the title of emperor was offered to some Portuguese kings, and they refused it. So amazing. They refused to be part of the European centralized system. And when when there was this colonization in 75, and most 74 started, and in 75 all countries, with the exception of East Timor, got finally their independence. Portugal was left with Europe, with anything they had. So they had to start making this integration. But in 1986, we entered the European Union. There was a lot of commotion in the Portuguese society saying, if we are going to enter Europe, we'll lose Africa forever. We'll never be able to connect again. Well, it was Africa back then. Not Brazil was also a bit, but at the moment it was a bit distant, because Brazil was under dictatorship, and we were just experiencing the first feeling of democracy in our countries. In 2011, we had a big crisis, and this theme about going, okay, the Europeans showed their nature again. This is all about economical exploration. We start thinking about Africa a little bit more. And there is a kind of organization called CPLP, which has a lot to do with Angola. It's the Portuguese-speaking countries, which 5 of them are in Africa. The 2 others are Portugal, Brazil, and East Timor. And the Portuguese realized they can't mix the European Union with Africa. If they want to construct a relationship with Africa, they have to do it in a very trustful and open way. And if you put European Union on it, everything gets promiscuous, and you don't construct a truthful relationship. So this relationship has been staying on the limbo, more or less. So in 2011, the Europeans didn't want to help us with the monetary crisis, and the help was coming actually from Angola, from Brazil, from the other side, which is impressive. So nevertheless, the Portuguese are still very well aware of their European project, and they actually believe in all that, and it is what it is. But there is a segment in our societies that actually believe, yes, okay, we still have this African past, we want to hold it and readapt it, and we are there. We are in many countries. Portuguese firms are in many countries in Africa. They are building a huge railway in Nigeria and so on, and lots of investments in Angola and Mozambique and so on. But the thing is that they try to distance themselves from the European Union policies. And this has been, oh yes, Roche de Pouve. If you see other European countries with histories in Africa, they don't dissociate themselves from the European Union when they go into relationships with African countries. This is perhaps a little difference in Europe with the Portuguese relationship with Africa, being a country in the European Union. I wanted to give a kind of a small perspective about Africa. So the African countries after the 1574 from this resolution from the Security Council that allowed all known self-government territories to emerge to self-determination and regain their independence, when many African countries started to very fast, very difficultly, with many independence wars, nevertheless, to gain their independence. We noticed there was a kind of a solidarity between the peoples. Well, within Africa, of course, but between peoples. And the Soviet Union back then, she was the champion of the peoples. Or you wanted to sell themselves. So the Soviet Union was very important for the independence of almost all countries in Africa. In other parts of the world, more or less as well, but especially in Africa. And what happened is that after the fall of the Soviet Union, African countries were left more or less alone. They didn't connect with themselves enough in that short period of time. And everything that was left for these countries was their relationship, Africa supplying the big hegemonic economies in the north, United States, Europe. That was everything they were doing.
Piotr, may I stop you? Because now you have gone from Portugal's geopolitical relevance to actually something we will be discussing down the line as well. Thank you very much for that outline, and pass it over to Shadowy. You're muted. Shadowy, you're muted. Shadowy, you're muted.
Okay, thank you. Coping to allow me to be there at the last minute talker, and I'm not going to take a lot of time as I'm just here to represent. If you need the point of view of a French guy about your question you're asking, so I'm just going to let other people lead the show, basically.
Trust me, we have a lot of questions about France.
Oh, I'm here to answer you.
Okay, so the question here that we're standing for everyone here is tell a little bit about your country and what you think is worth mentioning from a geopolitical perspective, especially as it pertains to this topic here in Africa.
History.
Yeah, try to avoid that problem like history.
I think France is never going to leave Niger.
Oh yes, you will. Oh yes, you will.
That's what I think.
Wash. Let Shadowy just make it so we get around here, because we're gonna get
you. No, I think we are going to give some propaganda victory to the military junta by leaving the military base near the airport, international airport near the Niamey, the capital, and we are going to send our troops in the other base in the north of the country near the uranium mine. So some kind of deal with the government. We are leaving you to do what you want in the south, but you don't try to disturb the uranium trade. I think that's what's going to happen. Except if Macron does something stupid. That's always possible with Macron. So we don't know.
All right. Yeah. You have anything more to say? Did you have anything more to say about France and what you think is worth mentioning, or did you want to focus? Was it enough for you to mention about Niger? Shadowy.
He's like me, he's trying to admit himself. No, I'm okay.
Okay, cool.
Take too much time.
Okay, thank you, Shadowy. RL, please say a little bit about.
Just to add to the geopolitical implication of France, the former French colonies of France, where France still have a grip on them, thanks to the France CFA and the presence of their companies like Groupe Bolloré and others, is that not only, but it brings around 300 to 500 billion euro or US dollars to the French budget and economic calculation of GDP. It's huge. It's huge. So if France loses its grip there, France is fucked. And not just only France, but all the other European countries, they are fucked. Because, as I said earlier, Europe lacks natural resources in huge quantities for their industries, and they need huge quantities of raw materials, natural resources at a very low price to be still relevant and still be competitive. That's why you see all those movements, especially the youth, the younger generation in those former French colonies in Africa, thinking by themselves, how is it possible in Niger, the example of Niger, or uranium in Niger is sold to, or not say sold, but you have Orano, which is extracting uranium, and Niger received around 40 US dollars per ton of extracted uranium, and that very same uranium is sold at 180 on market. And
don't forget the radioactive pollution that Orano is living in Niger.
And not only that, and also Niger don't really knows the amount of uranium extracted. So it's like a monkey business. And the youth, the younger generation, understand that. And for Niger, it's uranium. For Mali, it's gold. For Burkina Faso also. For other places, it's cacao, it's chocolate, and so on. About the perspective of Algeria, just a bit of advertisement. Algeria is particular. It's an exception within the French former colonies. It's the only French colonies that fought and win its independence with weapons. It's the only one. It's the only one in the French colonies.
Morocco.
Amongst the French colonies, it's the only. No, I'm talking about Africa. We are talking about Africa.
You know that the military part of the war was lost by Algeria. The FLN basically lose the war. It was a political victory, but a military defeat.
Whatever, Brigade Lacoste came to hijack the revolution. But the Algerians made the revolution, fought against the French army, and won.
Yes.
And it's the only colony, French colony in Africa, who succeeded. All the other countries received their independence from France, from General de Gaulle. That's why, and General de Gaulle immediately implemented the franc CFA system. Yeah,
okay,
where every trade made by a foreign country who want to buy something in those former French colonies need to give 3/4 of the deal to the French bank, to the Banque de France, to the French Central Bank, and only 1/4 of the deal goes to the country and mainly to the puppet which is in place in those countries. That's why with so many enormous resources, those countries have merely developed. And the younger generation understand perfectly what's the issue. Yeah, that's why you see that in the media they call it an anti-French resentment. Like it's something which is part of an emotion that means irrational. No, it's not an anti-French resentment. It's really something that was really think about. It's an anti-French policies in Africa, because France in the first place, but in general also the Western countries absolutely don't want to see those African countries with a lot of resources being
at this
able
point, I must
being able to industrialize. That's geopolitics.
And it is precisely. I understand, and that is precisely at this point you have successfully elaborated very well. Thank you about France, by the way. It's a very good start for us because you were about
it's also the rest of the European countries like Germany. You have to understand. I'm closing there.
Okay.
I'm just closing there. That's why you have Germany who decided to send military troops in Mali. Why Germany? What's their business there? Because those European elites absolutely don't want to see Africans being able to industrialize, being able to transform their natural resources to something more expensive.
And we will definitely be getting into that, my friend. I can assure you. To the people in the audience, just so you know, I'm not trying to be like interrupting too much. the point here is that, wait, please. The thing is that RL came here very unprepared. He has not been prepared at all with the questions and so forth. So excuse me, RL, I did not mean to interrupt you like that, but you are now, just like the previous panelists, you are touching on something we're about to be getting into more broader discussion on. So
just something.
Thank you very much. And
just something
really.
RL says. Just something RL say about the independence of Algeria. Angola and Mozambique have the same problem.
Okay.
Basically, Angola and Mozambique got independence because of Algeria.
Yes, Rosh, that is also something we are about to enter. It's going to be the next one, in fact.
Okay.
So don't you worry. Don't you worry.
Okay.
So, Wyatt, please tell a little bit about your country and the geopolitical relevance that you think it has to Africa.
So, Singapore has pretty much always been the inspiration for a lot of third world countries, because Singapore used to be considered a third world country, and a lot of countries wants to be like Singapore. You know, in a few one generation or two generation, suddenly went all the way to the first world, and there's only one country that so far have done it, like Singapore, like they use the Singapore way, and that's Rwanda. And Rwanda, they went from the poster boy for what Africa, starvation and war is, the total devastation, and suddenly becomes the beaming, future of Africa, where they, despite the dictatorship, so-called dictatorship, the authoritarianism, but they suddenly improve education by a lot. The streets are super clean, just like in Singapore. They have a very powerful, civil servants, and they're building up the military, and they're not afraid to defend their border. So which is very Singaporean style. So that is probably the closest thing I think Singapore's influence on Africa is. There is we had a relationship with Africa as well. Like, our former prime minister visited, Libya, and then they have made comments about all the different leaders, and all turned out to be true, and all of them are dead. So yeah, it's kind of depressing in that sense. And Alpha.
Just to add, I think Singapore is also part of the country that are investing on the Guinean iron ore. So you have more seals, more connections. So don't worry.
Do we have 85%?
You are part of one of the 85%.
Oh, we're part of the 85%.
Yeah. So Singapore and China have on the second, because they had two what they call it. They divide in two areas, the south and north. On the south BRICS, I believe Singapore and China had 38% on one of the team. So don't worry, you're still investing in Africa too. That's what I wanted to add.
Singapore is a very pragmatic country. We are very practical, just like China. So if there's good business, we'll do the business.
Trust me, when we see you in Africa, we just think, more Chinese. We never say, people from Singapore. We never say that.
I need to wear the shirt.
We don't even know how people from Singapore look like. Trust me.
You'll be surprised.
Even if we see a Japanese or Korean, we're gonna say Chinese.
Yeah. So Singapore is a mixed country. So it's not like a civilization, which is why we have a mix. So you will see a Malay, an Indian, a Chinese, a Eurasian, a Caucasian, and they are all Singaporeans. So you cannot really tell, because we are just not that kind of civilization. Yeah, but throwing back to coping, because this is not about Singapore, but I just thought that it's important to pull out Rwanda, because I think Rwanda, we went from a nobody, suddenly become quite a heavyweight in the region around Rwanda, I think East Africa, right? Yeah. Coping.
I just would like to shout out people in the chat. With a boring conversation, we still have 75 people watching. Well done, guys.
Okay, coping.
Thank you, Wyatt, for bringing in the geopolitical comparison that you can have with Rwanda and so forth, because Rwanda is certainly a significant player on the continent. I think it's only appropriate that I myself also throw a little bit when it comes to Norway. So Norway's history with on the African continent has generally been in the wake of the U.S. and the British and so forth. So whenever they have been done coercing the countries and kind of having them economically restructured, then, you know, where they have to open up for corporations, well, then our corporations come in. And you can find like simple, like just going on Wiki, for example, about Ghana, country I go to, where Norwegian corporations, you know, through the coercive measures that were taken, had the Ghanaian state actually pay for most of the expenses for the corporation's extractive measures, which enabled it, of course, to consolidate its power back home. And, you know, down the line, this causes a problem for Norway. So this is one of the reasons. It's, you know, whether you might think that, oh, no, this is just the corporations making money out abroad. But yeah, no, it's not that simple. The corporations, when they acquire power in that manner abroad, it happens back home. And then, yeah, it's actually, I don't really want to be saying that much more about it because I don't think, to be honest, it's that important. What I would like to do now is go over to the next one. And here it might be a little bit more looser conversation. I posted in the private chat here 2 questions, and I wondered which one of these you want to start with. I just say it out loud. One of the question is, what does it mean for Africa to have an alternative to the IMF? And the other question is, how do you view the various economic blocs like ECOWAS, EAC, and so on? And what significance do you think these blocs have to the notion of African unity? As in, you know, we have discussed a little bit before on African unity, so I know you guys are good at avoiding the ideological pathways on that one. But yeah, which one of these 2 questions on the private chat here would you guys like to begin with?
Let's start with the first one.
The IMF?
Yes.
All right. So shall we keep the rotation here, or do you want to just go ahead, Bosch?
Let's
I think we should know.
Let's
I
go
think we should
clockwise.
know anyone who have something to say, you should step, because I feel that, you know, that makes the conversation more dynamic. Because sometimes, you know, we may not have something to say, and then sometimes the other person have something to react to.
Okay.
Who want to start first? No, just
I'll go ahead. In the context of IMF, I think a few years back in Senegal, there was this huge movement to basically dissociate from the IMF, because IMF, if you look at it from a broad perspective, I don't know any country that can say because of the IMF loaning or monetary systems, we have gone past our current threshold. The IMF is just a bunch of banking cartels. I want to get for the best of their money, which I don't blame them. Again, if I have to invest $1 here and get 2 million back, I would do it. So I don't blame them for their interest, but definitely it does not work in anyone's favor to work with the IMF or the World Bank. They have not proven that. I don't see any financial record on this on their past transaction or any country that says, oh, this is an example of what the IMF or the World Bank can do if we work with us. And most loans are in Africa anyway. Most of the things is in Africa. The same Africa they say is so poor that needs help every day. That's what they give the most money to. And it's the same Africa because, again, it's not about help. It's not about development, as somebody said earlier, RIS earlier. So long they can suppress the industrialization of Africa, they will, because it profits them for Africa to remain this chaotic and this disorganized. An organized Africa would not, doesn't need IMF money. And industrialized Africa does not need any money from the West. Everything they can self-sustain. They have the land for food, just like Russia and the US can claim. They have the land for food, they have the resources for the raw materials. Everything you need to be a self-sustainable or superpower is in Africa. So again, but they can't have that. And when it comes to the West, okay, someone said earlier about France. Let me just go back a little bit more. People forget to know the French and the Malian have never had a war. The French and the Ivory never had a war, because when the Mali Empire extended over to Guinea, the French and the Guinean had a war. And once they got the Fulani in Guinea to join them and they defeated the uprising in Guinea, they were easily able to go by default. Mali just fall in line and Ivory Coast fall in line. These other countries in Francophone Africa. It's not like the French landed in Mali. They never accessed Mali till later on, because most of the populations, when the Mali Empire was crashing, came up to the coastline. Then when the Portuguese and the Spanish came with a war, people moved inland. So most of the focuses was on the coastline, which is like Guinea, Ivory Coast, Liberia, Sierra Leone, or Guinea-Bissau. So but once this foreign invasion started happening, people moved inland. So all they had to defeat was Guinea, and the Mali fall in line, Ivory Coast, all these other countries fall in line. But there's no French invasion, French colonization of this. What's the noise?
Let's focus on IMF, please.
Yeah, okay. Before you, can I?
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, one thing about IMF. IMF is a debt trap for Africa. I remember Angola was under Soviet Union rule, and it wasn't perfect, but we had nothing. Like we owe nothing to the West because there was no fucking IMF in Angola at that time. But in 1992, things changed. Things changed when the IMF started borrowing money to Angola. And since that happened, Angola is in fucking debt. I don't know when we're going to be able to pay that. This is why the BRICS and Russia, if Russia survives the sanctions, a lot of countries in Africa are going to say, hold on, fuck off. Maybe Thomas Sankara was right. Let's just not pay them. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? There's nothing they can do.
Well, actually, I can, if I may, just respond to that one, because there is something they can do. There's one thing that's worth noting now that the BRICS summit is over, and I've done a little bit of digging on that. It's worth noting that, for example, of course, it's much better to have the NDB or the so-called BRICS Bank as an alternative, but we should keep one important factor in mind, and that is that much of the loans here are still conducted in US dollars, like a very, very significant proportion of them. So, well, yeah, they try to get the local currencies at 30%. The fact of the matter is that they're more close to like 20-something% of being local currencies. And while they are certainly going to be expanding on that a little bit, and it's still, again, better, they generally have better conditions. There is one thing that to keep in mind, that with that, all the things that are going on with the US, they're likely to be printing more money and all that kind of stuff. And these things are going to still be having an adverse effect. Like the countries in question are still going to be subjected to much of the same exchange rate risks that they had before. But it is true. They do have a better term, generally speaking, both in when it comes to interest, and that it is not entirely in the US dollar.
Don't forget they killed Thomas Sankara because of IMF.
Okay.
It's true. You're laughing, but it's true. That's why you got killed.
Remove Belgium, please. Below my name. About IMF. To summarize it very shortly, IMF is a geopolitical tool of the American empire. Simple as that.
Okay.
And it's only now you see a challenger to the IMF and the World Bank, which is China, and now the NDB, the New Development Bank of the BRICS. But it's very recent. Yeah, that's why when you see European leaders, Western leaders, making a kind of a conference about African countries, they are sometimes restructuring the debt, the IMF and World Bank debt. But restructuring doesn't mean erasing of debt. It's just another way to make the debt time lapse of refinance and paying back in another way. That's it. While Russia, for example, just scrap the debt.
Yeah. And
you got debt for me, I scrap it. You don't have to pay me back again. And China is beginning to also think about it.
They did.
Yeah.
10
No,
countries.
the West have scrapped many debts over the years. That is true. They have done so. They have done so. Even Liberia, after the war in Liberia,
Hold on.
after the war in Liberia, they scrapped
Maybe to Liberia. I don't remember they doing that to other countries.
After the war in Liberia, they scrapped all the debt Liberia owes. But here's how that debt works, right? If I'm some of the documents I have come across. Now, if I get for it, then so be it. But anyway, so if they give you a loan to a country, you're not allowed to produce anything you can buy from the lender. Example, if they give you $1 million loan and you want to use that money to do rice production, and the money came from China and China have rice for sale, you're not allowed to invest that money in rice production in your country. You're sort of buy the rice from China. So these loans is again, it's a metaphor like a loan shark kind of thing. It's not. It will never benefit anybody. If you ask for whatever money you ask for, you can take the same money. Example, I can produce rice in Liberia, maybe $1 for a bag, but no, I'm not allowed to do so. I'm allowed to take the same money and buy $20 across the ocean from America or from another lender that have the rice for sale. So how am I supposed to move past that? How am I supposed to pay that loan? If I take the loan to do something, if you take the loan and none of the loan is about anything meaningful to the country, they don't fund or industrialization. They don't fund. None of the loans go towards industrializations, and none of the loans go towards very feasible things. It's always like governmental management, paying civil services, and some ridiculous project and that never-ending project. So that's just what these loans are all traps, are all loan sharks.
Okay, can I just add something to that? So basically, what I will say is that because as I work with the UN many times, I know the IMF and the World Bank all was built at the same time. Based on my experience and my understanding, I think it is time for them to basically to update the contract and all this stuff, because we need competition. We don't just need, because BRICS already have a new bank, as they call it. We can just depend on that. I believe my own knowledge and experience and understanding, I believe we need multiple of them to do competition. Because if it's IMF and the World Bank is the only ones that are doing all this type of stuff and they don't have no competition, they're definitely going to continue exporting all these countries. Because you have to understand, when they lend money to African countries or South American countries or Asian countries, it's not as the same as they lend one of the Western countries. Because I know a lot of people complain about it. I think it is time for them to update, like whatever they do now. It is time for them to, because these things they built in 1958, 1950, something like that, before many countries get independent. You have to understand. So
that's it.
Yeah.
We
So
don't
basically,
need IMF in Africa. We don't need it.
Just listen to what I'm trying to say. Listen, my friend. Listen.
Yeah.
Listen, just what I have to say. It's not like we don't we probably don't need them currently as they is. Definitely, that 100% I'm with you. But we need the competitions. If Africa wanted to be able to get something that in a good deal, they need a competition. You can't just depend on one person. Like here in the US, for example, if one person is selling one lemon, and he would definitely jack that price for whatever he wants to jack it from. But if he definitely he's a competitor next door, he definitely have to find a way, either way to bring all those people come to him or to cut his price. If people complaining, because you have to understand, African countries, they are like customers. You understand? But now, based on my experience and understanding, that's why I always suggest African countries, all of them should join BRICS. It doesn't matter if you're a fan of Western countries or not. I believe they also join BRICS, because that also, like for example, like as I was telling you earlier about Guinea, that 85% of this country taking all the resources is because they're financing what, $3 billion, $4 billion? Come on, man. To take something almost close to 400, like $1 trillion worth of resources of our country. You understand? That's what I'm saying. We need something that
It's not just about the loans. The IMF.
So I understand the IMF always been behind, like, okay, yeah, you have to change your school policies, you have to change your human rights policy.
Exactly.
Trust me, I know. And that's what I'm saying. It's time for them, my friend.
You have to privatize.
That's what I'm saying. It is time for them to upgrade now. That's what I'm saying.
And it's always Western companies who are grabbing everything.
Somebody go next. Sorry, my bad.
I think it is important to focus that the Bretton Woods system, which the IMF is also part of it, but not just the Bretton Woods system, it's the dollar as a reserve, golden standard system, and the World Bank. They were created more or less, and other developing programs, they were created to reconstruct the world, actually Europe, from the Second World War. We had in the 60s, 70s, the independence of the emergency of many new countries. And the Americans noticed they couldn't stand, they had the Vietnam War, and they couldn't stand with the gold standard. And also because the new African countries, if they had gold, they could actually print a lot of dollars. They just had to give the gold to the Americans, and the Americans have to give. And they were getting scared because they wasted all the gold in the Vietnam War. And so people were also not giving them the dollars, like the gold, like because it was, oh, these guys are wasting the money. So what happened is the Americans made a complete new financial system within the old system, which is the petrodollar, where they control the emission of the money as much as they can, where they control the interest rates, and so on. On the other side, when African countries started to get independent, they created something that everybody forgets. And this is also the fault of African countries. They forget it, which was the African Development Bank, which was on the limbo, forgotten for extreme long time. Now it's there again, but it's on the system. There is a very interesting, well, Coping talked about the new developing bank, and also Alpha was talking about it, and I say to you, it's an old saying, the old is dying, and the new cannot be born. The new development bank had to be born within the system, the Bretton Woods system we know. There was no possibilities of doing completely outside. People have this expectation, but this is not true. What we have been seeing since 2011, more or less, is the emergence of China introducing new alternatives to the way they do business, like the credit line. It's not outside of the system, it's alternatives how to do trade. Credit lines, bilateral central bank deals, and so on. And somehow, this is part of the new that is borning, and we have to wait for it. The new development bank is actually going to be a promise, if we look at what they said in this last summit, is the emergence of a new payment system, which will involve local currencies. So a country pays with one currency, is paid in a country pays in its own currency, it's paid in its own currency, but the country paying and receiving is actually also being paid and receiving in their own currency. And the central bank makes just the conversion all the time. This will be something new. I don't know if it is what is going to be new, but this could be interesting. Yes, the world, Africa, needs a new monetary system. It's not just the IMF. It is the way our money is delivered, our projects are financed, and so on. You can talk about all the sins of the IMF. But the African countries also got the money from that. They had the ability to develop the African Developing Bank, which they never really did. Now they are doing it, and they are seeing the difference. So we need more actors in the system. It's more than obvious. So you have competition. And having competition, everything changed. What I was trying to introduce, sorry, I think I talked too much about many things at the same time, but what I was trying to say in the beginning is that for a long time, Africa lived resources to the developing industrial industries, countries. And now things are getting different. The countries in the global south are trading with each other. That's also the reason why they don't need IMF or the World Bank. They can choose now different actors there. This is changing. So guys, you have to focus not against one thing, but the new things that you could try with.
So I want to add on the new development bank for the BRICS. Tentatively, from what I understand, from what I read, because I covered it, is that the new development bank, from the way how they describe how they're going to do the new loans, is they haven't figured out how to do it. Like because there is no centralized currency. So now everything is loaned through US dollar. There's no global reserve currency. But because they cannot agree on a reserve currency at this moment, because of geopolitical competition between the BRICS country, because we have to understand, Russia, India, China, they are also rivals. They are geopolitical rivals. And as a result, who is going to control this reserve currency? Nobody can agree. Even China and in India wasn't really talking that much during the BRICS. It's like they must be kept apart. There's always a South African president standing between the two, because they cannot stand beside each other, because they're not allowed. Like, it's not that the individuals cannot, but it's that as a government, as a country, they cannot. It's part of the foreign policy. They have to resolve certain issues before they can talk. So even if individually they are very friendly, they can't. So there is this problem now, and as a result, they didn't have this explosive statement about a new reserve currency for BRICS, a BRICS currency. They cannot agree. What is it going to be back on? Nobody knows. Is it gold?
Yeah, but
who's gold? Who's going to put the gold inside?
May I actually come in, because
remember one thing. This currency is not like you're gonna go to the shop and buy bread or milk with it. This is gonna be just for them, the countries, just economic money. It's
Refer
not gonna
people
be.
to the recording we have had on that. But it's true, Vosh. It is actually, we don't know that for certain, but it's almost certain to be a index currency, more like the S&P is for a lot of businesses, or like the SDR is actually more like a token currency.
I would say that it's not even decided yet. So from my understanding from the research that I did, because I was reporting on it, it was not even decided. These are all speculations. The only confirmed thing is that the loans being made out by the New Development Bank will be the local currency of the 5 main countries, depending on. So for example, now they want to loan money to Argentina, because Argentina have a lot of debt, but it's all US dollar based. But they still need money to do more development and investment. So now they're talking about loaning money in I think Indian currency, the rupee, something like this. So it's going to be very selective. That means, okay, Argentina, okay, India will help you. Then maybe another country, okay, Russia will help you. But then you are taking their money, means you need to buy things from that country as well. Because you need to trade.
Have you seen the map of the new BRICS? Can you see that?
Let me actually answer via to that first. Vosh, let me answer that, because it's actually relevant to exactly what you're pointing out. Because as it pertains to this reserve currency, because I came to realize that it may simply be because they're not ready, not just because of the international reasons. Those I think are very real, but it's also because they don't still have the preponderance of market dominance, right? Like they don't have. But now with the inclusion of Saudi Arabia and Iran, UAE, oil and gas is now firmly within their control, as well as gold as well. They're having Ethiopia and Egypt, who are also been forced. Think about that. That's a really strong signal, where you have two who have been open adversaries in conflicts, like Saudi Arabia and Iran, and then you have Ethiopia and Egypt, which we also know have some long-standing issues, and we see them have now managed to negotiate, probably to some extent tempting them through the inclusions here of the BRICS. And now when they have gotten that, we mentioned the bilateral currency swaps. Yeah, absolutely. It will just keep expanding to the point where, okay, now the only thing we need to do is just change a clause on these, where we have a higher percentage used in this BRICS currency, which we have now finally found out how to, like they have alluded a lot, that it's going to be on commodities and so forth. And I wouldn't be surprised if they actually try to combine it a little bit with a basket of currencies, do a half IMF approach to that. So yeah, just that's what I say. That
in the context of BRICS, for me, I don't think it should go beyond. I don't think it should. Everyone that's applying should join. I think if they're gonna have people that make any financial, any strategic addition to the group. Like in the context of this Egypt and Ethiopia thing, I think Nigeria have more to produce to BRICS than Egypt and Nigeria. When it comes to in the context of commerce and finance and this transaction, because what can Ethiopia really add to BRICS? I really don't know. Maybe because I've not looked into it deeper. But based on what I know for now, Nigeria have more to give to BRICS than Egypt.
No, you forget the Suez Canal.
Yep, Shadowy, please.
I think there is
about
something
Egypt is
clear.
about the Suez Canal.
Yeah, Shadow
It's
is very
many
clear.
geopolitical and strategic things.
Is the population, is the industrialization, is the ability to get out of creating a
Nigeria
new
is bigger
system.
in everything that
Is a necessity of
about
creating a
everything
new
just said, brother.
Yes, yeah, Vosh. But the thing, for instance, for Nigeria has not shown any intentions of adhering to a new system. Egypt has been calling it for a long time. Actually, these countries, or most of them, have been sanctioned indirectly or directly as well. This is also the thing. But the thing is that they are intending into having a belonging to this new alternative system, and Nigeria didn't show any interest in doing it. And secondly, Nigeria is right now to become exactly what BRICS don't want to, which is the fact their extreme belligerence against Niger is everything the BRICS don't want. I know this is paradox because we have Russia and Ukraine, but this is what they don't want to have.
Okay, so basically the reason why, and I know you were saying that all African countries should not join the BRIC. The reason, the reason why I want all African nations to join BRICS is because right now it's on the beginning, because you want to be able to influence and understanding, like, okay, this is a way we have to think about building it in the direction. If we wait until they already have their own way of building it, and you can't just come and try to break that and try to fix it in your way. That's what happened to the IMF. That's what I'm trying to say. The IMF, it is time for them to, to come to the modern world now, because it was built way back before many of these countries had the independence. That's why I'm saying that this country, a lot of this country in Africa, they have something to provide to BRIC, to be honest with you. Like in Nigeria, have a lot of resources too. They have a lot of populations, and they can, like in West Africa, what country is more better than Nigeria and Ghana? There's none. You understand? So I don't understand why they rejected Nigeria to join the BRIC at the time. So I believe all of them should join, to be honest, because that will help Africa to build, to help that a way for them to benefit them in the long term. Not just today. We're thinking about in the future. That's what I'm thinking.
I mean,
can
African
I point out one
countries
thing
into
before,
BRICS, you have to first see the will of the elites of those countries to join the BRICS. Nigeria never showed any willingness to join the BRICS. And if you look at the...
They did.
Formally, because it's not a stable political system. It's not a stable political system. Look at the actual president of Nigeria, Tinubu. He's an American puppet.
Yes, but have you noticed one thing, RL? And everyone here,
example, because I just talked about 30 seconds, please. Just look at another example. Morocco made an official statement to join the BRICS. But you have many BRICS countries which are not happy because Morocco has close ties with the West. And some BRICS countries have an issue actually with the West. It's like Algeria. Algeria also have a lot of gas. It has some demographic power and so forth and so on, a huge territory, but it wasn't accepted. Even if Algeria really wanted to be in. Because there are some things that are not told publicly about the relations between Algeria and some Western companies.
I think it was more the fact that they couldn't
also
bring everybody inside. Errol, I think it was more the fact they had to choose a few. They couldn't bring everybody inside. We noticed that Russia really was sponsoring Algeria, and the Russian foreign minister intentionally made a mistake. Algeria, Arab Republic. Oh, no, Algeria, no. He made that little gap, but it was on purpose. He doesn't do anything out of purpose. I think it was just the fact that they had to choose a few. I think Algeria will get inside. Is a question of time.
So because when I was reporting, when I was looking through who are the ones selected, then looking at some of the statements by the leaders. So what I hypothesize is that they actually made an agreement among the 5 countries, the 5 BRICS countries. Each will choose one. That's the decision. Except Saudi Arabia is automatic, because they need Saudi Arabia inside BRICS. So Saudi Arabia is out of the question. So everybody choose one. So so Russia choose Iran, and then you have China choosing, I think I forgot which, Ethiopia, I think, and then Brazil choose Argentina, and then South Africa, I think they chose Egypt. So it's like, there is this selection. So like India chose UAE, and if you look at, so for example, why, how you can tell? If you look at India, UAE, if you go and Google, they actually just made a trade deal like just last year. So there is reasons why there is this geopolitical game that is all being played, and all these countries that is being selected have one commonality: they have certain anti-West tendencies. Like they are now in the process of going against the West, which is also why you will find it like people like Nigeria, Algeria, it's a bit harder for them to come in. And an interesting thing is that they invited West Sahara in as a guest for this summit, and that is a huge signal, because West Sahara is not even a proper country. If you in most situations, they are like Taiwan, they're not here, not there, and they are invited as an official guest, but Morocco is not there. So even if Morocco want to join, they can express all they want. I think 5 years from now they will still not be inside BRICS. But there will be a next round, and they already indicated there will be 10 countries will be included. Why 10? 5 countries each choose 2. Maybe that's the case. So, but the thing is, they are choosing people that they are allied with, and they are backing them. So, if not, you can't have Saudi Arabia and Iran in the same space. It is all already agreed upon. Russia already said that we're going to bring them in, and then Saudi Arabia, no. If you want to in, you have to accept that the BRICS country will have to choose certain people in, and then they say, okay, let's sign and then they just shake. Because all have the same aim. They are all anti-West, and they are all preparing for that. And what is so I want to go back to the thing about the reserve currency. Tentatively, is the danger is not the reserve currency. The danger for the West is all these BRICS countries, as they grow further, they will just trade among each other. So I was thinking about, okay, for example, Argentina take rupee. How are you going to spend rupee? How are you going to get rupee? You're going to buy it. You can sell things to India, but you're not going to get enough. But what happens? Another country is taking a loan in rubles, and then they need rupees, to buy from India. They will trade the Russian rubles with Argentina for the rupees. They can exchange the currency swap. They do the currency swap, and then they have the rupees to buy from India. And if you have these 5 countries continuing to be the main currencies being with money landed, and then they can trade among each other, this entire network, as it grows further, will become very powerful, and the entire US dollar will be out. Especially with Saudi Arabia, imagine buying oil without US dollars. The only reason why countries are sinking right now, like for example, Sri Lanka, is because they don't have the foreign exchange to get the oil, because they need US dollar, but they're not selling things to get the US dollars. And this also ties in with the IMF. All the loans are in US dollar. How are you going to pay back in US dollar when you are not getting, you're not selling stuff to get US dollars into your country? Especially, like you all said, a huge percentage of the profits is gone. You're not going to get enough US dollars.
You have to devaluate your currency immensely in order for you to sell something to receive some dollars back. So this is this cycle of devaluating in order to have dollars,
This is why IMF must go.
No, it doesn't need to go. There is new institutions.
It does. It does.
Dear Raj, the moment there is competition, the IMF is going to behave like little sweet dogs. I'm telling you.
Exactly. You get my point. You get my point. You get my point. It's listen. If end up being just BRIC and the new banks, trust me, they're gonna be the same team. They're not gonna change. They're not gonna develop.
No. Don't trust us.
Trust
me. Trust me. IMF, World Bank will never ever be able to make deals comparable to what the NDB or the Chinese or the Russians are doing.
That's the point.
Because
They need
IMF and World Bank, remember, they are geopolitical tools of the American empire. It's impossible for them. They don't have the mindset to just make loans.
About
That means
ideology.
I
agree
give
with
you
Zaman.
money, you have to pay me with some interest. No, you have to add it to, you have to privatize your water, you have to privatize your land, you have to privatize what is under your land. They don't have the mindset to just make money deals for infrastructures.
That's
like
why they need
Chinese made, or like what the NDB is doing, giving loans for infrastructure.
I think a good example
meaning
is Greece.
developing those countries.
If you look at what the European Bank did to Greece, you know what the IMF or whatever, just look at Greece. Greece is a fellow European country, but see how all these loans is destroying the country. The only reason now Greece is doing well is because everybody is now parking their money inside Greece. But if you take out all this parking of money there, Greece economy is still just as bad as it was. There's no way they can ever pay back because they don't even have the ability to control their currency. And there's a problem with the Western African countries where they have no control over the CFA, right? I think that's the currency name. Yeah. They have no control. You how do you even sell your stuff cheaper? You can't, because you have no control over the currency, and that is a very dangerous thing. Which is what Greece is facing. Greece can never get out of this if you have no currency of your own. The only reason, for example, I'm in Singapore. The only reason why food prices is still decent, we haven't went explode, is because we have the ability to manipulate our currency. We keep making our currency stronger and stronger and stronger to go in pace with the US dollar, because US dollar is keep increasing in strength, and we keep increasing as well. Then as a result, we are able to buy food cheaper from Malaysia or from Indonesia, because they cannot increase the value of their currency so much more, because they are exporting countries. And Singapore, we can continue to increase so that we can buy stuff cheaper. So the food price don't increase that much, even though it still increase. But then the population remains not angry with the government, because they think that life is still normal, but actually geopolitically everything is going haywire.
One of the things I would like to, it's quite true. One of the things I would like to focus as well, or to bring a bit to light, is something the Brazilian president called the green neocolonialism. So this is the reason why so many countries should try to be partners or even a member of BRICS, because what is coming, if they don't need a forum that can protect them, that can represent them in this new type of, let's say, imposition of green energy, they will be completely made nothing. So they really need instruments. Many countries really need instruments to make face to what they are preparing for foreign countries. So this is, I think, it's also very important. Let's not also forget that BRICS is much of diplomatic consultation more than alternative. This is a mistake of interpretation that many people have been doing a long time. They are in the way to become that, but at this moment they are mostly just diplomatic consultation, which is still very important. As I said, these countries need to find fora to defend themselves. The other thing, and I think it was also what the South African president said all the time, Roberto, he said, we need to create a forum for everybody to have a voice, for the global South to have a voice. This was repeated all the time, and this is very important to keep in mind. So that's why so many countries should align themselves to the BRICS. The other thing that Coping wanted to talk about is the regional integration of African countries. And I would like to say is like this. So I was saying that for a long time, especially after the fall of Europe, so during the independence, all African countries were united in solidarity, but they didn't build any economical ties really between themselves. Lately, then what happened was that most of Africa was just supplying resources to the industrial countries. Then we saw some kind of global South interaction. So some countries like Egypt are supplying more food to South Africa and so on. But within Africa, really Africa, the connections between these countries are still very thin. For instance, Senegal sells 40% of exports of Senegal go to Mali. But actually, Senegal is importing from the rest of the world to sell to Mali. There is no, the ECOWAS, for instance, this is a phantom community. The economical integration of these countries is still very, very thin. They are mostly supplying to the to outside or supplying the others inside from outside. They are not producing things that are really changing with themselves. Anyways, what we have seen is the global south connecting with each other. Russia as well, but China or India selling more to African countries without selling them to the industrial north that will bring them down after refine. No, they are selling them. And we see countries like Ethiopia. I think it's the reason why Ethiopia was chosen, because of the dam they have, and they have been industrializing, they have an immense industrial potential. So what we need in Africa is really more interconnection of their economies. And one of the things Africans have been saying now is that they don't want infrastructures, like Errol was saying. Okay, it's important. They want to be invested in their economies. Countries are telling people, we want to produce things in our countries. We can produce things. If we have sugar, we don't have to sell the sugar cane. We can produce the sugars. We can produce candies in our countries. If we have cotton, we can produce textiles in our countries. And this is what African countries now are asking for. This is important to notice.
You know, not only they are asking to make deals between themselves outside the US dollars.
As well.
Why should I use US dollars to buy something from my fellow neighbor and vice versa? And I need to do many difficult things to get those US dollars.
Because that point that Prata made was actually made during the Russia-African summit. Because I think one of the leaders was talking about it. He says that, we want you to buy from us. We want to produce things in Africa, to sell out, not just buy. And FCS wanted to say something, right?
Yeah. Okay. Exactly what you mentioned. That was Traore, the Burkina Faso guy at the summit. And he mentioned this exactly. And this is not back in the 80s, I'll say in the early 80s and mid 80s, there was this cross-border transaction that was really growing called our Pan-Africanist movement. But of course, all those that were heading those movements all got assassinated. And all those comes after they basically cancel all those agreements. In the case of Burkina Faso, within 4 years, Burkina Faso is basically manufacturing, producing locally almost everything. Then eventually, when the case Sankara, whoever replaced him, basically just scrap all those movements and just drive the country backward. But yeah, this drive have always been there. But yeah, Africans have, one thing also I've trying to notice about this whole conversation is people forget to know the majority of what we're talking about right now is just surround the cities. The majority of the population of Africa still have nothing to do with the West or with the Western language or understanding of things. They have not have any. I would say about 80% of Africa doesn't even speak the Western language, doesn't even understand and doesn't even know who they are. This is just a minority in the cities that we are talking about right here. So of course, in the context of Senegal and Mali importing and exporting, Mali is a landlocked country. It have a very small land for anything arable, anything farming. Mali is have more desert than livable space. So another big country with just nothing there. So but Guinea, as an example, Guinea have lush land for farming, but they don't farm. But before 1990s, Guinea was farming. Yeah.
So, just to add to that, the reason why a lot of people in Guinea doesn't farm anymore is because most of my family mostly came from Fouta Djallon, all in the rural area nearby Mali. So the reason why most of them start farming is because they started seeing that people that are coming from the city coming with a lot of money. Now they see it's much easier for you to just go buy this thing than you spending your whole life basically, doing the farming, like by the time you get up and then you wake up early in the morning, you come back and then you have to go to sleep. Basically, they see that as a reason why to stop doing it. So, and then sometimes too, when young kids went to the city, they send money to their family. They send to their grandparents or their parents. They don't want the parent to work anymore harder because they know they don't have as much young kids back home. And then now the issue now is those kids in the city now want to come to America or Europe. So it's moving. So that's the problem.
This is the thing people in the West teach the Africans, you know.
And one of the things also this, right? As I said earlier, example, the farmer in Futajalo, if the government take a loan and invest in industrial farming, he have no reason to leave Futajalo because he's producing the rice for Guinea. But no, Guinea is not allowed to support the farmer in Futajalo. Guinea is forced to take that money and buy the rice from China or America and supply Guineans. So if I'm a farmer in Futajalo, I'm losing because rice is coming in from this loan.
So
and
exactly. This is what the West do, you know. They go to this country in Africa and they tell you, you know, the potato you're doing is worth nothing. Buy my potato. If you see, we in Africa, we buy vegetables from Europe. Where the fuck in Europe is a farm enough?
And I guarantee you, it's not grown in Europe. It's grown in some African country. Go to Europe and come back to
Africa. Something very important as well. I should notice, and this is one of the biggest problems. This is one of the biggest problems for many African countries. Is the new tendency to make free trade agreements. When a country signs a free trade agreement, he can't. The state can't invest in their economy anymore because that would mean that he's kind of changing the rules of the free market. So this is also one of the reasons why the Brazilians, the South America didn't want to sign a European free trade deal agreement until now, because the state will be forbidden to make state orders to local economies in order to increase economical production in their own countries. This would have to be cut. So this is also one of the things that Mia was saying, is about the world, all these Bretton Woods institutions. What they do is they try to impose capitalism systems where the state has no power on their own economy. But this is obviously a mistake. They do that as well all the time, as we pretty much know, just through different ways. But free trade agreements are the worst thing, especially with Western countries, are the worst thing poor countries can ever do. They are just blocking their own development immediately.
I would say that the free trade agreements can be good if the sponsor of the free trade agreement is actually really nice to you. For example, the Russian-Ukraine free trade agreement, you know, all the former Soviet countries, they used to have this free trade agreement. The free trade agreement for Ukraine was really good. Like, they really get everything from Russia. But there's a bad thing about this kind of thing. The bigger country has more powerful industrial capacity. So, for example, if you're going to sign a free trade agreement with China, African country, then every single chicken and pork and everything is going to be so cheap because they are building everything in industrial scale. So you have a free trade, so free competition, but you can't compete because your industrial capacity cannot deal with that massive power, but you can get everything very cheap. So if they are very nice to you, then you can benefit from it. But if you want to grow, you find it harder as well because things are coming in so cheap. There's one story I heard in Africa, I forgot which country. So in this area, they actually the Chinese built one chicken farm. So the modern industrial chicken farm, just one long bun, and it looks like nothing from outside. It looks like nothing, but it's actually a very advanced chicken farm. Because of this chicken farm, the entire area, the local chicken farmers cannot sell their chicken because they cannot compete with the Chinese chicken farm because the chicken is bigger, is cheaper, So how do you? So you cannot sell your village chicken because your village chicken is all skinny and
At
it's
least,
also more expensive.
at least the chicken is in the country. We in Angola we buy chicken from Belgium. No lie.
You know.
Yeah, most of our chicken come from Belgium or Brazil. I understand Brazil is a big country. Belgium is not even bigger than Cabinda. You know, Cabinda is the place in Angola. Should be Congo. Yeah,
it's an enclave. Yes.
Yeah, you see, at least the Chinese got something in Africa, but now we buy chicken from Belgium.
But it's very interesting that you talk about these things in Africa, for instance, in Angola, because Angola, I think, is one of the most interesting countries in that sense. So the diversification of the economy from explorative primary economy, there has been already from the previous president this project or this program to create industries in Angola. Actually, Angolans like a lot of things that Portuguese from the Portuguese cuisine. And it was very interesting that many of these things had to come from Portugal to Angola, but they would spoil because of like fresh cheese, queijo fresco. And one of the things the government understood these things, they asked the people, there were the people on the markets, what do they think we really need, and they started producing in the country. So they, even if it was difficult, they tried to open milkeries and cheese making fabrics. And even wine is now produced in Angola because Angolans, due to the Portuguese influence, love wine. True? Voz do Povo. Angolans love wine. They can't have a meal without wine. It's very Portuguese. And they now produce wine. It's amazing. And the new president, for instance, is looking to all countries to go and invest in agriculture, agro-business, for instance. He's very keen. Angola has a lot of rivers. I think Voz do Povo told that. They have a lot of rivers. They have a lot of open land. We are not talking about forests. This is open land that can be cultivated. You have countries where there are forests, and if you go have farming there, you are destroying an ecosystem. But that was not going to be the case in Angola.
You mentioned something. You mentioned fresh fish. Fresh fish. You know what's the funny thing? European countries go to Africa, especially Angola. They fish there. They take that fish back to Europe, froze that shit, and sell us frozen fish. Our fish frozen is more expensive because you went to Europe and they analyze how the things work and make the fish better. Where in the world is a frozen fish healthier than a fresh one?
You see, Voz do Povo, the thing that I think about Angola, it's amazing, is because it was one of the first countries that I noticed they were really fighting against this. I know it's very difficult, you didn't manage, but the idea has been always there, and this is important, also for other countries to follow.
And not only to understand why that frozen fish that have to travel from Africa to Europe and back to Africa is because those fish industries are subsidized. So it's strict. The deal is strict. But about free trade, it's great when economies between countries are complementary. I mean, one country produces one thing that the other is not producing, and that other country is producing stuff that the other country is not producing. That's very great. But when both countries are doing the same stuff, then you bring competition that kills one. The bigger is eating the smallest
we African, we prefer dried fish, but they tell us this is unhealthy. Don't try
it's very interesting.
In Senegal, you have the same problem. In Ivory Coast, you have the same problem. I mean, they're in the coastline, and they allow those European fish companies to fish in their waters.
But this is even more disturbing than that. You see, I also know the case of Angola. which is Angolan government couldn't do anything about it because they didn't have ships to control their own territorial waters. So the other boats from other countries would just come.
Angola was fine.
No, voz do povo. Wait, try to understand why I'm talking because this is
until the Soviet Union collapsed. Angola was fine.
Yes, but the problem about the fisheries is very interesting. What many European countries have been doing to African countries, they were illegally fishing the fish. So many countries, they had, yes, in the case of Angola is very well known. They had no ships. Now Angola is trying to build a fleet of their armed forces in order to control their waters, but they couldn't control their waters. This is the same for Cape Verde, for many African countries. They can't control their waters. So they actually sign very bad deals with these big countries in order just to receive a little bit of money because they know they could never control their waters and stop illegal fishing.
This is where the British and French coming from.
And
we're gonna control your water. We got the ships. We're gonna control.
In the context of military aid to Africa, none of this military aid from the West is to basically to defend themselves against the West. It's only to suppress their own populations in their country. Anything meaningful aid that the country needs to be safe to defend themselves, they don't receive. They receive enough weapons and enough tear gas to basically suppress their own people. It's never to exactly as to the coastline. The Gulf of Guinea coastline is a very rich in fisheries, in resources, but it's not the most uncontrolled location. The Chinese been exploiting fishery there for the longest.
Exactly.
Do the same thing. Again, you can take a small, whenever they give the Guinean Coast Guard, they give the Liberian Coast Guard some 6 people, some ferries, not even ferries, some speedboats, which you can go up to 10 miles off your coast. Anything beyond that, you will sink. They need free frigate. They won't give them those things. And any country try to get those things, they will pass you through the bureaucracy of who can get it, who can give it to you, because their own people from Europe are exploiting
every country.
As Prata said. Yeah, because
every country in Africa.
Do you know who is giving? Do you know who is giving boats to Angola? Not the speedy boats Moamimi is talking about, real boats. You know who is giving boats to Angola?
Last time I checked, was the British.
No, the Brazil. Oh, that's just from the beginning. It was Brazil. Yeah. The whole Angolan marine is being formed, and the ships were coming from Brazil. Because the Europeans didn't want to help.
That's got to do with the borders in Angola, the British. You know, before anyone who had a Portuguese father that were born in Angola, they were automatically Angolan. But the British took over in 2010 or 11, and they changed everything. You only Angola if you were born there. So we Angolan that live in Europe, our kids, if they want to go to Angola, they need a visa. You see? Yeah.
Which is actually many African countries.
The British don't want. The British know. The British know. There is, like, you are Portuguese brother. I'm gonna say this without being sarcastic. 65% of the Portuguese people, they say they are Angola or Mozambican, and the Angolan changed that. The British changed the law, so these Portuguese can't claim the Angola nationality.
Because why the British? I'm not understanding. Why the British?
Because they're controlling the borders in Angola.
The boats?
Border.
Oh, the border.
Yeah.
I was talking about the boats. The boats.
The borders.
Because we were talking about the marine.
They don't want another European country to take over. In Angola, you know? There's a lot of Portuguese who were born in Angola. A lot. Even grandfathers and stuff, yeah. Okay, go on.
Yes, about what you said about most of African countries have a military which is just suited to protect the regime against any change of any political change or whatever, or revolution. You have now at least 2 exceptions, which is Mali and Burkina Faso. The state television of Mali and Burkina are now showing planes, helicopters, pickup trucks with heavy machine guns, kind of tanks, light tanks, to fight against the terrorists, the rebels, or whatever. And they are explaining that their friends, mainly China and Russia, because all the helicopters they got are from Russia, and all the planes also, it's Russia who give them. They don't give them for free, but they are explaining that with their own resources, they were able to pay for those military equipments, and certainly their natural resources. Yeah, we have to face the reality.
Talking about Mali, there was a very disturbing news.
Wait, thank you, wait. But they pay them with their own money. That means they didn't contract any loan to get those stuff, those military stuff. And they were explaining that in 60 years of military cooperation with the French, they got nothing, not a single helicopter, not a single warplanes, and now they have plenty of equipment. So you have Mali and Burkina Faso who have military equipment to make a real war. Of course, they don't have cruise missiles, they don't have all that stuff from a modern Western countries or Russian army or Chinese army, but they have acquired a level of equipment, military equipment, they never got before.
Okay.
If ECOWAS, I finish there. If ECOWAS launch a war against Niger, it will be because behind them you will see America and France giving them equipment, like in Ukraine.
RL, thank you very much. Hold on, people. I'm sorry.
Please.
No. One moment. I'm just gonna watch, please. I'm gonna be very brief here because what RL just said was absolutely perfect timing. All things considered, we have further things to be discussing, and down the line, it is because you mentioned ECOWAS, right? And so here we can segue neatly over to the next question here for all of the panelists. And, we can still continue the discussion in the same manner. You can transition from where you were, RL and Vosh, to this. But the question is this, and this was outsourced, by the way, from people in the DPA lounge. So this is from the other people who wanted you guys to answer these questions. And the question here is, how do you view the various economic blocs like ECOWAS, EAC, and so on? And what significance do you think these blocs have to the notion of African unity? Feel free to jump in.
About it already.
Just to start, because you bring up about ECOWAS. For me, as ECOWAS, I used to like them as an idea, but the problem I had with ECOWAS is why they when Alpha Conde was killing the Fulani people, because if there was against of all these things going on in Niger, I don't hear them sending military to Guinea at the time when Alpha Conde was doing everything he wanted to do, because he was killing people left and right. As you know, people like young people just go outside protesting because the teachers are not getting paid, because sometimes will be like back paid, like teachers are not paid like almost like 2-3 months, 4 months, or sometimes there will be gas prices, and the result they come with is like shooting people like in the street, just to take them out of the street, or sometimes they even go to local areas that they know there's more Fulani people, that there's no Manike people at all, or any other people, like there's no other social people, and raping women and all that stuff. Where were they at that time? Did they send any military trying to, okay, you know what, it's time for you to get up? They didn't do any of that. That's the issue I have with ECOWAS. When they're saying that they want to solve a military position against Niger. So that's what I can say for now. But listen, I don't have nothing against Manike people. I love all Guinean people. But it's just that sometimes you have to, when situations go like this, if they don't take care of, it will be like a civil war in the nations. You understand?
What do you think it's the economical value of ECOWAS?
The economic value is that like it will be much easier for countries like in between them to trade, Like because like in Guinea, for example, in Guinea, like my most of my family people like they do like trading. They buy stuff from China, and then people from Sierra Leone, Liberia usually come and buy from us, and then they take it to the country because it's more cheaper when it comes from Guinea. And the only other problem is that it's like sometimes it's like we need to find a way to be able to transfer this currency in a better way, because Guinea currency is very, very low. So when I used to go to Sierra Leone, when I try to do like the trading currency, sometimes I come, it's like 2 times the price what it's supposed to be, because sometimes these people that do the trading currency, they are mafias. As my brother can really agree to that, because sometimes, sometimes I don't understand. So it's crazy, But I think they need to bring a way like to unite like all ECOWAS, like as one trade or like one currency or something like that, or find a way to make it easier for all Western countries to work together.
Okay. For me, ECOWAS was basically a counterpunch to the Pan-Africanist movement.
Exactly. Yep. That's true.
ECOWAS was basically created to basically break all those independent ideas and financial ideas. So basically, once they see they could not one of the easiest way they could get the entire West Africa to fall in line was to create a pseudo organization and subscribe them all to it, which is ECOWAS. Because, as he said, what he's saying right now, that trade is between the common men. It's not between the state. The Guinean government have no idea what the Liberian government is doing. They are just next door to one another. Very barely do you ever see the Guinean authority in Guinea discussing anything business or anything transaction. They don't communicate at all. It's the people on the ground that goes back and forth. So ECOWAS should be at that level. ECOWAS, it just exists on paper to basically push the Western interest on West Africa. It does not solve anything economically, financially for the West Africans that it's supposed to represent.
Where in Africa is located Ivory Coast?
What happened?
Ivory Coast, Cote d'Ivoire.
Yeah.
Where in Africa? Is in West Africa.
Yes.
Which country in the world? Which country in the world is the biggest producer of cacao powder?
Ivory Coast.
Ivory Coast. This is where France get their money in Ivory Coast. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is where France get their money.
In the context of BRICS, example, BRICS could basically control that cocoa export if BRICS follow its terms, and if BRICS follows what was agreed. That cocoa exportation, BRICS, I mean, ECOWAS should have been in charge of that cocoa, and from Ghana, from
the other country is Ghana. This is where the British.
Yeah.
You see.
But no,
these countries got nothing to do with the BRICS.
No. May I please jump in since you mentioned Ghana, because that's exactly what I just want to throw in a little thing here that maybe would be nuanced in the conversation, and I was interested in what your perception of that is, because when I was in Ghana, I had, for a variety of reasons, I had a Ghanaian business partner there, and I noticed fairly quickly that, also by just simply traveling there, I noticed that there were quite a lot of exceptions given to people who were from ECOWAS countries. Like you could very easily travel in between ECOWAS countries, set up a bank account using your Ghanaian ID. Well, as far as I've seen it in Ghana, that's enough for you to be from an ECOWAS country. You can. Yeah, I went through the immigration process to get a non-citizen ID card, so I can tell you that was written, like, it was pretty clear for me.
It's very easy for you to establish business and have an ID in Ghana than me from Liberia. I'm telling you, like Wyatt, Plato, and Kopili can have an easy access finationally in ECOWAS.
Fine. It's just valid. But you would then please then I would like you to then. Well, Matt, I would just please then have you explain to me, like, because it is the Ghanaian officials that have been stating this clear also. This is their own laws, and they're tying it up to ECOWAS in this manner. And you might be scoffing at it, but this is like, from an outsider perspective, I don't really have much more than these formal informations to go by. So I just wanted to point that in. I didn't really want to make an assertion in that regard.
So it was under ECOWAS. Let me just say something quick. Please. Come on, let me just say something quick, because you said about Guinea. Come on. So basically, as you were saying, you may be like as ECOWAS, probably much easier than somebody coming from East Africa. A little bit, but not as much as if somebody like right now. If I come from America right now, I go to in Niger, in Nigeria or Ghana, trying to put some money down as a U.S. citizen, they would definitely take me quicker than the next person that from ECOWAS. Trust me, I know.
Yes.
My friend, my brother can definitely agree on that.
Because
that's true. But my point was that ECOWAS still facilitates for easier transfer of the populations within the ECOWAS countries. That's the only thing I tried to point out. Yes, it's still easier for me. It's true. It's still easier for me to go to Ghana than it is for example, a person from Guinea or even Togo. So the borders are very loose, so it doesn't really matter. But it's true.
That's
Yeah.
not, that's not the only issue. The other issue too is also sometimes the discrimination between the people too. Because when I went to Sierra Leone, like as the Fulani people, they used to make fun of the Fulani. They say, "Fula, don't fool me, belle, or don't cut me, belle, Fulani, don't your blessing." If you understand what that means, it's basically the discriminating Fulani people that are from literally the next door. Even when they had the civil war, they literally just moved. All of them most of them just went to Guinea right away to get sometimes it's not just the government alone. Sometimes also it's the people too. You understand? So we in West Africa. I prefer us to unite. To be honest, I prefer a whole Africa to unite, not just in blocks, because in blocks it's like you're just taking time.
You have to understand that ECOWAS in French, CEDEAO, is a creation of the West and especially of Europeans.
Yeah.
Yes, it was to counteract the Pan-Africanist ideas and ideologies that was growing amongst the newest generation. But it was a creation of the West and especially Europeans. That's why an American or a Norwegian or a French, when he goes to Ivory Coast or Senegal or Guinea or Nigeria, opening a bank account is more easy for them than for the locals. Even the locals of a country. A Senegalese in Senegal has more difficulties to open a bank account than the French guy that came there in Senegal.
If there is a queue, if there is a queue of 100 black people waiting, and the white guy get in, they're gonna raise their hand and call the white guy to,
I would like to focus in Africa. I would like to focus something in this. So when you create economic community, the idea is that a couple of countries will kind of protect themselves, blocking a bit more from outside in order to develop within inside. Normally in such economical group, some countries develop more than others. What we see about ECOWAS, first, it's based mostly in the area of the so-called Western franc, and the other one, the Central African franc. It's true that they facilitate a lot of things because they create the same customers formula, and everything becomes a bit easier. But what we have seen in ECOWAS, first, countries have a lot of commerce between themselves. Well, it actually is very little because all these countries still have more commerce to outside countries than within themselves. So no European Union country has this. They always have more commerce within the European Union than with outside the European Union. But what we notice is that the ECOWAS was created, or at least it exists now, to facilitate the entrance of products from other nations. And what they exchange between themselves is mostly things they imported from outside, just like Alpha was saying, and export to other countries, especially the ones that have less connections to the sea. What we should expect is actually, because it's a closed community, they could create difficulties in imports in order to develop local industry. But this has not been said. Yes, there is an incipient industry in Africa, in West Africa as well, but all these countries have the same problem. They don't have energy to maintain fabrics working. So that's why there is no really industry going on. One of the reasons. The other one is, as I said, the ECOWAS is not really economical community in the typical sense. The other way, the other sense that I'm not finished. Oh, come on. Ariel, you already talked. The other sense that Alpha was saying, because many of these countries want to get rid of France. They are creating the ECO, which with their central bank in Nigeria. I don't know if it is going to work. Miadovi already said no, but there is this project. They want to unite to really kind of block the idea, like European Union, that countries can evaluate and have like unfair competition between themselves. The other thing I wanted to talk about, which is just to introduce actually, which is very important, the project of the African Free Trade Area. No economical communities there, to just a complete Pan-African economical. Angola is really expecting on it. They pointed out a lot of times. What do you think, guys? Is this going to happen?
Hold on.
Wait, Prata, to jump to what you said. When I'm listening to you, Prata, about ECOWAS, it's like ECOWAS was coming from those countries who decided to create ECOWAS, which is not
I said that very
case.
well.
That's how I understand it when I was listening to you. And about ECO, because you were talking about ECO, the first guy to talk about ECO was Draman Ouattara, and the second one was Macron.
Okay.
Even if the main bank will be in Nigeria, it's a construction of the France, Afrique, and the Western interest.
Basically, France is actually trying to change the CFA to the ECO. But anyway, that's another France corruption scheme. But currently, under this ECOWAS state, they have more than 7 or 6 different currencies. Actually, more than they have the CFA, they have the Guinea franc, they have the Naira, they have the Ghanaian cedis. Also about 5 to 6 different currency in this ECOWAS, and not if you're not dealing in the safer regions, basically your money is useless. I cannot take a Liberian dollar and go do with a safer country. It doesn't work. So ECOWAS is just in the name. It's another Western tool to just subjugate the West African economic system. It does not do anything. It doesn't solve any problem. All it does is follow what the West wants us to do. In the context of ECO was being discussed a long time before, and French and its puppet capture it. They're trying to change the CFA to ECO to basically force the rest of African countries to basically fall in line with the CFA, which is not going to happen. Again, it's all when it comes to the West and okay. So I'm trying to say earlier about this ECOWAS. ECOWAS existed when Nigerians kicked out millions of Ghanaians from Nigeria back in the 80s, basically make them walk to Nigeria, to Ghana. So ECOWAS was in place when that happened. So all of these things is just what they feed the West. Or we have ECOWAS, we have AU, this free trade agreement today they're talking about. The AU was supposed to solve that. The AU was designed to solve that. The OAU, NATO, AU. So they keep creating organization over organization that basically override things that are already there. That they couldn't enforce it under OAU. They created AU. They couldn't enforce it under AU. Now they're going to create an African Free Trade Agreement. They keep creating so many agreements.
African Union, right?
Yes.
OAU, African Union, yeah.
Yeah, the OAU was a previous name, then it changed to AU. But anyway, so they keep creating new organizations to basically do what the O1 could not do, and it never happens. In ECOWAS, we have the MRU, the Mana River Union, which is Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Ivory Coast. That union was supposed to be these 4 countries basically having open borders, people moving, because they're the same people, to be honest. Move around easily, security sharing informations, and but it never happened. This is just 4 countries in the sheer border. The same people live on either side of this country. You can find the same group of people in all these 4 countries. People have families everywhere. I have families in all these other 3 countries. I've been to all these other countries, so you can easily just cross back and forth. Even on the borderline, you can on the border, there's still physical border because of corruption and stealing, but that border was supposed to be there by the agreement of MRU. This is 4 countries, yet alone 15 or 16 countries talking about ECOWAS. The ECOWAS, again, is just what was created to have a name attached to it, but the functionality is non-existent. It does not benefit Africans, it doesn't benefit any African state except when you want to loot, when you want to get some Western puppet, want to push some ideas like invasion of Niger. Hey, let's get ECOWAS to rally
look at the countries in ECOWAS that got voice. Look at them. Nigeria, Ghana.
No. Ghana, you see, Ghana has been very quiet about this war in Niger. People are not paying attention to this. Ghana has been very, very quiet about this. One of the another capable military in that region is Ghana. I think after Nigeria will be Ghana. Instead of well armed and well capable military will be Ghana. But Ghana is very quiet because again, Ghana as is a very old country, and they have dealt with the West for so long, they know who exactly is controlling ECOWAS. They know who exactly is controlling. Even the movement to invade Sierra Leone and Liberia when ECOWAS came, it was very little Ghanaians involvement. It was always Nigeria. It's always been Nigeria. So ECOWAS, the Ghanaian know it doesn't in a broader scheme doesn't represent an interest. This is why they just ignore. They just pretend they don't exist and did not deny or support what happened in Niger because they know ECOWAS in general is just a hypocrisy transition, and it doesn't serve our interest, or we don't want it. So,
first to prove, there is also a regional organization which Angola belongs to, right?
SADC.
SADC. How do you find SADC in your daily life in Angola? What's their? How do they exist?
It was good when it started, and then people start to realize that's just a British thing. As I said before, people in that region of Africa, the one who speak English, basically all of them, but Angola and Mozambique, all of them speak English, so all of them are British. None of them want anything to do with UK anymore. None of them. So, you see, the people in that area, they fed up. And they changed the things, They let Zimbabwe do their thing. They let Zambia do their thing. Because before, they couldn't. And now, they making deals with India and even Belarus for agriculture, one of the things. People always say Ukraine is the best country for agriculture in the world. That's not true. That's not true at all.
Yeah.
That's not. Whatever Ukraine can produce, Russia double it. And Russia knows Africa can compete with them, especially in that region of Africa. Zimbabwe, Zambia. I'm not going to say Malawi. I'm not going to say Namibia, but there is another one. Mozambique. Yeah. This country, they really can produce things, but they don't have. But since they changed the SADC, the way SADC do things, so they are dealing with India and Russia. So maybe we're gonna have our own rice soon, because at the moment we buy rice from Portugal and Italy.
Can I ask a question to you guys tied to the original question regarding, not just ECOWAS, so clearly you guys have stated your opinion thereof, but the East African Community, I think it was called, EAC. That was the other one on the question that was submitted to me. Do you think that's the same? It's the same as ECOWAS, or do you think it's
no
under Chinese control, or it's something more sovereign?
Rwanda is trying to make the EAC to work. Because Rwanda is landlocked, and it's trying to use the EAC to basically get access to the sea. I think with the proxy of Tanzania, that is kind of working in favor. Rwanda, EAC has some serious people that really want to make it work. Be it Kenya, be it Rwanda, and be it Uganda. They are really trying to make that EAC to work. But compared to ECOWAS, ECOWAS may have more resources that can basically turn to something miracle to more money. But EAC have more, more willpower to want to work than ECOWAS does. For the SADC region, for the South African people region, for them, I'm not, because South Africa dominates that region in everything. And if South Africa fails, they all just follow in suit. So South Africa, in terms of ECOWAS, ECOWAS is the least of all of these organizations based on what I can know. But EAC, for me right now, EAC I think is trying to somehow make it workable, because it's works in favor of Rwanda. Rwanda is developing so fast, but because since it's landlocked, it has so many limitations, and it's trying to use the EAC to basically have access to the sea, which will actually help boost their economy. So yeah, the EAC in East Africa they are better off than the ECOWAS.
I think you
East
just said
Africa,
many things quite
East
interesting,
Africa,
which is
East Africa got a better chance than any region of Africa to succeed. A better chance. They just need to get together. They have one thing which is the key language. They all speak one language. They all speak Swahili. All of them. Even Angola speaks Swahili just because, just in East Angola, just in East. It's not even a big population. I don't think there is like 100,000 people in that area, but we still speak the language because of Zambia.
Swahili, just for history, Swahili is coming from Arab.
Okay, so
if you see the East Africa, there is Arabic up north in East.
No, Swahili basically have some. Those that have Arab roots have Arabs in it. Those that have French roots have French words in it. Those that have English would have English words in it. So this is how I become today. They all have a common thing to understand.
The roots of Swahili was coming with Islamic expansion through Central Africa, because in Congo, RDC, Congo Kinshasa, the first foreigners to come there were the Arabs in the east, and several decades later, the Portuguese came from the west coast.
By the way,
that's the story.
The other part of Angola that speaks Swahili
15th century.
I wanted
Congo.
I wanted to pick up
what the language is spoken more in Africa after Swahili? Lingala.
No.
Lingala, which is the main language in RDC, in Congo Kinshasa.
Yes. And
Lingala is not a second. I'll probably go to Hausa.
Yeah, but going back to the communities.
Nigeria is the biggest country with population in Africa. And people in Nigeria, they learn that language, Lingala. And in South Africa, because these two countries, South Africa and Nigeria, they are the most, when it comes to economy, they have the best economy in Africa. And because of the way the Congolese went to these two countries, people start learning Lingala because they need that. Basically, in that Central Africa, Lingala is the language for business. And they took that language to Nigeria and South Africa.
So one of the things I noticed from the
description all North Angola speak Lingala. All guys in North Angola.
Well, very few Lingala. Okay, go ahead, Prater.
One of the things the FCS, I think it's important, but let's not make it this today too ethnic. One of the things I noticed very interesting, how FCS was describing ECOWAS, is that, and the other communities, because they are less connected to their colonial ancestry or process, is that they tend to solidify the sovereignty of the member states almost individually. So you were talking, okay, these countries are landlocked and they are doing serious stuff. One of the things I noticed about ECOWAS, especially in knowing a little bit about Guinea-Bissau, is that they do everything to destroy the sovereignty of its member states. It's like a community that is always trying to it looks a bit like European Union. It's always trying to take a little bit from the control of the member states to itself. Am I misreading? FCS.
Sorry.
And Alpha.
Sorry, please rephrase that again.
Okay. Yes, I was saying that SADC and the East African countries communities, they have more the intention of solidifying, of strengthening the sovereignty of their member states. And what I noticed about ECOWAS is that their goal is mostly to actually destroy the sovereignty of each of their member states, like stealing parts of their sovereignty to themselves and letting the member states like without weapons, without instruments to change their national domestic politics policy or even international policy. So it looks a bit like European Union. Am I wrong? So one solidifies sovereignty, the other not.
Okay, to an extent. For the East African, when the European went to East Africa, it was more about business, really. The damages, most of the warfare, the killing, the destructions happen in the west and southwest of Africa. That's where most of this European horrific story happens. You go to East Africa, it was a little bit different than what happened. It was more of plantations and more of, they didn't take them over. Basically, everything was there. So East Africans, for the longest time, they had a quicker way to go to the root and move forward. And say in the language, things didn't change much. In West Africa, a lot of things change. Geography change, language change, religion change, culture. It allows a lot of changes. So over the years, of course, it's going to take time to put us together. So West Africa is still cannot find an identity to really run with. And I keep saying this, people keep ignoring this. In the context of Guinea, Guinea is a perfect example. I keep using Guinea because I live in Papua. It's a very good example. I don't know anybody in Guinea that can say, I'm ready to die for the name Guinea. They will not do it. Alpha is right here. Yeah, but in the same context, if you go to Kenya right now, that's a Kenya will tell you, I will die for Kenya. Because again, he identified with Kenya. That's his language, that's his. So, but Guinea is a fiction. Kenya have really not moved. So they have a route to basically grasp and basically move forward on. But until you can find your root, you can find your foundation, you always have these overlapping things. How does it correlate to these new blocks? EAC is focusing on promoting what they already have, that learn their language to go forward. Why does it work in West Africa? West Africa again, the language is not theirs. That's one. Or the land is not theirs. That is two. So they can even come to some solid foundation to stand on to even say, let's go for tomorrow. So this is why, as I say, it's always undermining and always this example. Niger is a perfect example. Whenever a community in a region try to stand on its own, they either call them terrorists or they sanction them. What is ECOWAS doing sanctioning Guinea, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger? What does ECOWAS have to give them to sanction them? Nothing. But of course, ECOWAS is basically relaying the sanction from Europe and America. Fast forward, a few years back, there was this boycott in East Africa, in the EAC, to stop importing news clothes from America. And America threatened to sanction them. They said, go ahead. They said, go ahead, because we can't keep importing your news clothes when we have local tailors here that have clothes for sale. So again, they can have a position to stand on. Because they have a reason to say we are Swahili in a broader perspective. We are Kenyans, we are Rwandans. Again, they have a place to be. Not everybody in Guinea today historically belongs to Guinea. Not everybody in Liberia historically belongs to Liberia. They had their own place where they belong to. There are people in Guinea today that had the entire tribe could have been found either in Ivory Coast or Guinea only. But because of this drawing things, they found us in a whole different place. So yes, there's that instability in the West Africa that was handicapped there. Anything that I know you said not to go the travel route, not to go, but that's one of the main things that's affecting West Africa's progression, because they have some of the most resources to produce some of the anyway.
Yeah. I know
comes from French colonialism.
Just to add to, because I know if you're gonna speak about ECOWAS, there's so many things that are good and bad, to be honest. Like I would just to add a little bit on it is like for ECOWAS right now, it seems like Nigeria is always trying to run it, to be honest, and everybody have to follow behind them based on what I've seen and what I understanding for the past few years. You understand? So it's a little bit difficult for all of them to be as equal, basically the way I'm saying it, because whenever there's a situation, if it's a situation that happening like let's say in a small country like in Gambia, they can mobilize quick military to go do whatever they want to do right away. But if it's same thing happening in Nigeria, they're not gonna do it, because who's gonna go fight against Nigeria? Definitely not Guinea. Definitely, it's not many of the other countries. You get what I mean? So, yeah.
You don't need to mobilize if you want to fight Nigeria. You need to destabilize the country. You need to destabilize the country from within.
Yeah.
Or just look at Boko Haram. Just look at Boko Haram.
No, but the thing is that Boko Haram is completely different, because if ECOWAS was united, that's where they would already send the military on. You get what I mean? That and the issue that many of these countries face, like in Mali and Burkina Faso, that's when they already send the military without having to ask France to send the military in to help them out, because they did the same thing before.
But then you will resurface a very millennial ancient problem between ethnic groups. To summarize it, in Mali, in Niger, in Burkina Faso, it's very clear, but it's also the same to a lesser extent to others. It's the people from the north versus the people from the south of that Sahel band, which is millennial. It's a history that Pan-Africanists don't want to hear, because it goes against that Pan-Africanism dream, where every African tribes, ethnic groups are all friends and all, oh yeah, you are my brother, which in history was not the case.
Yeah.
And in West Africa, particularly when the French came in 18th century, especially since 19th century, the people of the north, Tuareg, Peul, you call Fulanis, had the upper hands against the Bantus, the people living agriculture, farmers, and so on. And history of that area, especially West Africa, was always a struggle between those nomadic tribes and people from the north against those agriculture sedentaries people. In some time in space, in some times you had those agricultural farmers who were very powerful with empires and kingdoms, and in some other period of time it was the north nomadics who are raiding, pillaging, plundering the people from the south who had the upper hands.
Yeah, but that's in the past. Let me just say a little bit.
No, and that fracture didn't. Please, let me finish. Let me finish, and I end there. And that fracture didn't stop. Just look at what the Malians from the south have done against the Berbers of the north. They took revenge when the French helped them. They took revenge against them, killing them. Even if those are very minority, but that's also an internal reality.
Okay.
No. I just spoke for 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes. So please, thank you.
Please, my friend, please. The point here, the thing that I need to make clear for everyone here is that Wyatt has continued from an open mic, you're right, and we are now passing well over 6.5 hour stream, and we still have one question to get at, right? We will not have time for any Q&A for people. Maybe we will take a very quick closing for us, and then maybe we have the super chats. Wyatt, what do you think about that? Are the super chats?
Why is
there's only one. Yeah, there's only one. So one or two. Yeah.
Okay.
And also that 6 hours is from the previous chat. That 6 hours is a continuation from the open mic. So just
basically we've been here for recording for 2 hours.
You look
very
tired.
Yes, and panels are usually not that much longer. So so you guys, like, we're not going to, I'm just going to make you guys clear, we will have to kind of move over for the sake of time and brevity. Like, so you just, you know, you can continue the conversation as it was going, but try to kind of gear it into like endpoints and closing it. And so I can bring in the second question, because it is switching gears, that other question as well. So I've posted it in a private chat if you want to be prepared. And yeah, that's all. So if you have anything else to say regarding the issue of the regional blocks, also the African Union, what have you, say your words right now and kind of make that like a closing of the topic, please.
All right. So, I mean, just to comment on that West African warring thing going on. The Tuareg, this is not new. This didn't start this century. They've been going on for a very long time. And previously, before Islam came to West Africa, of course, they had their own belief systems. When Islam came, that was the very first war between those that believe in Islam and those that practice that natural religions. Then it expanded. When Christianity came, it became a war between Islam and Christianity, and those that practice that natural religions. So if you look at West Africa today, if you go south of West Africa, you find more traditional religion and culture stay in place, like the Benin, Togo, Nigeria. If you go north and south, it's a more Islamic and more modern religions in practice. Because again, during the fall of the Mali Empire, when slavery or when the Western people came in, that's when that division started to create it. So to today, that division still remains. But the Tuaregs war against Mali, to me, it is justified. How many Tuareg people is represented in the Malian government? None. And they've been doing this war since the 50s or 60s. They've been trying to get that representation. If you can't represent me, then what do I exist in your country as a member of your country? There's no Tuareg members in the Malian government, but they are Tuareg. They're supposedly Tuareg. They're citizens of the country. So of course, you can't say I live here in country and I don't have any voice in your political doing. So I'll have to fight for independence. They try to fight for I see it as an independent fight, and they're justifying doing so. And because now, guess what? They were called terrorists. They were called all kinds of names to go in there and go destroy them. The same things happens all over Africa. Whenever a group find an identity to move forward with, they call them terrorists and they go and bomb them. And so again, Mali government can do better than just calling them terrorists and fighting them. They can incorporate them into, because they're part of the culture. They're a very small group. The Dogon people today, they're a very minority group in Mali, even less than the Tuareg people in the north. But Dogon are well represented. Again, the Dogon falls under the whole mundane tribal group, but as individual groups, that's very tiny. There's groups smaller than the Tuareg, but Tuareg have no representation in the country supposedly they are from. So I don't blame them for trying to create their own nation north of Mali. I do not blame them at all. If you want to prevent that, include all your citizens on an agenda. So that's my position on that. So
for me, it's like the problem of the different ethnic groups existing in these countries in Africa is everywhere. And these countries, when they got their independence, they also accept that heritage, and they actually defined it. It's on the grounded documents of the African Union. The thing is that many of these countries have not been able to establish statehood. They should concentrate on statehood. So a state exists for all their citizens. It doesn't matter who. It's for every citizen. And they have to, and also one of the problems of many African states is that the state is something that exists but has very little to do with everyday life of each citizen. There is no statehood yet. And all this time of independence, they weren't able. So the colonial heritage is there. They haven't been able to get away from it, although it was in their intentions from the beginning. But they have really to go for it. I think Angolan example is a very good one. It's a country that really definitely established a statehood, and it's for everybody. Roberto was actually talking about this civil war between three parts of the country that more or less represent three big ethnic groups. He was saying tribal, and he already has difficulty in saying today that it's tribal because the Angolan government nowadays is for everybody. It's more state-based. And it doesn't really look that much anymore to where people are coming from. People feel themselves represented, even if Angola is not.
We still have problem in the north.
Yes.
People
even
in
if
the north,
Angola is not a real democracy.
Normally, we see is wrong. People from the north, we call them Congolese because they speak with French accent. Yeah, this is bad. Yeah.
Can you believe it?
But they are They are Kikongos. So they are Kikongos. Their original name is Kikongos, so it makes sense. So going back to a bit to the problem of the Sahel, which is very complicated because the Sahel had many nations, but they never really had fixed frontiers between themselves. So there's a lot of land.
Piotr, please, Piotr. Now, as you said, it's very complicated, and we were going to start to wrap up.
No,
I see where this is going.
I'm going to somewhere else. You want it's just very, very soon. One of the things I realized that this started all this interest for the Sahel region. It was not the problem of these all complication things between different ethnies, because they always existed. Some work with cattle, some work with agriculture, some work with pastoring, some work with trade. The thing is, as really noticed, is the interest for the Sahel started when they noticed that the Niger River is actually not getting smaller, it's getting bigger. The waters are growing year by year. And this Niger, for instance, has the project of making a dam. The dam is being built by the Chinese. When this dam is finished, the amount of irrigation land, again, like in Angola, this is not forest, this is land that is unoccupied. Everybody can use it as you want. You can immediately impose, there is no people there to make problems that have been living there for centuries and centuries, and that's habitat. No, they don't have this problem. So the agriculture potential of many of these people around the Niger River is huge. This is, of course, not in the interest of Nigeria, which is obvious. But this, you see, sometimes we forget to look at some economical figures that are behind there, because economics in most of the world are the ones moving the fingers, moving stuff, not ethnic problems.
Yeah, that exactly.
Africans need to focus on statehood. Your governments need to be more state-like, to care more about your populations. It's not just about tools, it's also about having economic instruments to change local politics and domestic and international politics. And when you have something like ECOWAS, which is actually trying to take from each country their potential of making a voice or saying no, then there is also no space for statehood.
Okay. No, definitely. I understand what you're saying. Like right now, like the current leader of Guinea, because he traveled, he used to live in France. He traveled a lot. He basically doesn't want to use it as a tribal wise. He's trying to basically make everybody as a Guinean. Every time he speaks as a Guinean. He doesn't care about, because he's Maninke, he doesn't care about people thinking he's Maninke. And you have to understand that too, in Guinea, many people speak multiple languages. They don't just speak their own language. Like my country, like as my brother can agree with that. Like most of the time, if Fulani person speak Maninke or so, not just French. So sometimes there's that relationship people all they had like centuries, even though they have issues. You just have to try to, promote that more for the people to be able to work together more better, And the one thing I want to add about the African Union, I'm happy that they disagree with ECOWAS about going to war with Niger. So that's one of the things I wanted to add, and I want to thank them for doing that. So thank you so much. So
because there is nothing to gain, The African countries not gonna gain anything if they go to
I'm sorry. What Alpha and Trauta have been going on there basically segues over to the next question, because what you're basically talking about is what the government should do, how they need to cooperate and all that stuff. They need to change it. But we had a question here that was provided by I'm just going to say it, Papa Rochi, our dear little Roo Humper, also known as Australian. He provided some of the questions here that you guys have been discussing. So I just want to give a shout out for him and thank him for actually having assisted, behind the scenes in that matter. So the question is as follows. This is a little bit more individualistic, right? So get this one. Given the underlying issues relating to Africa stem from colonialism and neo-colonialism, how can individuals from colonized nations and colonial powers alike assist in the uplift of Africa without repeating the past mistake? Because as he said it himself, my understanding is that this panel will probably be talking about changes in Africa. And so here comes a little bit more personal. Like, how do you think do you think, like on an individual level, be it like here, us who are non-Africans and those of you who are Africans and so forth? And I think on this one, just for sake of timing, we'll take a rotational round on this one. FCS has the finger up first, so I'll just start with him, and then Plata can go.
Wait. I would like to answer the first question before. What should governance in African countries? Yeah.
No, we are because there's
about
nothing
the regional
we can.
level.
No, because if you can be very quick about it, please.
I didn't have the opportunity to answer. I will try to be very short.
Please.
I will try to be very short.
Thank you.
Each African country has their own reality, like Mali, like Burkina, like Nigeria, like Niger, like Ivory Coast, like Senegal. Each of those countries need to find their own system coming from themselves and not a copycat of Western ideas of how a government should manage the country or etc. Because they all have their own specificities, demographic specificities, ethnic specificities. Like FCS mentioned, the Tuareg, the people from Azawad, they're a minority, but they need a voice inside Mali. And for that, you can't bring democracy where one man is one vote. Otherwise, they always be outnumbered. So they need to find their own solution. Also, in regional level, different African countries need to find their own solution of having a group, whether it's economic, politic, defense, whatever. They need to find it by themselves because they are the one who knows better what happened in their country, instead of receiving a call from Macron or from the Rothschild Bank and I don't know what. Voilà.
So, yes.
Yeah, but again, to answer your question, I know maybe I'm more radical to this idea, but in my honest opinion, to leave Africa alone, we don't need aid, we don't need any directions, we don't need any of your input. Leave us alone. If we die, we die. If we go extinct, that's Darwin's law. Let it take effect. Yeah. Because you've been given aid for the past 70 years. What have you changed? You have caused more harm than good. In the context of, because your aid is not genuine aid. Your aid is basically how much you can rip.
Sorry, I'm just reminding you, the question was actually from an individual point of view. It's a more personal one, and it actually gets a little bit closer to a closing as well.
True, okay,
so it is a. So I'll just repeat it. It's the question that was forwarded to me was. What can we as individuals from both colonized nations and colonial powers alike assist in the uplift of Africa without repeating the past mistakes?
And that's what I'm
not,
saying.
Not on the governmental level. It's more like how do we, like individuals, how would you go about it first and foremost?
How I go about it, as I said, I have my own, in the context, if I was to run Liberia today, I would basically cut all foreign ties and kick out every foreign aid, every foreign agency, every aid agencies, Red Cross, whoever is there to do what, leave and tell the people, either we do it on our own or we disappear and Guinea come and claim the empty land. Because so long you have some savior mentality from coming over there, whoever feeds you tells you what to do, detects to you. So if my suggestion to help Africa is, I don't need no foreign help, I will do it myself. If I can do it myself, then I up and vanish. We've been here forever. So we didn't
I think it was a good. Okay, I may have misunderstood you, but I think it was a really good one. So unless you had something more to add, I'll just pass it over to Plata.
So I actually go on. FS, something else?
Yeah. No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. So
thank you very much.
I actually was answering before this question. I was not answering the other one because I thought I had to go, and I thought this was the answer being answered. This was the question being answered, so I was actually answering that question. The meaning that there is the African countries, when they got his independence from the 60s to the 70s, they actually accept this heritage, which is these stupid borders, but they can't do anything about it. well, at least they also constructed it's on the grounding foundings of the European African Union that they accept these borders. What they have, and we can't do anything else because that would be genocide wars. We don't need that. What Africans need is perhaps states that care more about their people. For that, these states need to concentrate more on statehood. Also on development, it's true, and also a lot of what FCS was saying, they have to demand more independence from outside. And this information,
not they, you.
Me.
What can you do? For example, you think about yourself, your position, like for example, or other people like people from Portugal who are living in Germany, for example. How could they?
It's not African.
No, but because the question was for people who are colonized and those from colonial powers. So it's actually for both.
What colonial powers should do. In the case
no,
of
you, Piotr, or people like you as individuals. What should individuals do?
I think individuals.
I think you want to go about.
I have very little believed on micro sociology and microeconomics.
No, I'm asking what can people do? Yeah, you can get together and so forth, but like make some concrete like thoughts. Like FCS said, he would go around to people and tell them about the aid organizations, about getting them off. He will inform people in that regard. Like, how would you go about it?
I miss it. Go to Alpha.
Thank you. No, what do you mean you miss it? You mean you got none? Oh, okay. Well, watch them, please.
Okay. You know, growing up in Angola, I was like, wow, Africa is a big continent. The countries are very big. And I'm here in the south of Africa, and every country speaks English. Why the Portuguese have to be the one? Choose just Angola. Why not Namibia or Botswana or wherever, but Angola? Now
they were looking for the best.
Now Angola, I'm so happy, so happy. It was Portugal, because if it was UK or France, we would be fucked like the other African countries. Because Portugal can't do anything to us, nothing at all. They actually need us.
But you live in the UK. So what could you do, for example? What could you do? That was the question.
Yeah, I'm getting there. You know, I'm happy because we, in my opinion, I'm happy that Portugal need me more than I need Portugal.
I would say that what the great thing about Portugal-Angola relationship, but also with other countries, is that you are able to tell us what you need from us.
Do you know how many? Please don't interrupt. We are doing a closing. We are doing a closing here, so please don't interrupt the panelists. Allow Vosh to kind of make his, like, what could he do, being both not only from a colonized nation, but living in a colonized power. And like, what can he do as an individual? For example, please, Vosh, continue.
Yes, this is where I want. I don't want African countries. If I was a leader or something, I would make sure. Angola.
No, you as you.
Yeah, if I would make sure.
You now. That was the question. And others in your situation, what would you say you can do or we can do?
Stop being bullied by the West. I don't want to be bullied. Trust me, Africa needs the West.
Do you have a
Africa needs the West, so needs the other countries like China and Russia, whatever.
Brother, do you have a concrete suggestion or shall we move on?
Okay, let's move on.
Okay. Because FCS had a concrete one, and Piotr made a pass, and you would say, like, okay, it's a general stance, I get it, but like, what would you suggest, for example, to get your local communities together and do fundraising, for example? It would be kind of those kind of questions. I assume.
there is one thing about fundraising in Angola, you know. If I start one, they're gonna say.
But what would you do? But what would you do? What would you do?
If I start one, they're gonna say this guy just because he lives in Europe, he think he's better than us. But if you go there and start one, everyone is gonna starting paying because you are helping. You know. We Angolan, we don't like getting help from.
Okay. Basically, if I understand the question, you want.
No, Alpha, please. Let's just do the rotation so we get this orderly here. RL, what do you think you as a French and semi-African person could do, and other people
I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be rude with the guy who asked the question. But I will answer
Hold on.
No. I will answer to that guy by saying, mind your own business. Mind your fucking business. You have people, especially in Europe, who need help. You have homeless guys. You have guys with alcohol problems. You have guys with drug problems. You have guys who are in jails. You have mass migration who need help, who need your help in your countries. You have neighbors that need helps. Mind your own business.
Yeah, there is a guy.
Very short, isn't it? Voila.
There is a guy in the chat. He's saying, I speak a lot about China and very little about Cuba.
One
minute. Yes. I always say this. No matter what happened, what Cuba did for Angola will never be repaid.
We're not talking about that anymore. Okay, thank you.
Grateful.
RL, thank you very much for actually answering the question on what should a person do on the individual level from your perspective. At least that's 2 out of 4. Welcome. I guess that's not. Thank you very much. Welcome. I really appreciate it because you made it 2 out of 4, so that's a good count so far. Alpha, please, if you I hope you can read it in the live chat or the private chat. The question is basically, please go.
So based on my understanding is that the question is what ads a person can do, right, for the country or
what individuals should do from your perspective.
Okay, so I have 2 points of view basically. Right now, because I'm in the US, right, and I also want to represent Guinea to be able to promote and also educate other people about how Guinea works and about what the situation that Guinea goes. And also able to also learn from other people, not just like, okay, because we go into this situation, I cannot learn from somebody, that I can able to also one day if I go back home, I can able to bring into the country. Because right now, to be honest with you, if anybody from the government from Guinea is listening, I want to be one of the main youth representatives at the UN for Guinea. So just as a way to help. But as a government-wise, if I'm the running the government, definitely most of this contract, I would definitely eliminate them and do it in a better way, because this contract right now are basically are strangling Guinea economy. So if they only getting 15%, that's it's not enough. It's not enough. Like I think it's like 51% or something. It will be at least helpful for the people. That I will do definitely something like that. So even that also transferring my knowledge as somebody who's been in Western countries and educating people about it's not everything that people they see in America. It seems like it is. Doesn't mean because America here it's like everything they see in the movies. Everything is like as it is. It's not that. If here too they have situation, so we have to solve our own situation too back home too, not just running away from the problem. So I hope that helped, because the question is a little bit kind of a little bit understandable. But that's all I think of what I can say.
It was contributive, Alpha. Thank you very much. Wyatt, I know you might be thinking like some that maybe like RL, I don't know, but yeah, what do you think you as an individual or others from Singapore, your situation could do to uplift the?
Yeah, I'm already doing.
He wants Boris back,
Yeah.
Boris Johnson back.
This is what I'm already doing.
Basically, giving Africans a voice. That's what he's doing.
I was actually hoping you would say that because it's yeah, very good. I guess it's only then appropriate that I also kind of did you have something to say, RL?
Just to say I need to leave right now. It was great to talk all with you. Congratulations, Coping, for management of that. It was great. Nice.
Thank you very much for stepping in as our auxiliary. You very much appreciated your.
Are we gonna do closing? Are we gonna do closing or that was the closing?
You got to get back. We got to get you on more panels, RL. We're gonna get you on more panels.
And I hope to see you on another occasion. Bye bye.
Yes. Bye bye, my enemy. Take care.
Boss,
okay,
that was
so
closing.
That's a very good closing. So I'll just say my part. Like, what could I do? Or people in my position do? I have been. I traveled to a country, so not everyone has done that. But if others have done so, you can make friends down there, and you can look for opportunities where you can find mutually beneficial agreements that are. I learned a lot from being down in Ghana that I tried to reapply back in Norway because, especially like in rural communities, much of that fits actually quite well. You need to adapt it, of course, but make it mutual. So like, you have more people up here who actually want to be like, maybe investing in these small shop businesses, or maybe providing to a credit union that enables more local businesses in an area, stuff so forth like that. I'm not going to get into details. But that's like one thing you could do. You could try to do like, just get on DPA. I guess maybe I'm just going to lend a little bit from Wyatt here. You could also get on the open mic, so you can talk about stuff, and then you can join here and learn a lot of stuff, and then you can later maybe try to be participating as you learn, or maybe a lot about, for example, Africa. Or as we also would like Latin America and so forth. But yeah, that's just basically an overlapping way you can go about it. Just look out. I mean, there's always things you can do. And so with that, I'm going to start finishing this, wrapping up this panel. I want to thank absolutely every one of you who have participated. And thank you so much, Wyatt, for having enabled this, especially considering the marathons that you had to go through. 7-hour stream. By God. Yes, it's an open mic and go straight over to panel, and Wyatt has a very busy schedule before that. So I mean, that's mad respect, man. I don't know how you do it, but it's mad respect. And I also want to thank every one of you guys who actually, because I can ask you, I can nag on you, and I'm sorry if I can be a little bit annoying sometimes. Like, oh, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? But you guys show up. This goes also, of course, for those of you who are generally watching this, especially those who have super chatted, a few of you, those who are supporting DPA on Patreon, Ko-fi, and Locals. We love you because you are one of those who make this possible. But keep in mind, those of you watching, I reiterate, I said this in the beginning because it's important. We all met through the open mic, or came through in the open mic and met afterwards. And then later on, we have conversed a little bit, and these things happen. We have these conversations. So I implore you, I really implore you to do try to get on the open mic. If you were, for whatever reason, unable to get on the stream, please put on some comments, and you can try to either add to what we were talking about, or you can try to interact with us. Otherwise, you can reach us on the DPA forum on Telegram as well, where, trying to get on the open mic or what it is, suggestions for topic maybe. Anyways, don't forget to like and subscribe. And thank you all for watching the DPA Africa panel. Now pass that like.
Boss, you want to say anything?
Yeah, just to add something. When we appear on open mic, just because we on open mic, we don't stop there, because we always have guys like Coping, Prata, Shadwi, And the other 2 or 3, we always trying to get together behind the closed doors and do a panel because we can do more to help the DPA. So we're trying to get as many panel a week as we can, even if white is not available, so we can make some contribution. So if you just appear on open mic once, we just ask for once, that's enough. Just make sure you talk. And then we're gonna be in private group and we can talk. Trust me, we talk a lot behind closed doors. A lot. There is a lot of panels. There's a lot of things I can't say here. I live in the UK and trust me, these people are mad. They say there is fucking democracy or whatever they call freedom of speech. It's not true. You know, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of people losing their bank account. There even people losing their fucking nationality. They were born here. Their grandfather were born here. They no longer British. They are basically stateless. So there's a lot of things you can't say here. We say behind closed doors. If you're one of these people, please join us. And we go an Angolan guy. I hope White go is detail. So
yeah,
it's gonna be 2 of us now. 3 with Prata.
All right. So thank you everyone for participating in this panel. Thank you, Poping, for sponsoring and organizing and moderating the panel. And thank you everyone for watching. And do press the like button, subscribe. And I will see you in the next update.
Bye-bye.
Thank you all. And have a good night and good morning. And Robert, where you are.
And there will not be any more Q&A because no time already. If not, the AI tool cannot handle or my programming. My editing,
one of the best
editing tool cannot handle the size of the file.
We talk a lot, and one thing we maintain is at least 70 people in the chat. We were between 70 to 80. That's a lot. That's a lot for the last 3 hours. Well done, guys, in the chat.
So
we appreciate
you. So I cannot drag anymore. I'm going to end the broadcast. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Bye-bye.